Falkreath never changes much. It's always the same thing. That thick mist dancing around those pines. It always turned that moonlight into a kind of pale haze. It's almost comforting once you get used to it. I move through the underbrush with quiet and measured steps, and I planned every footfall, placed there with a feline grace on the damp carpet of the fallen needles. The night air was cold. It clung to my fur under my leather armor. But even though I'd prefer the warmer sands of my homeland, the chill of Skyrim always seemed to keep me alert. Overhead, those twin moons stared down through the clouds, and that silver light filtered down like ghostly spears. It was the only light that I needed. The eyes of a Khajiit, they can pierce the darkness pretty easily, and it paints the world in those silhouettes of blue and grey. I'd stalk these woods for hours, guided by those whispers of my target's whereabouts. The contract was simple on paper. Hunt down and eliminate a notorious bandit leader. He'd made his lair somewhere in the craggy hills of Falkreath Hold. It all sounded so simple. Sure, but the forests here have a way of unsettling even the bravest. Falkreath's pine woods were said to be haunted by restless spirits. Doesn't help about that graveyard in the Hold's capital, the biggest one in Skyrim. Tonight, though, the only spirits that I could sense were the low-hanging mists, and perhaps the ghosts of my own memory. Not so long ago, I might have been traveling these same roads as a humble caravan guard or even a merchant. I wasn't always a killer for hire. The scent of wet pine and rich earth brought a flicker of remembrance. A crackling campfire under the very same stars, laughter shared over warm moon-sugar tea, and the sound of a friend's lute beneath the trees. Oh, I just wish I could go back to those caravan days. Such simpler times. I was always with my Khajiit kin, and we plied an honest trade too. Give or take a little bit of smuggling on the side. But a life on the road, coin earned by wit and barter, the life, for me, now long, long past. My fate led me down a darker path. I walked alone now, a mercenary with swords at my hip instead of wares at my cart. The job offer had come in Riften, whispered to me in a shadowy corner of the Ragged Flagon. A ragged Dunmer with a Thieves' Guild insignia on his glove slid a parchment across the table to me. He didn't even look at me. Perhaps that's for the best. And I didn't need his name, know who he worked for. The guild has its hands in many pockets, and in every dark alley of Skyrim. As for the note, it was pretty succinct. Bandit chief in Falkreath Hold. Making too much noise. Shut him up. Beneath those words, the promised payment was inked in a generous figure. The guild normally deals in theft and intrigue, not bloodshed. But if there's one thing you don't question, it's a big bag of gold. Perhaps the target had stolen from someone under their protection. Maybe he refused to cut them in on the spoils. I don't know. I didn't want to know. In any case, they wanted him gone, without officially dirtying their hands. And that is why I am here. And so there I was, creeping through the misty forest in the dead of night, on my way to earn that blood price. As a rule, I try not to get into the morality of a contract. It's irrelevant. Gold is gold. That's all I ever told myself. And this target was by all accounts a deserving one. Rumors painted the bandit leader as a brute named Red Prowler, or so the bounty posters in Falkreath called him. He'd been waylaying travelers on the roads, robbing merchants and skooma smugglers alike, leaving their bodies in ditches. A mercenary could sleep with a clear conscience after ending such a man, or at least so I hoped. Yet, that was not exactly the case. As I moved closer to the bandit's hideout, I felt an unaccustomed weight in my chest. A prickle of intuition, perhaps. The night was too still. My tail twitched with a nervous energy that I had not felt in years. Keep your focus, I chided myself silently. The guild is paying you well for this job. No room for doubt. Still, the quiet between whispering pines felt like a warning. In my years wandering Skyrim, I'd learned to trust those quiet feelings. They're the same instincts that keep you alive when a saber cat is stalking nearby, or when a deal is about to go wrong. Tonight, however, instinct was at war with duty. I swallowed my unease and pressed on, ears pricked for any sign of the bandit sentries that I knew would be posted ahead. Better watch my back here. The bandit's hideout revealed itself as I crept through a rocky defile, a shallow cave carved into a craggy hillside, partially concealed by brambles and the boughs of a towering pine. A crude wooden palisade had been erected around the entrance, and I could see the ember glow of a dying campfire just inside the barricade. 2 sentries stood guard in the open, silhouettes against the faint orange light. One leaned on his spear, fighting off boredom and the chill by shuffling his feet. The other squatted on a boulder, picking at his claws with a dagger, oblivious to the doom padding ever closer in the dark. As for me, I sank low to the ground. The wind had picked up just enough to rustle the trees and mask the soft crunch of my approach. From my belt I drew a small throwing knife, and in the dim moonlight I took aim at the sentry on the boulder, steadying my breathing like I had 100 times before. With a flick of my wrist, the blade hissed through the air, and it found its mark with a meaty thunk, burying deep into the man's throat. And they always make that same sound, that gurgling. I watched him topple off the rock. 1 down. Who knows how many to go? Before the second sentry could even cry out, I was upon him. It must have been my silhouette that loomed up out of the mist like some vengeful spirit. He fumbled with his spear, eyes wide at the sudden apparition of a leather-clad Khajiit lunging from the dark. I slashed upward with a curved dagger, a glint of steel, a red spray of blood. The guard's cry died in his throat as he crumpled to the pine-needled earth. I caught his body before it could crash to the ground, lowering him gently into a bed of ferns. 1 quick swipe, and his life ended almost silently. Just another shadow, falling in this evening. Heart pounding, but with clear mind, I dragged the 2 bodies out of the open. The one I knifed on the boulder was already still, staring sightlessly at the sky with my blade protruding from his neck. I yanked it free, wiping the slick warmth off the dead man's tunic. There was a time when such close work would have made my stomach turn. Now I was just focused. These men had chosen the life of predators on the road, and I was here to ensure they would prey on no one else again. But still, a part of me whispered, from somewhere deep inside, how different am I? I am just one who kills under the cover of night. That's a thought I had to shove aside, because at this time I was crouching by the cave entrance, peering in, and I needed to concentrate. Inside the palisade, the hideout was dimly lit by the smouldering fire and a few torches mounted on rough wooden posts. The stench of old smoke and spilled ale wafted out, along with a faint clink of metal and low snores. I counted at least 2 sleeping forms wrapped in blankets near the fire, and further back the cave tunneled into the dark. If the bandit leader was here, he would likely be deeper in, perhaps asleep in a private nook, or counting his loot by lamplight. In any case, I needed to move quickly and quietly. Dawn was still a couple hours off, but any slip up now, that would rouse the whole camp. Drawing a deep breath, I activated my night eye, a trick my people have by the grace of our lunar patrons. The world shifted into a palette of ghostly blue, every object outlined sharply even in the dark. Now effectively blind to the fire's glare, I slipped past the embers and the snoring hulks. Each step was calculated. Avoid those empty bottles, stray iron pots on the ground, slip behind that stack of crates, pause when one of the bandits stirred and mumbled in his sleep. I was a silent wraith, amid the scattered clutter of an outlaw's lair. But I was not welcome here. Deeper into the cavern I went. The tunnel narrowed and then opened into a larger chamber whose walls glistened with damp. Here, a single torch flickered near a rough-hewn table strewn with maps and tankards, and slumped over that table was indeed a figure in fur armor, broad-shouldered and still. My target, the bandit chief that everyone called Red Prowler, apparently fallen asleep over whatever plans or drink occupied him. In the trembling torchlight, I could make out the faint patterns of stripes on his hooded head, and the rise and fall of his breathing. This should be easy. I stepped forward, sword in hand, now instead of dagger, ready to finish the job. My movements made no sound, but somehow the figure at the table stirred. Perhaps it was some sixth sense of danger, or the subtle shift of air as I closed in. The bandit leader's ears perked beneath his hood, and in a blur he whirled around from the table, steel flashing. My blade clashed against his, and suddenly I found myself face to face with my target at last. Steel met in a shower of sparks, and our swords locked between us. The torchlight fell across the bandit leader's face, and I saw a flash of familiar golden eyes widening in recognition. In that taut, breathless moment, both of us froze, blades trembling against each other. Jadar? The bandit leader's voice rasped. I met somebody that I did not expect. Equal parts disbelief and recognition. He did not lower his sword, nor did I. In the wavering torchlight I saw his eyes, bright gold with slitted pupils, unmistakably familiar. Razir, I breathed. By the moons, it's you. He let out a bitter exhale, and almost smiled. After all these years, he murmured, a softness in his tone, our blades still pressed together, but shock held us in stalemate. Slowly, we stepped back in unison, freeing our swords from the deadly lock. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears now. Water dripped from the cave roof somewhere, and one of the sleeping bandits in the distance had snored, oblivious. Razir gave a low, humorless chuckle. You gave my men a quiet end, didn't you? Always did prefer to strike from the shadows. He tilted his head, and the torchlight revealed a jagged scar across his cheek. The years had hardened him up. His dark fur was matted with old burns, and his face lined with pain. Yet it was him, my friend, from long, long ago. I had a contract, I replied to him, managed voice low and steady. I didn't know it was you, Razia. He bared his teeth in a semblance of a grin. Oh, a contract, is it? So the little caravan runner has become a killer for hire. We all do what we must to survive, don't we? Anger flared through my grief. Look who's lecturing who, I hissed. You vanished, Razia. One day you were my brother on the road, and the next you were gone without a trace. And look at you now, you bastard. You're a murderer. You're a thief, preying on travelers. How many innocents have you killed? How many of our people's caravans have you raided for coin? By the divines, Razia, your own people. His ears flattened, and I saw a hurt flash in his eyes before it hardened to anger. Do you think I wanted this life? He snarled at me. After you left, everything fell apart. Skyrim's roads weren't kind to us, Khajiit. The Nords, they spat on us. Guards wouldn't even let us in the city. We were out there freezing and starving in the mud, in the filth. His tail lashed as he spoke. You don't understand. One night, bandits attacked our camp. They butchered many of us. They took everything. I hunted them down and I paid them in kind. Maybe I lost myself in that bloodlust. But when it was done, the caravan cast me out as a killer. So I gathered whoever would follow, outlaws, orphans, the lost, anyone, other people who were thrown away. And we look after each other. That's just the way it is. There's a kind of honor among us outlaws, you know. We don't abandon our kind like the rest of Skyrim did. Like you did. He paused, eyes glistening. And what about you, Jadar? You left us before all of that happened. We searched for you. I searched for you. Oh, those words. They cut deeper than any blade. I lowered my gaze. I never meant to abandon you, I whispered, and shame welled up inside me. I left to find better work for a while. When I came back, you were all gone. I heard rumors of an attack. I thought you were all dead. Razia's tense posture eased by a fraction. Our swords hang at our sides now, the immediate threat tempered by sorrow. Maybe part of me did die that night, he said quietly and shook his head. But here we are. Here we are again. You've got a bounty to collect. You've got money to make, don't you? So, my old friend, what are we to do? What do we do now? My throat tinged round for a surge of emotion. Don't you make me do this, I pleaded softly. Walk away with me. We can get out of Skyrim. Take what we have and go somewhere far away. You don't have to keep on this path. He gave a sad, growly laugh. You mean go with you? It's too late for me, Jadar. My life is here, in the shadows. It's all I have left, and that blood on my hands will not wash off. Razia stepped forward, raising his chin. But you could join me. Whatever they're paying you, I'll double it. We'll claim the Red Prowler died, and you took your reward. Stay with me. It'll be like the old times. You and me against the world, eh? No more lonely roads. We'll give those Nords a run for their gold. Oh, I got to admit, my heart ached at the offer. For an instant, I even thought about accepting. The two of us, brothers in arms once more, living free under the moons. But no, that dream had long passed. I was not the carefree youth he remembered, and too much blood lay between who we had become. I'm sorry, I said. I made an oath. And you have to answer for what you've done. I can't turn back. I know you understand. The last of Razir's hope drained away. His ears flattened as he nodded slowly, and I saw a tear in his eye as he lifted his saber once more. The happy reunion was over, and only fate remained. But then, my friend, he said softly, we end this as wolves, not kittens, invoking an old saying from our caravan days. The time for words was up. No more words, then, I echoed. I raised my sword in the silence of that torchlit cavern. Two old friends, prepared to become each other's final test, as that first light of dawn began to creep in. We burst out from the cave mouth into the open, just as the first weak glow of dawn touched the sky. Razir had retreated out of a tunnel and I followed, our blades never disengaging. Outside the hideout, the forest still lay cloaked in the night's last shadow, but the eastern horizon had begun to pale a cold grey. In that half-light, we circled each other on the rocky ledge before his lair, our breath misting in the chill morning. Razir struck first. With a snarl, he lunged forward, swinging his curved saber in a wide arc aimed at my side. I parried awkwardly, steel screeching against each other. The impact jarred my arm to my shoulder. To find he was strong, stronger than before, and the fury behind his blows drove me back a step toward a mossy boulder. I caught a flash of his face in the dawn's dim glow, teeth bared, ears flat, eyes blazing with a mix of rage and anguish. He pressed on with relentless ferocity, each strike ringing out through the clearing. I fought back with everything I had. Memories of sparring together as youths flicked through my mind with each clash of our swords. We had trained side by side once, learning each other's moves, and now it was as if we knew every step of this deadly dance by heart. He feigned high. I anticipated it, and I ducked low. I slashed at his leg, and he leapt back nimbly, the blade whooshing past his knee by a hair. Our footwork kicked up, dew from the ferns and dirt underfoot. We were already filthy. A swing of his sword nicked my left arm, drawing a hot line of blood and a hiss of pain from my lips. And in return I managed to ram my shoulder into him, briefly knocking him off balance. We broke apart for the briefest of moments, circling wearily. My arm burned where he cut me, and a quick glance showed a red stain spreading on my sleeve. Razir was breathing hard, a fresh gash across his thigh, darkening his fur with blood where my dagger had caught him. Despite our wounds, neither of us yielded an inch. Above us, the sky was lighting from grey to pale amber, the silhouettes of the pines emerging from the thinning gloom. Birds began to chirp, awake in the distance, an almost cruel reminder that a new day was dawning, and one of us was not going to be alive to see it. He came at me again, fast as an uncoiling snake. This time there was a little finesse, only raw desperation. He hammered at my defenses with heavy overhead blows, trying to break my guard by sheer force. I grit my teeth and held firm, our blades sparking each time they met. His strikes grew slower, fatigue and blood loss sapping his strength. Seizing an opening, I twisted my sword around his in a disarming maneuver. We both learned the same one, long ago. And our eyes met, for one last heartbeat as I wrenched the blade from his grip, sending it skittering across the rocky ground. Brazier stumbled, chest heaving. He dropped to one knee, clutching at a deep slash I'd opened along his side during the final exchange. I stood over him, my sword poised. My arms trembled from exhaustion and sorrow. He gazed up at me, and in his eyes I saw not the fear of a defeated bandit, but the weary acceptance of an old friend making peace with fate. I wanted to speak. I wanted to tell him I was sorry, or that I wished things could have been different, but I couldn't find the words. Only the labored rasps of our breathing and the distant caw of a crow heralding that new morning. Brazier closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly, exposing his neck in a final gesture of surrender. Or perhaps it was trust. My vision blurred as tears finally brimmed over, and with a shuddering breath, I did what my honor demanded. I drove my weapon forward, swift and sure. And the blade, it pierced through his heart. Brazier jerked, a sharp intake of breath his only sound. His eyes opened one last time, fixed on the brightening skyline beyond me. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as the first rays of sun broke over the treetops and washed all over us in gold. And then the light in his eyes dimmed, and limp he fell against my blade. For a long moment, I knelt there on the stony ground, holding my old friend as the sun rose over Falkreath. My sword slid from my grasp, clattering beside the two of us. I was dimly aware of those tears going down my cheeks, but I didn't make a sound. The morning of light revealed the scene in gentle color, the craggy clearing stained with blood, Brazier's still form cradled in my arms, and the golden dawn filtering through the misty trees around us. At last, I laid Brazier down gently. His eyes were still open, staring blankly at the sky, where the day's first pale blue was overtaking the dawn. I reached out with a trembling hand, closed his eyelids. "May your road lead you to warm sands, brother," I whispered, voice shaking. It was the old Khajiit farewell. We used to share it at the end of each journey. My words hung in the cool air, carrying both a blessing and a goodbye. Eventually, in a quiet glade behind the hideout, I dug a shallow grave behind a young cedar tree. The ground was hard and rocky, but at last I laid my old friend to rest. I placed his sword on his chest, folding his hand around the hilt so he could carry his blade into whatever fate awaited him beyond. Before covering him with earth, I noticed the pendant around his neck, the simple moonstone amulet I'd given him, a good luck charm when he first came to Skyrim. He had kept it all this time. I slipped it off into my pocket, a final keepsake of our bond. And with that I murmured a final prayer to guide his soul to the sands behind the stars. And then I covered the grave with a can of stones. I wish I could have given him a better burial. But this had to do. It'll be enough. With laden limbs, I gathered a blood-stained scrap of Brazier's tunic as proof of the kill. Back in Falkreath, a hooded guild agent counted out my reward in gold and slid it across the table. I took the payment in silence. The coins felt like coal in my hand. Outside, the late morning sun was bright now. The mist had burned away, leaving the scent of damp pine in the air. And around me, Falkreath's village life bustled on, a smith's hammer ringing a dog barking, all indifferent to the grief of one Khajiit. It was a long road from Riften back to that hold, but I had to get out of there. The flagon. I've not been back since. I tied the pouch of gold at my belt. Honor had been served, and the contract fulfilled. But as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that in keeping my oath, I'd lost something even more precious. Ever since, each step had felt heavier than the last, as if regret itself clung to my heels. And in those swaying branches overhead, I imagined I heard a whisper on the breeze, an echo of a familiar voice, wishing me on warm sands on the road ahead. I awoke, dripping water, the stench of old death around me. My arms were yanked above me, iron shackles biting into my wrists, and a throbbing pain pulsed at the back of my skull. That was where I'd been struck. For a long moment, I knew only darkness and agony, but finally blinking, I forced my eyes to adjust to a dim, bluish glow. Giant, luminescent mushrooms, they loomed all around, casting an eerie light across damp cavern walls. And in that pallid glow, I recognized the angular silhouettes of Dwemer stonework, gears and metal piping jutted from the rock. This had to be it. This was Blackreach, the legendary subterranean city. Geodes glimmered in the cavern walls, reflecting the turquoise fungal glow. Far off in those shadows, I heard the faint chitter of a chorus, insects skittering around, and the Falmer skulking there in the dark. I was deep beneath Skyrim, in this prison of an ancient Dwemer ruin. I tested my bonds. The chains rattled loudly, echoing throughout that vast cave, and at that sound, a low growl emanated from somewhere to my left. I turned, eyes narrowing. There, only a few paces away, another figure was shackled to the wall. He was a broad-shouldered man, bare-chested, filthy, and bloodied, straining futilely against his chains. His head hung low until the rattle of my movement made him snap it up, and our eyes met, somewhere there in the gloom. I realized his were an unnatural shade of yellow. A feral snarl ripped from his throat. Even before the pale light revealed the lengthening canines and the wild, lupine glare, I knew exactly what he was. Werewolf. My muscles tensed with instinctive dread. Of all the foes a vampire like me might fear, a werewolf ranks pretty high. Yet here I was, chained, right there next to one. The man, if one could still call him that, yanked at his bonds, muscles cording with preternatural strength. Flecks of foam edged at his lips. He was on the verge of losing control. "You," he rasped, voice thick and guttural. "Vampire." He practically spat the word at me. "And you're a werewolf," I responded quietly, baring my own fangs at him. We glared at each other across the slim gap between our chains, and his body was quivering, whether from pain or the effort of resisting a transformation. I couldn't tell. Perhaps it was both. Werewolves are said to assume wolf-like forms during the full moon, and I suspected that that time was near. The cavern's eerie glow was beginning to mingle with a faint white radiance filtering in from somewhere above. He reeked of sweat, blood, and wet fur, even in human form. I'm sure he caught my scent as well, the cold staleness of death that clings to my kind. Perhaps we are just two sides of the same cursed coin. But for a moment, we were two predators, eyeing each other off in the gloom, each at the end of our leash. I noticed heavy shackles on his limbs engraved with faintly glowing runes, likely enchanted restraints to hold a monster as formidable as him. My own felt merely heavy, not magical. Still, they sapped my strength all the same. A tense silence hung between us. His amber eyes never left me. Hircine's beast, and Molag Bal's blood drinker. It's a grim thought, kind of ironic. But by some cruel trick of fate, a werewolf and vampire had been caught together by the divines. Perhaps they watched on and smirked. We'd never know. What we did know is that our kind had been enemies since the dawn of legend, the children of opposing Daedric lords. I knew well the origin of my cursed blood. Molag Bal himself spawned the first vampire in those ancient days, and Hircine, the father of man-beasts, bestowed the curse of lycanthropy to create werewolves a long time ago. Two cursed predators, creations of rival princes, now chained up as captives side by side. The werewolf curled his lip at me. "I can smell you. I can smell your stink, you leech," he growled. His fingers fletched, nails beginning to blacken and sharpen. He was perilously close to losing his human shape, I could tell, and I snarled back reflexively, though I kept my voice low. "And I smell you, you wet dog. Believe me, the aroma is not much more pleasant." My throat was parched. I realized with a spike of discomfort that I was desperately thirsty. How long had it been since I last fed? I'd forgotten. That memory was hazy. I recalled being on the surface, hunting, and then an ambush. Pain. Nothingness. And now here, in this damned place. My hunger was mounting by the second. That beast inside me was clawing for sustenance, and the presence of warm-blooded prey just feet away made me acutely aware of it. I swallowed hard and tore my gaze from the pulsing artery in the werewolf's neck. I had to focus. If I lost control now, chained or not, The outcome would not be pretty for either of us. A scuff of footsteps on stone saved me from further hostility. From a tunnel on the far side of the cabin chamber, a tall, thin figure emerged, hooded in tattered black robes. The newcomer carried a faint mage light in one hand, casting a wobbling shadow, and I caught the glint of a sacrificial dagger and the outline of a staff at his back. He stepped with a confident, almost eager gait. The robed man set down his mage-light orb on stone outcrop and pushed back his hood. In the mushroom glow, I saw a gnawed face, etched with hunger of a different sort. His eyes were sunken, rimmed with shadow, yet they gleamed with manic excitement. Dried blood spattered the front of his once blackened robes. When he smiled, it revealed the teeth, filed disturbingly sharp. Divines. A necromancer. I finally realized it, noting that sickly, sweet odor of death that clung to him. "Well, well," the pale man crooned, clapping his hands softly. "Our guests are finally awake." The werewolf responded with a snarling curse and renewed struggling. They're not known for holding their tempers. I bared my fangs, but I held my tongue, just watching. The necromancer approached to loom over us, his expression one of triumph and glee. I saw not now the strange symbols that had been painted on the stone floor around us in blood. The metallic tang of it hung thick in the air. At the chamber's center, just a few yards away, an ornate ritual circle was drawn. My stomach turned as I realized it was our blood that had likely contributed to those markings. Necromancer's voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "Two enemies, sworn foes of old, bound in chains side by side. Here's just how the prophecy foretells it." He chuckled, a wet, rasping sound. "Oh, the gods, they favor me indeed this night." I exchanged a weary glance with the werewolf. His chest was heaving, ragged breaths soaring in and out. I could see sweat beading on his skin as whatever potion or spell kept him human slowly began to wear off. A vein throbbed at his temple. "What do you want with us?" I demanded, tearing my eyes from the wolfman's obvious distress. "Why chain a vampire and a werewolf here? You better speak quickly, worm, or release me, or I'll show you a damn quick end." It was an empty threat, given my position. But I had to keep the necromancer's focus on me, away from that struggling werewolf who looked moments away from snapping out of those restraints. The robed Nord tisked under his breath. "Such fire. You'll need that strength soon. But save some for the ritual, He paced before us with hands clasped behind his back, affecting a scholarly air. This fiend fancies himself a part of the Magus Guild. Look at him. "You have both been chosen. An honor you cannot possibly appreciate. The blood moon is at its zenith this night. Its power will fuel a magnificent convergence of dark energies with your blood. Vampire, lycanthrope combined. I will open the true path to immortality. The ideal union of beast and knight." His eyes glittered madly. Clearly he was quite insane. For those words, he truly believed them, and they chilled me. Blood moon, union of beast and night. I'd heard of depraved rituals in my decades of unlife, but this was different. Did he mean to mix our blood in some abominable rite? My stomach churned at the thought. The werewolf barked a harsh, bitter laugh beside me. Use our blood. You won't live to see it done, mage. He bared his own lengthening fangs, not as pronounced as mine, but more than a human. But those fingernails, they had darkened into claws. Despite the situation, a spark of admiration admittedly flickered within me. He was resisting his transformation with remarkable will, clinging to speech and reason. But how long? How long would it be until the full moon's call overwhelmed him? The necromancer only smiled wider at the werewolf's threat. Oh, but I will see it done. In fact, it begins now. He raised his arms, and I noticed a strange device clutched in one hand. A Dwemer artifact. Some kind of thing, all brass gears and crystal lenses. The cavern ceiling above the ritual circle housed a massive, focusing crystal that hummed to life as he manipulated the device. I realized with alarm what he was doing. Through some crack or mechanism high above, a beam of pure moonlight suddenly speared down into the chamber, illuminating the blood-drawn circle in argent radiance. The light of the full moon, here in Blackreach, maybe for the first time ever. At that ethereal glow, the werewolf stiffened, a groan spilling from his lips. His body began to convulse, muscles bulging against his chains. The full moon's influence was hammering at his control, and without a doubt, it would soon break it. The necromancer stepped toward me, producing a curved ritual dagger. He grasped a fistful of my hair and yanked my head back, exposing my throat. I hissed back at him. You should have seen me struggle. But those chains, they held me fast. The silvered edge of the dagger pressed against my neck and drew a thin line of blood. Stay still now, the robe man whispered almost lovingly. No need to waste it. I'm going to need every drop. I went rigid, fangs bared, but utterly helpless. Oh, my mind was racing. I'd known fear many times in my long life, but this moment, it ranked among the worst. Chained, weakened, about at my throat, cut by a madman, while an enraged werewolf burst into full fury beside me. Oh, some part of me protested. This cannot be how it ends. Suddenly, the werewolf's snarl cut through the chamber, echoing off the walls. Get away! Get away from him, he roared. In a feat of ferocity, he lunged against his bounds with all his might. Those enchanted chains holding his arms cracked the stone they were bolted to, startling the necromancer into stumbling back from me. Snarling in frustration, our captor whirled on the werewolf. He began chanting these guttural words, and black energy coiled from his free hand, lashing out to bind the werewolf's limbs. My fellow prisoner howled as shadowy fetters tightened around him, holding his advance mere inches from the necromancer's face. The Nord mage sneered. Patience, you beast. Your time comes soon. First, the blood of the immortal. He rounded on me again, I knew then that no help was coming, save what we made for ourselves. We had to act, and we had to act fast. The full moon's power was flooding the chamber. I could feel it in the prickling of the hairs on my arms and the restless shifting of the werewolf beside me. The necromancer raised his dagger once more, preparing for a deep cut. My heart, long since stopped, could not pound, of course, but certainly a surge of panic can hit me all the same. After all, I am part human. Wait, I roused desperately. You've overlooked something. He paused, the dagger hovering. Oh, have I? And what might that be? Go on then, spit it out. I darted a glance at the werewolf. The man-beast met my eyes, understanding passing wordlessly between us. We both knew we had to work together. No other choice than that. Drawing on every ounce of my will, I mustered a contemptuous smirk at the necromancer. You said that you want every drop of my blood. Won't do you much good if I've starved, will it? I nodded at the emptied blood potion vial he'd tossed aside earlier. A stalling tactic, and a risky one, but it was all I had. I'm already weak. Look at me. Perform your ritual now, and you'll get nothing but a shriveled corpse. The necromancer hesitated, thin lips pursing. I pressed on, voice dripping scorn. Did your precious prophecy not mention that the vampire must be nourished? Powerful? My kind aren't exactly known for our generosity of blood, I'm sure you understand. If you want power from it, you'll need me fed. Otherwise you're just wasting your damn time. It was half bluff, half truth. A starved vampire's blood is certainly less potent. Behind the necromancer, the werewolf had gone deathly quiet, sensing my gambit. The gnawed mage narrowed his eyes at me. I could almost hear the cogs in his fevered brain turning, and at last he lowered the dagger a fraction. Fed, you say? Maybe you have a point. A small point. He glanced at the werewolf, then back at me. I saw resolve harden in his face. Very well, a minor delay. The necromancer stepped away and moved towards the rusted cage of supplies. My heart leapt. He had bought the ruse. He rustled around and produced a fresh potion of blood from among my confiscated gear. I recognized the crimson liquid in the glass instantly. Striding back, the necromancer uncorked the bottle and unceremoniously thrust it to my lips. Drink, but know this, when you're done, I expect you strong enough to bleed thoroughly. I didn't need further prompting. I choked down the thick, vitae-like brew in greedy gulps. It was not as satisfying as feeding on a living victim. It never is. But I felt immediate relief as the liquid coursed through me. The haze of weakness receded slightly. My vision sharpened. Strength returned to my limbs in a welcome flood. The necromancer watched me with glee, no doubt imagining I was fattening myself up for some slaughter. And in truth, I was. Preparing for his slaughter, that is. As soon as I finished, he snatched the empty vial away. Excellent. It's done. We proceed. He stepped back into the circle, lifting his arms to resume the chant that had been interrupted. The beam of moonlight from above was intensifying, bathing the chamber in a ghostly radiance. The sigils on the floor began to shimmer. The werewolf locked eyes with me. His human visage was barely holding. His features had twisted, nails and teeth elongated, coarse hair bristling on his skin. He was moments from transforming completely. And when that happened, enchanted chains or not, all bets were off. He'd either break free and lose himself to frenzy, killing everything in reach, or remain bound and be an easy target for the dagger. Maybe I had seconds to act, perhaps even less. I flexed my now strengthened arms, testing the shackles, and I felt the iron give slightly. The potion had done its work. My power surged anew. Quietly I began twisting my wrists, trying to slip free or find some leverage. My right hand brushed something tucked into the frayed lining of my pants. Divines, I forgot about it. It's a lockpick. A tiny sliver of steel, overlooked by my captor in his haste. Bless Nocturnal's luck. I always kept a spare pick hidden on my person, and for once, fortune had smiled upon me. Casting a furtive glance, I saw the necromancer fully absorbed in his ritual now, chanting verses in forbidden tongues. He swayed within the circle, arms upraised. The focused crystal above blazed with white light. Shadows danced wildly around us, and I caught the werewolf's attention with a soft hiss. "Hold on," I whispered, praying he still understood me. "I'm getting us out." His lips pulled back from his teeth. It might have been a grimace or a grin, but I chose to interpret it as agreement. He growled under his breath, a sound of pain and effort as he fought the change for a few moments. With trembling fingers, I worked the slim lockpick into the keyhole of my left wrist shackle. The first tumbler clicked, and then the second. My heart, or whatever passes for one in me, soared as the cuff sprang open. Blood flowed back into my left hand with pins and needles-like sensations, and now the right. But suddenly, the necromancer's voice rose in a triumphant cry. The ritual circle ignited with bluish flame, and he turned toward us, raising the sacrificial dagger again, ready to draw our blood at the height of the incantation. His eyes widened as he noticed my left arm free, the open shackle dangling. You wretch," he snarled, realizing that I'd picked the lock. With a flick of his fingers, he launched a spell at me, a crackling bolt of lightning. A fierce jolt hit me square in the chest, blasting me back against the wall. I screamed as pain arced through every nerve. The smell of charred flesh filled my nose. Worse that it was my own. My muscles spasmed. The lockpick flew from my grasp. The necromancer advanced, face twisted in rage. He raised his dagger to strike at my exposed, half-free form, when an animal-like roar shook the chamber. In that split second, the werewolf finally succumbed. The chains snapped like twigs. The Northman's bodies erupted into a hulking bestial form. One moment he was half-human, fighting his curse. The next, a towering, black-furred werewolf standing in his place, freed of all bonds. Claws as long as daggers gleamed in the moonlight. The beast's maw yawned in a fearsome howl, revealing fangs made to rend and tear flesh. The necromancer stumbled back, shock and fear contorting his features. Before he could utter another spell, the werewolf launched at him with a sound that was half snarl, half battle cry. The enormous creature slammed into the robed man, and they both went crashing into the ritual circle, scattering candles and ritual instruments. I gritted my teeth through my own pain and forced my remaining hand to move. My right wrist was still chained, but with my left free, I frantically snatched the fallen lockpick from the floor. Fingers numb and twitching from the lightning, I jammed the pick into the lock and jiggled it feverishly. At last, it clicked open. The manacle released, and my right arm dropped. Weak, but free. I nearly sobbed in relief. My ankles, those shackles had no locks, only heavy clasps. I tore at them, ignoring the searing burn of silver on my skin. The metal singed and smoked, but adrenaline bore me up through the pain. With inhuman strength, I wrenched the fetters apart, freeing my legs. I was loose, just in time. The werewolf and necromancer were a tangle of limbs and fury. The beast had swiped the dagger away and pinned the mage down, slavering jaws snapping inches from the Nord's face. The necromancer had managed to wedge his staff between them, holding the werewolf's throat at bay while he spat incantations. Shadowy spikes materialized and drove into the werewolf's torso. The creature yelped, momentarily stunned, as dark magic sapped his strength. Snarling, the necromancer threw out his hand, and a pulse of necrotic energy blasted the werewolf off him. The great black form went skidding across the stones, crashing into a Dwemer pillar with a pained whine. The mage staggered to his feet, bleeding from deep claw wounds, and hurled a firebolt at his foe. An orange explosion lit the cavern in flames, engulfing the werewolf's side, and the beast howled in agony, rolling to extinguish the fire, the acrid smell of burnt fur billowing through. For me, it was now or never. With a feral hiss, I sprinted forward, closing the distance in a blink of an eye. The necromancer whirled, just as I reached him. I raked my clawed nails across his face, drawing 4 bloody lines, and a scream echoed out from his throat. He struck back with his staff, the bone head sweeping toward my temple. I ducked under the swing with preternatural grace. All my pain, all my fear had transmuted into predatory focus. This mortal fool thought to sacrifice me, to use me. He had no idea the kind of death that he had courted. I drove my fist into his gut, knocking the wind from him, then followed with an elbow across his jaw. I heard some bones crunch. The necromancer reeled, spitting out blood, and I swore I saw a few teeth. There I pounced, fangs aiming for his exposed neck. I would drink him dry, drain his life into mine. But he recovered, with uncanny tenacity, a burst of magic throwing me back before I could sink my teeth in. I slid across the ground, righting myself near the pile of our confiscated gear. My hands landed upon cold steel. It was my dagger. Swift as thought, I snatched up my blade and flung it. The throwing dagger whirled end over end and buried itself hilt deep into the necromancer's thigh. He shrieked, collapsing to one knee. Before he could pull it out, a massive dark shape loomed up behind him. The werewolf, smoking and enraged, had recovered from the mage's blast. With a snarl, the beast lunged and sunk its jaws into the necromancer's staff arm. The crunch of bone was loud, but not as loud as the scream. With one violent shake of his great head, the werewolf ripped the arm clean off the necromancer's body, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. The staff and severed limb clattered to the floor. The necromancer's eyes went wide in shock as he stared at the stump where his limb had once been. He opened his mouth, perhaps to beg, perhaps to curse, but no sound emerged but a wet death rattle. The werewolf was then upon him without mercy. I turned away as the beast tore out the necromancer's throat in a single horrific bite. And then the gurgling ceased. But the werewolf, he was not satisfied. Years of instinctual hatred, pain, and fury unleashed in that single moment. He raked the corpse with claws, rending flesh from bone. The necromancer's body was mangled and torn in seconds, indistinguishable from what it had once been. The savage snarling gradually subsided into a heavy panting, and it was all over. Silence fell, broken only by the dip of blood from the remains of a crackling few fires burning on scattered tapestries. I realized I was breathing quite hard, more from adrenaline than necessity. My entire body trembled with the aftershock of combat and near death. Across the chamber, the werewolf stood over what was left of our captor, chest heaving, black fur matted with gore. He threw back his head and released a long, echoing howl, a victor's cry that resonated through the cavern. The sound swiftly faded into the endless depths of Black Reach. For a moment, I simply watched him, my broken dagger still clutched in one hand. My savagery was pale in comparison to that. I'd never seen anything like it. I'd seen werewolves in battle before, but never side by side with one, and never like this. He had been magnificent, in a terrifying way, and now I was alone in the chamber with him, both of us covered in blood. The great wolf's glowing eyes then shifted to me. An icy prickle ran up my spine as we regarded each other in the pale moonbeam shining down from the focusing crystal above. My rational mind knew that the man inside that beast had cause to hate me just as much as he'd hated our captor. Werewolves and vampires, they don't often shake hands and go separate ways. Under Hircine's curse, the beast might still thirst for blood. My blood. Now that that immediate threat was all gone, perhaps I was next. Cautiously, I took a step back, raising my empty hand. I was injured and unarmed. If he attacked, I would not last long. The werewolf huffed, stepping over the necromancer's shredded remains toward me, each heavy footfall splashed in blood. He was a nightmare of shadow and fang, silhouetted in that pillar of moonlight. I tensed up, baring my fangs reflexively, though I had little fight left to back it up. The werewolf sniffed the air between us. A deep growl rumbled in his chest. I realized I was still holding my shattered shackles like makeshift flails, so I let them drop with a clatter, doing my best to appear non-threatening. My undead heart would have been hammering. Instead, it was a cold dread coiled inside of me. Would our alliance of necessity end here in one final battle between natural, eternal enemies? The beast lowered its massive head until its snout was inches from my face. Hot breath, reeking of blood and carrion, blasted over me. I grimaced, but I held my ground, refusing to cower. His luminous eyes bore into mine. I stared back, forcing myself not to blink. Slowly, the werewolf extended his neck. But then, he did something unexpected. He pressed his wet nose to my cheek, inhaling deeply. I stood, stock still. Was he scent marking me? Testing if I was prey? The creature snorted, then gave a single, rough swipe of his tongue against the side of my face, lapping away a streak of blood that was not mine. I flinched at the unexpected gesture. He drew back and made a chuffing sound, almost like a canine satisfaction, and in that moment, peering past the feral mask, I fancied I saw a glint of the Nordman's own wry humor in those wolfish eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You taste horrible, but at least you're alive." I huffed a breathless laugh before I could stop myself. Oh, what a sight we must have been, both battered, burned, and bathed in blood, standing in the middle of a Dwemer ruin, far beneath the world. The werewolf's ears twitched at the sound of my laugh. He stepped back, and an odd calm settled over his posture. And then his form began to shudder and twist. With sickening pops and crackles, the hulking silhouette shrank, folding in on oneself. Black fur receded, claws shortened, muzzle contracting back into a more recognizable human face. In moments, the werewolf was gone, and the Nord staggered on 2 human legs, naked and gasping. The transformation back to a human, it's never a gentle process, at least from what I understand. He clutched his side where a cluster of ragged punctures from the shadow spell still oozed. A motley burn marred one shoulder. Yet, like me, he was alive. I moved without thinking, shrugging off my tattered cloak and stepping forward to drape it around the man's shoulders. He gave a start at my approach, reflectively baring teeth that were now merely human in form. But then, thinking better of it, he accepted the cloak, pulling it around his bruised body. We stood close, both swaying at our feet. But what was there to say? His eyes wandered the chamber, taking in the destruction, the extinguished ritual circle, the scattered remnants of the necromancer's body. And finally, his gaze settled on me. There was a flicker of uncertainty in those eyes now, unmasked by fury or moonlight. He looked younger than I'd thought, and very human. The tension between us was thick, sure, born by centuries of enmity between our kinds, but there was something else that laid between us. A shared experience. Mutual survival. I offered the barest hint of a smile. "It appears," I rasped, throat raw, "we cheated him of his grand plan." The Nord huffed, a weary half-laugh. "It seems so." His voice was hoarse and deep, and he studied me wearily. "Are you going to survive?" I realized I must have looked half a corpse. Well, more of a corpse than usual. My clothes were charred and torn, skin blistered from lightning and fire, one arm hanging limp and broken at my side. But I could feel my vampiric healing already knitting away the worst of the damage. I nodded slowly. "I'll heal, given time." "And you?" "That was quite the display." He grimaced, one corner of his mouth quirking. "I'll live. Hurts like oblivion, but, well, I'll live. You fought well, too. For a leech, that is." A startled chuckle escaped me, somewhat more genuine this time. The hint of dry humor in his tone was unexpected. "And you fought well, too, for a dog," I replied, arching a brow. He barked out a short laugh, which quickly turned into a wince as the motion pained in his ribs. Silence fell again, but less tense now, replaced by an odd camaraderie. We had just been through something that few could comprehend. The fact that one of us had fur and the other was a blood drinker seemed almost incidental in the aftermath. But still, the old instincts, they die hard. His expression hardened slightly as he pulled the cloak tighter around himself. "This does not change what we are," he said quietly. "Come dawn, vampire, we're still enemies by nature." I nodded, finding my gaze drawn to the floor. It was true. By laws of both of our kinds, we should be currently trying to kill each other. But as I looked at him, this battered Nord, who had bled and nearly died beside me, I didn't feel any hatred. If anything, I felt kinship. Two toys of the Daedric gods. We'd saved each other's lives tonight. That's a bond not easily severed by old prejudice. "No," I agreed softly. "It doesn't change what we are. But perhaps it changes what we think of each other. I can't imagine ever calling a werewolf a friend. But you have my thanks, and my respect." He met my eyes, and after a moment's hesitation gave a slow nod. "You have mine as well." There was almost a hint of amusement in how he said the words. He took a deep breath, wincing again at his bruises, and glanced toward the tunnel leading out of the chamber. "We should get out of this pit, vampire." I limped to where the necromancer's scattered belongings lay, retrieving what remained of my gear. My coin purse was still miraculously intact, a small comfort, and I found my spare travel tunic, which I quickly donned to replace my ruined shirt. The Nord found his trousers, torn, but usable, and boots along with a battered iron sword that had belonged to one of the necromancer's earlier victims. I saw an unspoken question in his face. Do I need this? Just in case. I pretended not to notice. I turned away, fastening my belt. The beam of moonlight from above had shifted, already fading as the cosmic timing of the ritual passed. In the dim glow of the fungi and crystals, we stood near the cavern's exit tunnel. The Nord's features were set in a neutral, tired mask. I'm sure mine looked much the same. "Well, until next time." "If there is a next time," the werewolf said quietly. He stretched out my hand, and we shook hands once. It wasn't exactly a friendly salutation, but it was better than the alternative. Just an acknowledgement. As I released his hand, I replied back to him. "Pray that in the future our paths do not cross under worse circumstances. Farewell, and good hunting." A ghost of a smile touched his lips at that. He pulled the cloak I had lent to him tighter, and then turned, trudging up the sloping tunnel toward one of Blackreach's giant lifts that would return him to the surface world. I watched until his silhouette melted into the dark, and for a moment I was there, alone in that cavern, surrounded by quiet and the glowing mushrooms swaying softly in the air. Who would believe such a tale? A vampire and a werewolf working in tandem, even saving each other. Even in all my hundreds of years, I thought such a thing to be impossible. And yet, under that pale moonlight, in the depths of Black Reach. It happened. He and I shed blood together, and not by each other's hand. Maybe there's a lesson in that, but that's a contemplation for another time. And so ends this night of blood and moonlight, a night I shall not soon forget. I emerged from that darkness a little wiser, my thirst for vengeance slacked, and my life unexpectedly spared by a cursed adversary. The great cavern of Black Reach keeps our secret, witnessed only by silent, glowing crystals and the ghosts of the Dwemer shadows. Come dawn, the world will know nothing of what transpired here. But I know. He knows. Under the earth and the moon, the vampire and the werewolf, who survived. And in that shared victory, however fleeting, the spark of mutual honor binds that night to our memory. I cannot close my eyes at night without hearing the clank of those chains echoing through my memory. Even now, as I recount what happened, the phantom ache around my wrist flares up, and my stomach begins to twist. It's one thing to offer mercy, but another to find yourself praying for the same favor from people you'd never have dreamed of helping. That was the lesson I learned in an old half-collapsed fort, high in the frozen mountains of Skyrim. I was traveling from Riften, a priest of Mara, armed only with my faith and half a dozen healing potions. The temple had sent me to visit a farmstead near the Traitor River, where a wretched sickness plagued a family of 4. With each step, pine needles crunched underfoot in the rift's amber forests, and the air carried a wintry chill. Dawn had barely broken when I left Riften. I hoped to reach the farm by dusk. Traveling alone, it rarely bothered me. I'd walked these roads so often, offering blessings, patching wounds, and of course, preaching mercy. That fear hardly ever took root. Once, a black wolf I encountered set me onto some caution. From then on, I kept my walking staff in hand, and of course the other eye on the tree line, just in case. Perhaps after a while I grew a little too relaxed. Only a few miles beyond Riften's gates, I spotted a figure limping along the road up ahead, huddled in a ragged cloak. Concern eclipsed my caution. I hurried forward, calling, "Hold! Are you hurt? I can help you. I'm a priest." No sooner had I closed the distance than the figure spun with uncanny speed, a blur of motion, a whistle of air, and something hard struck the side of my skull. And before I knew it, I was crumpled up on the road. My staff clattered away, a burst of pain radiating behind my eyes, followed by a rush of panic. And then a second figure emerged from the nearby brush. An orc. I realized it dimly, broad-shouldered and sneering. "Get him tied," the orc growled to the cloaked figure, who to my shock was a woman, with lean, ropey arms and a wild glint in her eyes. I tried to raise a hand in self-defense, but my vision swam. Ropes bound my wrist before I could summon a warding spell. They were quick. This wasn't their first time. And I was the fool who'd walk straight into their trap. "Don't kill him," came another voice from somewhere to my left. "Priest, right? Yes, look, there's the amulet. He's the one we need." I blinked against the dark spots dancing across my vision. "Need? Me?" I managed, voice weak. My skull was throbbing, and I could taste blood. They paid no heed. A sack went over my head, and the world turned to blackness. Moments later, rough hands seized my ankles and dragged me off the road. I heard the heavy shuffle of boots, the jingle of gear, a low curse as one of them tripped over a stone. My heart hammered in my chest now, and I prayed to Mara for deliverance. But no miracle arrived. And this is how my journey began, with a blow to the head, and my life turned upside down. I drifted in and out of consciousness during the trek. The next thing I recall was the sting of freezing wind and a snow-crusted path beneath me, followed by the jostle of being carried on someone's back. My mouth was dry, lips chapped. The ropes around my wrists had chuffed my skin red raw. Twice I tried to speak, but a threatening look from the orc silenced me. When the sack was finally wrenched away, I found myself in the dank depths of a decrepit stone fort. Dim firelight flickering on those damp walls scrolled with old graffiti. No doubt the relic of a long-departed legion or bandit group. The new bandits had thrown me into this cramped cell, tethering the rope at my wrists to an iron ring on the floor. 4 or 5 of them stood around, weapons glinting. I recognized the orc from earlier, his menacing tusks turned up in perpetual sneer. But there was one of them that loomed larger than the rest. A Nord, scowling in the smoky torchlight, with a streak of blood running down his sleeve. He clutched his side, hunched slightly. "Damn arrow," he gritted, voice filled with pain. "I need that priest." A second figure, another Nord, stocky with a scruffy beard, quickly knelt beside me and barked, "Heal him, priest, or we'll make you wish that we left you for the wolves." Fear fluttered in my throat, but I mustered the calm voice I used when treating the wounded in Riften. "I am a servant of Mara. I'll do what I can. But release my hands. I can't cast a healing spell when I'm tied up." He sneered. "Not likely. You can heal him with your bound hands or not at all." They hauled me over to where the injured man slumped against a shattered barrel. The arrow was gone, but the wound still oozed out blood. My own wrists were tender, half numb from constriction, but I didn't have a choice. I prayed under my breath, summoning the faint golden radiance of my restoration magic. The bandits watched on, suspicious and fascinated all at once, as the glow spread from my palms to their comrades' torn flesh. I did what I could, with minimal freedom of movement. The man's labored breathing eased. The bleeding slowed. My vision dimmed from the strain, yet I pressed on. Finally, exhaustion demanded that I stop. "He'll live," I managed, my voice thick from fatigue. "But he needs rest. And water. Clean water. Not ale. And maybe potions if you have them." The orc grunted. "You did your job. Put him back." They dragged me back to the cell, retying me to the iron ring so I couldn't move more than a few feet. My head pounded from the earlier blow, and my magicka reserves were nearly spent. Gritting my teeth, I slumped against the stone wall. Already the bandits' voices rose in heated debate beyond the cell door. I caught snippets of it. Something about the chief, something about splitting the loot. But then, a few references to not letting the priest go. Oh, that was the worst of it. The fear gnawed at me. They clearly wanted me alive. At least, until this injured man was out of danger. But after that, who knew? I found myself remembering a teaching in the temple. In any darkness, carry the light of compassion. It all sounds good in theory, showing kindness to all. But bandits. Maybe this is different. I didn't know yet. In practice, though, these cutthroats would kill me if I wasn't useful, and there's not much compassion to show to that. But then again, compassion alone might be enough to save me. Or not. But I wondered if I could wield empathy and gentle words as a weapon. Perhaps I could appeal to the human side of these bandits. More than one wounded mind had turned from anger once it felt a spark of concern. But I did not have the luxury of time. I had to move quickly. One misstep could end with a blade across my throat. "Mara, help me." I thought the words, wrapping my arms around myself in that damp cold. They woke me at dawn. Two bandits that I had not seen the night before shoved moldy bread and watered-down mead into my hands. "Eat it," one ordered curtly. "Then come and heal our chief. His fever is spiking." I took the food with trembling hands. My wrists ached, bruised from the rope. At least they'd allow me to keep my amulet of Mara. That's something. Under normal circumstance, though, I'd have prayed with it each morning in the temple. But now it felt like an anchor in the storm. With a dagger at my back, they marched me down a corridor into a large hall. Half of its roof caved in. Early sunlight glared through the gaping hole, illuminating rickety scaffolding and broken rafters. This must have been the fort's main gathering area, now doubling as the bandits' living space. Scattered bedrolls, crates, and sacks forming a makeshift encampment. The typical bandit scene. My captor's chief lay on a table in the center, blankets piled around him, torso bandaged with stained rags. He was a tall Nord, with knotted muscles on his arms, matted blonde hair, and a band of stubble around his jaw. As I approached, he let out a hoarse groan. Beside him stood the scruffy bearded Nord from yesterday, apparently second in command, and a pale Redguard whose left cheek bore a long scar. The Redguard twirled a dagger between nervous fingers, eyes darting to me as if expecting me to run or fight. The second in command stepped forward. "The name's Rorik," he said, jerking his thumb at the wounded man. "And this is Halvar, our chief. He's in rough shape, so don't you try anything. If he dies, you die." I nodded. "Understood, Rorik." From my peripheral vision I saw two more shapes lurking. One was the orc, arms folded, glaring. The other, the woman from the road, stood near the wall, arms crossed over her leather cuirass. A sharp gaze flickered between me and Halvar. Carefully, I unwrapped the old bandages around Halvar's abdomen. The arrow wound had turned an angry red, and his forehead burned with a feverish heat. "He's infected," I murmured, grimacing. "I need hot water, some cloth, and a chance to cast again." Rorik barked at the Redguard and the woman. "Nadira, Alfin, fetch what he wants. Go." They hurried off to obey. Meanwhile, the orc hovered around, looking bored. I noted that each bandit wore a patchwork of armor and carried different weapons. This was no disciplined force, but their intensity was palpable. I recalled hearing rumors of a particularly brutal gang in the Eastern Rift. Oh, divines, maybe this was them. Halvar stirred, half awake. His fevered eyes flicked to me. "Priest," he rasped, voice thick with phlegm. "Save me, or I'll haunt you in Sovngarde." I forced a weak smile, though the threat unsettled me. "Just hold on," I said, channeling a soft golden healing spell on his wound. Sweat glistened on his brow, but the infection resisted my magic. If I had potions or a proper cure disease scroll, it might have been a bit easier. But still, I managed to stem the worst of the swelling. By the time Nadira and Alfin returned with hot water, I'd stabilized him enough that he no longer moaned every breath. For the next hour I bathed the wound, pressed the fever with damp cloths, and poured every bit of restoration magic I could. The bandits kept a close watch, though some drifted away once it seemed I was cooperating. Rorik and the orc stayed. Nadira, the dark-haired woman, hovered a few feet away, studying me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Finally, Halvar fell into a fitful but deeper sleep, and I noticed that gradually a little bit of color had returned to his face. My arms trembled from magical exertion. Rorik grunted approval and turned to the orc. "See, he'll pull through. No thanks to your bungled ambush last night, Grom." Grom bared his tusks, eyes narrowing. "Least I had the brains to bring the priest. You wanted to risk a city clinic. That would have been a death sentence." I interjected softly. "You're both very welcome," voice dripping with sarcasm before I could restrain myself. I shouldn't have said that. I regretted it immediately. Rorik wheeled around, face twisted with anger, and grabbed my robe's collar. "You want to mouth off, holy man," he growled, yanking me forward. "I can always find another priest to fix Halvar's wounds. Maybe drive you to it with a hot poker." I raised both hands, palms open. "I'm only tired. I meant no disrespect." Rorik stared into my eyes, face inches from mine. Oh, divines, how he reeked of sweat, stale beer, and pent-up rage. Slowly he released me. "Put him away," Rorik barked at the woman. "And keep an eye out. If Halvar worsens, we'll drag the priest back out by the throat." She nodded, lips set in a thin line. Gently she jerked her head for me to follow, though she seemed slightly less hostile than Rorik. Together we headed down a side passage toward my cell. A battered door loomed ahead, bound in rusted iron. Just outside, Indira paused, glancing down the hall to ensure no one was near. I expected her to shove me inside, but she held my arm and lowered her voice. "You're no friend of ours, priest, remember that. But what Rorik says is true. If Halvar dies, you die. If you think you can really save him, then do it quick. Rorik's itching to move on. And Grom, he'll kill you if he gets a little bored." I studied her closely, searching for any flicker of compassion. "Why do you care?" Her brows furrowed. "I'm no saint, but Halvar kept me alive when the Empire nearly caught us in Eastmarch. I won't watch him die now." She shoved me lightly. "Get inside," and I stumbled into the cell. The door slammed behind me, leaving me there alone with my thoughts and a single flickering torch on the wall. Outside, the wind moaned through the cracks in the ancient stone. My stomach churned with dread. This Nadira showed concern for Halvar's life, but not necessarily for mine. Still, I sensed a fracture within this bandit group, power struggles simmering beneath the surface. Halvar's injury and my forced captivity had made everything precariously unbalanced. Exhausted, I sank onto the cold floor, leaning against the wall. The rope still dangled from my wrists, but the bandits hadn't retied me to the ring. That's something, at least. Perhaps they were confident that I couldn't escape. That's when my thoughts drifted to the Temple of Mara in Riften. The calm chanting of the dawn prayers. The warm glow of the shrine. Oh, what a world away it felt now. I'd do anything to be back there. Though fear weighed heavily, an idea began forming in my mind. I recalled the jostling arguments I'd overheard about loot, leadership, and the next steps. This was a group whose loyalty to each other was brittle, loosely built on money and intimidation, not genuine camaraderie. In such a fragile dynamic, a few subtle words might tip them into a deeper mistrust. And if they turned on each other, perhaps I could slip away in the chaos. But the moral cost. Mara teaches compassion. Would it be right to deliberately sow conflict, potentially leading to bloodshed? I pressed my eyes shut. I had no illusions about these outlaws or their mercy. My survival hinged on Halvar's life, and if Halvar recovered enough to talk, maybe he'd keep me alive. Or maybe not. Could I gamble everything on the graciousness of a bandit chief? One step at a time, that's what I told myself. I'd keep him stable, keep Rorik and Grom from deciding I was obsolete. And if I saw a chance to nudge their paranoia, Mara, forgive me, I'd do it. Better that they fight among themselves than cut my throat once my healing skills were no longer needed. I leaned my head against the stone and sighed, waiting for the next summons. But this time it was not the next dawn, Days blurred together in that fort. Each morning I was dragged from my cell to tend to Halvar. Each evening they hurled me back inside, often with my hands and ankles tied to be sure I wouldn't wander. Halvar's fever rose and fell unpredictably, but my restoration spells and repeated bandaging slowly coaxed him from the brink. And as he improved, the tension around me only soared. Rorik grew impatient to move on. Grom watched me with bloodthirsty eyes, ready to pounce at any sign of weakness. Alfin, the younger Nord, he generally avoided my gaze. He seemed uneasy with the cruelty. And Nadira hovered near Halvar or patrolled the walls. Of them all, she was the only one who seemed quietly relieved by Halvar's steady recovery. I began planting seeds of doubt, whenever possible, in small and subtle ways. When Grom grumbled that he, quote, should just crush the priest's skull, I feigned a wince and murmured. Rorik told me that he'd handle my fate personally. He wants me alive for some reason. Grom snorted, but a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. To Nadira I whispered my concern that Rorik was already dividing shares of loot, with no mention of Halvar or how it would be split if the chief recovered. She clenched her jaw, annoyance flaring. And to Alfin, I asked why Grom hated me so much. He muttered something about your ransom being worthless if Halvar died, Alfin admitted. He told me that Grom wanted me gone, but maybe Rorik had other intentions. I responded with a thoughtful, like I knew secrets that I couldn't share. A few words here, a half-truth there. I never lied outright. I only repeated little morsels that they'd revealed and let them form their own conclusions. Paranoia tends to do that for most people. If pressed, I feigned ignorance. Little by little the undercurrents of mistrust grew. When Halvar briefly woke and asked me for water, Rorik scowled, as if he preferred the chief remain unconscious. Nadira noticed that. Grom noticed Nadira's scowl. Alfin, stuck in the middle, tried not to pick sides, but ended up exasperating them all by dithering. I watched it unfold like a stage play, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth. My sense of guilt rose with each day. I was a priest, not a schemer. But if it meant saving my life, I would see this den of violence undone by its own doing. I only prayed Mara would forgive me. Halvar's bandages, they needed changing often. The arrow had shredded through muscle, and it left him quite fragile. One morning, as I lifted a linen wrap from his abdomen, he opened his eyes and grabbed my wrist. "You," he hissed, sweat beading on his eyebrow. "You're the one healing me. You're that priest we kidnapped." I exhaled shakily. "Yes, I've been treating your wound." His grip tightened. Behind that fevered stare was a fierce intelligence. "Why? You gain nothing but more time alive, right?" I swallowed. My faith commands me to heal those in need, even if you're my captor. He watched me a long moment, then let go, exhausted. I remember the ambush, the arrow. We needed a healer. He tried to laugh, but it turned into a ragged cough. You must hate us bandits. I said softly to him, I do not like what you do, but you are not beyond redemption. That was both truth and a gamble, perhaps sowing a seed of hope the chief might tilt in my favor. Alvar closed his eyes. You're a fool, priest. And then he drifted into sleep. My opportunity to escape finally arrived the following evening. Snow battered the fort's roof, and the chill seeped into every stone. Rorik and Grom had been arguing all day about leaving. Corian, the Red Guard I'd seen occasionally, joined them with talk of heading west. Nadira insisted it was too soon for Alvar to travel. Alfin had tried to intervene, making suggestions about smaller raids, but they shut him down. It was as if the entire structure was trembling under the weight of strife. I was in the main hall, kneeling next to Halvar, carefully checking the stitches around his arrow wound. He was awake now, weak but lucid. Propped on a pillow, Nadira stood watch over us. Rorik loomed by the table, eyes flicking between Halvar and me. Grom was pacing a few steps away. Tension crackled in the air like static before a thunderstorm. Suddenly, Corian burst in. We've got trouble, he said, voice tight. A traveler glimpsed our camp from the pass. Could be trouble if they told the guards. That's it, Rorik snarled. We're done waiting, we leave tonight. Grab the loot, gather the horses, move. Nadira's face went white. Halvar can't ride yet. Rorik advanced on her. He'll have to, unless you want to drag him on a sled like a dog. Halvar let out a painted breath. I'm not traveling anywhere tonight. I can hardly stand. If you drag me, I'll bleed out. Rorik sneered, glancing between Halvar and me. His hand hovered near the hilt of a short sword. Then we need a different solution. Maybe we lighten our load. I caught the meaning instantly. No, I stood, body tense. He needs rest. You kill him and you kill any chance Rorik whirled on me. Shut your mouth. No one asked your damned opinion. He glanced at Grom. Besides, I'm tired of babysitting this damn priest. If Halvar's not coming, then he's worthless. And so are you. Nadira moved closer to Halvar. Protective. Brave, but outnumbered. Corian and Alfin lingered near the door, uncertain. Halvar's eyes were glassy, but I saw fear beneath his anger. Oh, Mara, help us all, I thought. The fuse was finally lit. I took a breath, forcing calm. Rorik, I said quietly, killing him's a terrible idea. The rest of your band, do they agree that you're in charge now? That you can just get rid of Halvar? I left the question hang. Grom snorted, but Corian shifted uncomfortably. Rorik spat. I'm giving the orders because someone has to. Don't think you can pit us against each other, priest. Am I? I made a show of looking around. Nadira, you followed Halvar for years, right? Alvin, you told me Halvar once saved your life in the Jarrals. And Grom, do you trust Rorik to lead if Halvar's dead? Or does your next fight matter more? It was a bold provocation. I half expected a sword to immediately run across my throat. But this was the final push. They'd either kill me for my insolence, or their simmering resentment would explode among themselves. Nadira's nostrils flared. Rorik, we all swore to stand by Halvar's leadership, but you'd knife him for your own ends. Alfin raised his crossbow slightly, eyes flickering between Rorik and Grom. I won't stand aside if you hurt him, he muttered. The boy trembled. He'd likely never openly defied Rorik before. Grom grabbed his axe from the table. You all talk too much. If Halvar can't lead, we need a new chief. Enough of this whining. Corian's hand drifted to his sword. Rorik bristled, face twisted with rage, glaring at me as if I'd summoned the chaos from thin air. This is all on you, priest. You planned this whole thing, didn't you? Always whispering, always meddling. You bastard. I swallowed. The bandits' fragile unity shattered, and in seconds, weapons flashed. Corian lunged at Grom, steel scraping. Alfin backed away, crossbow half raised, torn between sides. Nadira crouched by Halvar, uncertain, but protective. Rorik advanced upon me with a snarl. You worthless conjurer of illusions, he spat. You think your honeyed words will save you now? You're going to die. He lunged. I sprang backwards, just avoiding his blade. My bound wrists hampering me. Strength born of terror propelled me. I don't want this, I cried, sidestepping. But Rorik's fury was unstoppable. He aimed a savage slash at my chest. I raised my wrists to block, and the rope binding them was severed by the strike. Mara's luck, it must have been. Pain bit my forearm, blood welling. I stumbled, but now my hands, they were free. A crash behind me. Corian slammed Grom into a table, sending dishes clattering. Alfin screamed something incoherent, firing his crossbow off. An arrow whizzed by me, burying in a wooden beam. Nadira pressed a rag against Halvar's side, trying to keep him from moving. Everyone was in motion. Everywhere was chaos, violence filling the hall with clangs and echoes. Rorik slashed again. I ducked. I felt the air hiss above my head. He was taller, stronger and skilled. If he landed a blow, I was done for. My only hope was to dart away, maybe slip out a corridor in the chaos. If I could just get to the courtyard and vanish. He swung wide, and I leapt behind a shattered pillar. Get back here and die like a man, Rorik roared, face contorted. I will feed your heart to the crows. I had no illusions that reason would calm him now. Heart hammering, I rushed along the hall's perimeter toward the door leading outside. I glimpsed Corian on the ground, pinned by Grom, fists flying. Alfin was fumbling to reload. Nadira raised a borrowed bow, fired at Grom, and turned to shout after me. Go, priest, run! I yanked the door open, stumbling into the courtyard. Night was falling, wind howling across the crumbling battlements. I heard Rorik's pounding footsteps behind me. The courtyard was enclosed by high walls topped with broken crenellations. An old well sat in the center, and a half-collapsed tower rose to the left. Nowhere to hide. My breath came in ragged gasps, and Rorik emerged then, eyes wild, brandishing his sword. End of the line, he growled. Your thrice-damned goddess cannot save you now. I staggered backwards, hands raised. Blood trickled down my arm, where his blade had nicked me. Snow crunched underfoot, and I realized the stones here were slick with ice. You don't have to do this, I pleaded, voice shaking. Halvar could recover. You can still... But he cut me off, and he charged. I twisted aside, slipping on the icy ground. He nearly fell, but recovered with lethal speed, plunging the sword toward my chest. Time slowed. I threw myself down. The blade's tip pierced my robe, but missed my heart, scraping my rib instead. Ah, the pain. A white-hot sensation through my side. I screamed out, vision flashing. Summoning all my will, I pressed a trembling hand to my wound, chanting a healing incantation. The golden glow flickered feebly. My magicka was drained from days of forced healing, but I staunched enough blood to keep upright. Rorik stepped closer. "Any last prayers, priest?" he spat. But then a voice cut through the night. "Rorik, lower your blade." We both turned, and Halvar stood in the archway to the hall, leaning heavily on Nadira. The bandage over his chest was now soaked with fresh blood, but he held a sword in his free hand, his face twisted with pain, yet his eyes burned with resolve. Rorik barked a disbelieving laugh. "You can barely stand, old friend. What are you doing?" Halvar coughed. "Maybe so, but I'm still the leader here, and I can still issue orders. Let him go." For a moment, Rorik looked like a cornered animal. He turned us on each other. That bastard, he sowed discord. Halvar snapped. "He saved my life. He's the only reason I'm still breathing." He steadied himself as Nadira tried to pull him back. "If you kill him, you betray me." Rorik's grip on his sword handle tightened. I prayed silently. My body throbbed with agony. Rorik shifted his stance. This was the moment. Would he stand down? Or would he complete the betrayal? A strangled cry tore from his throat. He whirled and hurled the sword into the snow, cursing violently. Halvar sagged in relief, eyes closing as Nadira half-carried him. Rorik turned his back to me, hands flexing into fists. Tension radiated from every muscle, but he didn't strike. Halvar locked eyes with me, chest heaving. "Go," he rasped. "Take that path behind the tower. It leads down the slope." He grimaced as pain racked his body. "You risked yourself for me, more times than I deserved. Leave while you can." I was too stunned to speak. My side burned. The swirling wind whipped at my torn robe. Rorik stood a few paces away, shoulders trembling with rage, but silent. Nadira watched me with something like an apology in her eyes. "Go," she repeated. "Just go." I clutched my wound, turning toward the tower's base. A broken stairway led onto a narrow mountain trail. As I stumbled away, Alfin emerged from the hall, crossbow in hand, gaze flicking between me, Rorik, and Halvar. He made no move to stop me, though shock was etched on his face. The last sight I caught was Corian, leaning against a door frame with a bloody bandage around his arm, watching me limp into the biting wind. The trail was treacherous, winding along a cliff-side track with fresh snow. The winter sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a bruised purple, and my breath rasped. Each step a wave of agony in my side. I couldn't risk lighting a torch. Bandits might still pursue me. I had to keep going, focusing one foot in front of the other. About halfway down, I collapsed beside a rock outcropping, chest shuddering. My hand shook, the chill creeping through my ragged robe. Tucked beneath it was my amulet of Mara, the cord sticky with half-dried blood. Exhaustion and pain battered me like a heavy tide. I whispered a prayer, not sure if it was thanks or a plea for help. For a moment I allowed myself to reflect on what had happened. My gentle manipulations had triggered a lethal powder keg. The fortress behind me was likely in chaos. Even if Halvar retained control, the gang was fractured. People had died or suffered injuries because of the seeds that I had planted. Maybe they would have turned on each other eventually. I don't know. But I helped push them to it. But I felt no triumph, only regret. Perhaps a little relief that I'd survived at all. But that survival came with a cost. The memory of Rorik's mad eyes haunted me. If Halvar and Nadira hadn't intervened, I'd be a bloodied corpse in the snow. Despite everything, Halvar, an outlaw, a bandit chief, he'd shown me mercy at the end. Perhaps there was some spark of humanity in him, enough to spare a priest who saved his life. Or maybe that spark would grow. Or perhaps I'm just too naive to think so. Eventually I forced myself up. The night sky glimmered with cold stars, and I saw a distant glow of a torchlit path below. Step by step, I pressed on. The cuts in my side throbbed. When I could no longer bear it, I cast a feeble healing spell, praying Mara would grant me enough strength to see it through. It must have been hours later when I stumbled on a half-frozen dirt road. My boots squelched in slush, and my breath came in ragged puffs. The silhouette of a small stable emerged, and then the faint lights of a homestead. Relief brought tears to my eyes. I practically fell against the door, gasping. A lantern flared from the farmhouse's porch, and a startled old man peered out. "By the divines," he exclaimed, seeing my condition. "What in oblivion happened to you?" I must have looked like a wraith. My robe torn and bloody, hair matted, face bruised. Panting, I managed. "Bandits." I escaped. "Please, I'm a priest of Mara, help me." Darkness then stole my vision, and I felt my knees buckle. I awoke the next morning, in a warm loft above that stable. Thick blankets draped over me. The old farmer and his wife had kindly offered me a bed, some hot food, and some gentle words. They were no strangers to bandit troubles. After all, we were still near the rift, and times were harsh. They said the storm had cleared in the night, and if I felt better I could head to the nearest town for further care. I spent the morning resting, letting them dress my wounds. The father asked if I wanted a guard to help me go after the bandits. I shook my head, heart heavy. No, they'll tear themselves apart soon enough. Really, I couldn't bear myself to call down more violence, though part of me knew that the bandits might keep raiding. Halvar might recover, or he might not. His fate was out of my hands now. It was midday when I finally limped out of the stable. The sun shone off the snowy fields, almost blinding. Everything felt surreal, as if I'd left a nightmare for a world that hadn't changed. But I had. Oh, I had changed. The old woman pressed a loaf of bread into my hands, pity in her eyes. My voice still trembled from the memory of that fort as I thanked her. And so I set out along the road, determined to reach Riften again, to return to the Temple of Mara. I wanted nothing more than to kneel in front of the altar and let warmth wash over me, to confess the dreadful part I'd played in fracturing that gang. I wanted to believe that Mara would forgive me, that in my desperation I hadn't strayed beyond redemption. Looking back, I see that I used empathy as a blade. I'd sown doubt and fear, forcing them to devour each other. I consoled myself with the thought that, had I done nothing, I'd be dead, and Alvar would likely be there with me. Oh, but the memory of Grom's roar, and the hate-filled eyes of Lorik, it still shakes me awake at night. Our natures are tested in the darkest corners of the world, and the old fort in the mountains, well, that was the darkest place that I'd ever known. But even so, I cling to the hope that some small spark of mercy took root. Alvar had shown me compassion at the final hour. Nadira and Alfin, for all their crimes, risked themselves to shield me. Perhaps they too learned something about compassion, and maybe it'll change their paths. But I can only guess at that. When I speak this tale aloud in the temple, some of my fellow priests look horrified. Others just react with sorrow. A few see the cunning in what I did and commend me for surviving. Yet I carry my own regrets. Did I break my vows by inciting violence? Or did I act accordingly to a desperate necessity, using my wits and words rather than surrendering to death? There's no easy answers, but all I know is I left a fort bruised, bloody but alive, no longer a prisoner, and in the hush of dawn, when I quiet my mind in prayer, I still hear the echo of those rattling chains. I remember how I used them to free myself, forging those shackles into something more powerful. A reminder that even among bandits, even in the heart of darkness, mercy can spark a change. Sometimes, that spark's enough to cleave the chains that bind us all. Think hard on it, friend. Good night. For 3 nights, nightmares plagued my rest. A woman's voice of chiming light, my patron lady of infinite energy, calls my name from beyond a veil of darkness. Meridia herself. She shows me a vision of a desecrated temple beneath Mount Gilcreath, now overrun by unspeakable darkness. A voice echoes, leaving me awake, heart pounding with terror. A darkness festers in my sacred halls. It must be purged. On the 3rd dawn, I could ignore the summons no longer. Meridia, she had chosen me as her instrument against this blight. I donned my armor, a gilded cuirass etched with the sunburst of Meridia's light over my heart, and fastened my traveller's cloak. At my side safely swung the holy sword, Dawnbreaker, its pommel stone shimmering with an inner glow at my touch. The sacred blade was Meridia's gift to her faithful champion, a weapon forged of dawn's fire to smite abominations of darkness. With a whispered prayer and resolve burning in my chest, I set out for Mount Kilgreath. My pilgrimage led me westward under chill winds. By the time I reached the foothills of Kilgreath on the following eve, the sun was low and bleeding red into the horizon. Dusk settled like a shroud as I climbed the ancient steps cut into the mountain's side towards the shrine. Above me rose the colossal statue of Meridia. Oh, how serene and proud against that darkening sky. Her stone arms reached up toward the heavens, holding aloft a great crystal orb. That's it, Meridia's beacon, which it now gleamed only faintly, its radiance dimmed by the evil below. A surge of sorrow and anger coursed through me at the sight, and I dropped to one knee before the statue to pray. I bowed my head. I pressed my palms together. Meridia, guide me. Let your holy light fill my heart and drive back this evil. I whispered the words reverent in the silence. A gentle warmth blossomed in my chest as an answer, a sign that my lady was listening. Rising with renewed conviction, I approached the ancient door at the base of the shrine. The heavy stone door stood slightly ajar, etched with faded, blessing runes. I slipped through, drawing Dawnbreaker from its scabbard. The blade's soft golden glow chased the shadows from the threshold, and with my heart alight in purpose, I stepped into that darkness beneath Meridia's temple. Inside, the air was thick with a cloying stench of decay. My light fell upon the stone walls, slick with moss and ancient filth. A long time ago, this had been a holy place. But now, the catacombs felt oppressively foul, a tomb of forsaken death. With each step, dust swirled and silence pressed in. Only dripping water and my own breath echoed, prickling on my skin, telling me that the undead were near. The glow of Dawnbreaker slowly pulsed, as if even the sword was hungry to scour that darkness. At the foot of the stairs, my boot slid on something slick. My stomach turned, and I realized the stones were coated in coagulated blood. The weak light of my sword fell upon a corpse, sprawled unnaturally across the threshold of a doorway ahead. I knelt down and beheld a gnawed man in battered armor, his lifeless eyes wide and a jagged bite wound opening his neck. I whispered the benediction for the fallen soul, and I closed his eyes. As I stood, my adjusted gaze revealed that he was indeed not alone. Corpses lay everywhere, in the antechamber and beyond, strewn like discarded dolls. Some wore imperial armor, others stormcloak colors, foes in life, now united in death. The skin was ashen, faces twisted in final terror. Many throats and wrists bore twin puncture marks, telltale signs of vampiric feasting, and anger swelled in me, hot and righteous. These men and women should have found peace in death. But no. Instead, their bodies were defiled, and their souls perhaps trapped in this unholy torment. In Meridia's name, you will be avenged. I made that solemn vow, softly to the dead, my words echoing off those stone vaults in that quiet dark. My vow had barely faded when I sensed movement behind a fallen pillar. A shadow detached itself from the darkness with inhuman speed. Divines, a vampire. It lunged into the edge of Dawnbreaker's light, fangs bared in a feral, vile, and disgusting hiss. It was a gaunt, pallid creature, clad in scraps of scavenged leather. Dried blood stained its claw-like hands, and its eyes glowed amber in the gloom. I had time only to raise my blade before the creature was upon me. Clawed hands raked at my cheeks, but I twisted aside. The creature's ferocity was astounding, stronger and faster than any mortal could ever be. It slammed into my armored shoulder, and I staggered back, boots skidding on that blood. Pain jolted through me, but I gritted my teeth, and I held firm. The vampire came on again, hissing through yellowed fangs as it swiped at my throat. This time, I was ready. I met its lunge with a sweeping slash of Dawnbreaker, the blade of holy fire, carving a bright arc through the darkness. When it bit into the vampire's side, the monster shrieked in pain, fresh sizzling where the enchanted blade had struck. I pressed the attack, shouting a prayer as I struck again and again. My sword cleaved clean through the vampire's neck in a flash of light. I caught the vampire's eyes, widening an instant before Meridia's purifying fire took hold. Light burst from its severed neck with a crack like thunder. A shrill, unearthly scream echoed out as the fiend's body disintegrated before me into ashes. But when I lowered my arm, nothing remained, save a heap of blackened ash and scorch mark on the stone. I stood panting in silence, heart hammering back and forth in my chest. "Thank you, Meridia," I breathed, a tremor of relief mingling with the adrenaline in my veins. One abomination was down, but more awaited in the darkness ahead. Already, faint hisses and guttural cries echoed from deeper within. There was no turning back now. Those in the dark, I knew they were there, and they knew I was here. I gripped Dawnbreaker tightly and forced myself onward into the darkness. I was the sword of Meridia, and I would cut down every last vampire in these profaned halls. Deeper into the catacomb I walked, toward whatever confrontation awaited, or whatever fate. The stairway led into a vast domed chamber, the heart of Meridia's temple. My light barely reached the distant edges. Pillars lined the central nave like a forest of stone, their tops lost in the darkness. At the far end, on a raised dais, I saw the altar of Meridia. The pedestal where her beacon once rested was knocked askew, smeared with filth and blood. The defilement made me grip my sword in fury. I advanced cautiously between the pillars, every sense alert. The stench of death was stronger here. Pools of congealed blood stained the floor like dark mirrors. My light cast long, jagged shadows across the walls. Suddenly, two vampires emerged from the shadows to bar my path. One a gaunt mage, already weaving his vile magic, the other a hulking Nord brandishing claws. I dodged a bolt of foul energy from the spellcaster, only to be slammed by the Nord's charge. We crashed into the ground in a tangled mess. I rolled aside as talons scrabbled for my throat. Summoning the light of Meridia, I unleashed a blinding flash from my sword that staggered both of the fiends back. Seizing that moment, I lunged and drove Dawnbreaker through the chest of the mage. He howled as holy fire consumed him, collapsing into ash. The remaining vampire roared in fury and pounced. His claw rent across my side, white-hot pain shooting through me as blood soaked through my armor. Gasping, I fell back with the fell Nord looming over me. At that last instant, I snatched up Dawnbreaker from where it had fallen and thrust upward. The blade pierced the vampire's heart. He froze, disbelief in his eyes, just before a surge of golden light burst from within him. I was flung to the stone floor by the force of the explosion, and when I rose, nothing remained but drifting ash. But then I noticed a deep cut burning in my side. I won't hide it from you. In that moment, doubt assailed me. Kneeling in the blood-streaked darkness, pain knifing through my body, I felt those icy fingers of death clawing at my heart. Oh, how my vision swam. The enormity of the task ahead loomed and was felt suddenly impossible. I was just one faithful soul against an endless night. What if I failed? What if my corpse joined the others, left to rot in this pit? And Meridia's beacon remained forever dim. Our frustration blurred my sight. I'd come so far, endured so much. Could I truly fail now? No. I clenched my jaw, forcing air into my burning lungs, and I thought of Meridia's voice in my dreams, of the innocent lives snuffed out by this evil. I thought of the light that had guided me here. I would not abandon my lady's cause, not while a breath remained in my body, not while blood was in my veins. Meridia, please, grant me your strength. I begged the words in a ragged whisper, pouring every shred of faith into the plea. And as if in answer, a miracle occurred. From high above, a beam of light broke through the oppressive dark, pale and silver, seeping through a cracked seam in the vaulted ceiling. The gentle ray fell directly upon the dais at the far end of the hall. I turned to see it illuminating the fallen beacon of Meridia atop the blood-stained altar. The crystal that had seemed lifeless moments ago now glinted with a faint golden light, pulsing like a tiny heartbeat. A soft warmth washed over the chamber. In that glow, the chill in my bones receded, and my wounds seemed to ache just a little less. I gazed in wonder and gratitude. Meridia had not forsaken me. Her light reached me, even here. With renewed resolve, I wiped the dampness from my eyes. I am not alone. My lady, she is with me. I reminded myself that the Lady of Light watches over all her servants. And with that resolve, my fingers curled back around Dawnbreaker's hilt with renewed vigor and purpose. The sword's aura flared a little brighter, as if answering Meridia's renewed presence, though blood still trickled beneath my armor. But I found my strength to stand. Beyond the altar, I now noticed a great door set into the wall. a pair of iron valves engraved with writhing serpents and Daedric symbols. Through its seams I felt a cold draught, faint whispers of movement. The heart of the infestation lay just beyond. I steeled myself and limped forward, each step more steady than the last. Whatever awaited me, whatever there was on the other side, be it 100 thralls or the lord of this nest himself, I would face it with Meridia's wrath burning in my soul. Resolute, I pressed my bloodied hand against the door and pushed, ready to bring dawn to the darkest evil. The iron doors groaned open, and I stepped into an inner sanctum reeking of death and ancient rot. Torchlight, actual flickering torchlight, and at the center stood a raised platform draped with tattered banners. There upon a grotesque stone throne, the mastermind of this nightmare, the vampire lord, watching me with predatory calm, a faint smile on his pallid patrician face. He was tall and gaunt, yet exuded an aura of terrible strength. His eyes glowed like hot coals in the dim light, and his skin was stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. He wore the remnants of finery, a long velvet coat, now frayed and dark with old bloodstains, and if he fancied himself a king, it was certainly a king in this charnel house. So, the little priest finally arrives. The vampire lord almost purred, voice echoing with a silky kind of malice. I commend your determination. My acolytes spoke of your ferocity. You've cut through my flock, haven't you? He gestured lazily toward the blood-spattered holes behind me. Such fire, all in the name of that wretched divine. I could feel my blood seeping under the armor and pooling in my boot, but I refused to show weakness. Raising Dawnbreaker, I leveled the shining blade toward his throne. This ends now, defiler, I declared, my voice steady in spite of the pain rippling through my body. You have desecrated a holy sanctum of Meridia, butchered the innocent, and profaned the light. For all those sins, I will end you. But then came his laughter. It was like glass grinding on stone. End me? Do you have any idea what I am? Rising from his throne, he moved with uncanny grace down the steps toward me. Your Meridia is no holy god, merely a presumptuous usurper playing with light. She doesn't truly care for you or this place. You are but a pawn in her game, to be discarded once you've served your purpose. He bared his teeth in the mockery of a smile. Tell me now, priest, what reward did she promise for your devotion? A place at your side? Eternal gratitude? He spat the last words with a venomous sarcasm, and I shot back. I seek no reward, voice ringing out. The glory of Meridia is reward enough. I have witnessed that radiance, a purity that you cannot famine. I will gladly give my life to see her will done. You monster. You'll never understand loyalty or light. The vampire lord's red eyes began to narrow, patience exhausted. So be it, he whispered, lips peeling back from elongated fangs. If you insist on throwing your life away for that false god. I'll snuff it out for you." He spread his arms wide, and a horrific transformation overtook him. With a crack of bone and a wet tearing sound, great black wings unfurled from his back. His face twisted into a bestial snout, and his noble facade had all but melted away, replaced by a hulking, bat-like abomination. He hovered above the ground, a fully realized vampire lord, a vision of nightmares. Torch flames guttered widely in the gust of his unfolding power. A tremor of fear coursed through me at the sight, but I steeled myself. Meridia's champion never cowers, and so with a cry I rushed forward, Dawnbreaker blazing proudly in my hand. The vampire struck first. A flick of his claws sent a crackling orb of darkness hurtling toward me. I raised my blade just in time. The orb shattered against Meridia's light in a spray of sickly shadow. The sheer force of it sent me stumbling back a few steps, my arms numb from the impact. Before I could recover, he was upon me. He jumped down from above in a blur of fury and claw. I gasped at his massive form colliding with mine, driving me brutally into a stone pillar. My skull cracked against the stone, and stars burst across my vision as I slumped. And that taste of copper filled my mouth. Blood from a bitten lip, perhaps. Pain radiated through my battered body. His claws slashed for my throat. I ducked, and at the last instant, his talons whooshed past my ear to carve deep gouges in the pillar behind me. Seizing the opening, I drove Dawnbreaker upward with both hands. The blade bit into the vampire lord's flank, just beneath his ribs. He roared. Oh, a thunderous, inhuman sound, as golden flames seared the wound. Enraged, the creature backhanded me with such a force that air exploded out from my lungs. I was flung across the chamber like a rag doll, hitting the floor hard and tumbling, Dawnbreaker clattering from my grasp and skidding away into the shadow. Agony lanced through my ribs. I coughed, splattering blood on the stone. Before I could crawl towards my sword, an iron claw seized my throat and hauled me into the air. I dangled helplessly, boots kicking above the ground. I clawed at his vice-like grip to no avail. He drew me close, until I was face to face with those blazing, horrible eyes. "Where is your Meridia now, priest?" he snarled, breath hot and reeking of death against my face. "Behold how easy your holy light is extinguished." His grip tightened, cutting off my air. Oh, I gagged a strangled choke, the only sound I could make. My vision blurred, limbs going numb as my brain screamed for oxygen. Blackness crept in at the edges of my sight. A sword of light lay out of reach. With my last spark of consciousness, I sent up a silent plea. "Meridia, help me." And then the world went dark. From within that suffocating haze of unconsciousness, I sensed a sudden shift in the air. A distant ringing filled my ears, growing louder like the rising note of a choir. Just as darkness threatened to consume me, a blinding pillar of light crashed down from above. Golden radiance flooded my vision. The vampire lord's grip tore away from my throat as he was hurled back by a divine force. I collapsed to the ground, sucking in air with ragged, burning gulps. My vision cleared in time just to witness Meridia's wrath unleashed. A brilliant beam pure and searing, erupted from the altar where Meridia's beacon now blazed like a star. It struck the vampire lord full in the back, and he screamed in agony as the holy light burned through him. The entire hall was now bathed in gold. Within the radiance, I glimpsed a feminine silhouette, and a voice thundered in my mind. "Your desecration ends here, creature." Coughing, I dragged myself up to one knee. Dawnbreaker lay nearby, now gleaming fiercely with Meridia's power. I seized its hilt, feeling holy energy thrumming through the metal. The vampire lord writhed on the floor, flesh crackling and flaking to ash under the relentless beam of light. Yet he still struggled. With a final wordless prayer, I summoned my remaining strength and staggered toward him. He looked up at me, ruinous face twisted in desperation and hatred. "This is for every soul you have damned, creature," I whispered, voice low but unwavering, and then with a righteous fury I plunged Dawnbreaker through the vampire lord's heart. For an instant, his eyes went wide, more disbelief than pain, and Meridia's light exploded from the blade in a blinding nova. I was flung back as a wave of warmth and radiance washed over everything. As the brilliance faded to a gentle glow, I pushed myself upright, every muscle protesting. The spot where the vampire fell was now nothing but a scorch mark of drifting motes of ash. He was gone, erased from this world. The malevolent oppression in the air had lifted, replaced by a stillness almost sacred. The temple had been purified by Meridia's fire. A large, shaky laugh had escaped me, turning into a sob. It was over. I whispered hoarsely into the growing silence. "Thank you." Tears of relief on my cheeks. I was bruised, bleeding, near collapse, but my heart swelled with gratitude and awe. Meridia had heard my plea right at the final moment. I had never truly been alone. It was true. My lady watched over me. I recall little of how I actually escaped those accursed halls. Somehow, in days of pain and relief, I climbed back through the winding corridors. The next thing I knew, cool morning air was on my face. I was standing once more before Meridia's towering statue as the dawn broke over the peaks. The first light of sunrise spilled across the mountains, bathing the shrine in gold and rose. Meridia's statue glowed in the dawn, the crystal orb catching the sunlight. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed. Night had given way to day, darkness to light. I closed my eyes and offered a final prayer of thanks. May all shadows be banished from these halls forever. My wounds will heal in time, though the scars might remain. Despite all those horrors I witnessed, my faith burns brighter than ever. And I share this account so you can understand the price that was paid and the triumph won. Even now that temple lies silent, sanctified. The great evil that nested there is nothing but a pile of ashes. Never have I been so tested, nor so rewarded in spirit. I gazed into the abyss and watched it burned away by Meridia's wrath. That moment, when divine light pierced my darkest hour, will stay with me forever. And so thank you for listening. It's allowed me to unburden my soul of these memories. I take solace knowing that even in the blackest midnight, Meridia's light prevailed. I hope her light can guide you as it guided me through the darkness. Farewell, my friend. Farewell. I'm not in the habit of burdening strangers with my problems, but I feel I must tell someone of the horror that I witnessed in the Reach. I fear those memories will consume me. I have to lay bare the truth. This is the tale of how a vigilant of Stendar confronted the darkness under Molag Bal's sigil on the very night when evil itself seemed to claw into our world. It began with a whisper of the wind, a rumor of sorts, that reached our order's ear in the month of evening star waning. Word came of a forgotten cave shrine deep in the craggy mountains of the Reach, where a fanatical cult prepared a gruesome ritual. As vigilants of Stendar, we are sworn to root out these Daedric filth and protect the innocent. But my blood ran cold when I learned which Daedric prince they served. Molag Bal, the Daedric lord of domination and enslavement of mortals. Molag Bal, the father of Cold Harbor, the creator of vampires. He was said to be hungry for souls on that particular eve. A memory of failure gnawed at me. You see, years ago, I'd arrived too late to save a village from a vampire attack, and their lifeless eyes, they've haunted me ever since. I swore that this time, by the grace of Stendar, I would not be too late. And I realized with dread that the date of the cult ritual was certainly no coincidence. It fell on the 20th of Evening Star, Molag Bal's invocation day, when the boundaries between his freezing realm and ours grow the thinnest. Every vigilant knows the ancient lore of Molag Bal's unholy rites. Long ago, a Nedic woman named Lame Belfag became the first vampire after enduring Molag Bal's cruel embrace. And since that time, depraved cults have followed a tradition. On the 20th of Evening Star, they offer up a young maiden to the Prince of Domination. Few women survive that night, but those who do emerge as daughters of Cold Harbor, pure-blooded vampires, imbued with Molag Bal's darkness. To these cultists, being chosen for a fate is quite a high honor, a sacred gift not to be refused. And so as the sun set on that frigid evening, I made my way toward the cave, determined to prevent another soul from being condemned for eternity. Snow crunched under my boots, and a bitter wind howled through the pines as if warning me away. I whispered a prayer to Stendar, the god of mercy, feeling the weight of my amulet against my chest. Our mentors always said, "Walk always in the light, or we will drag you to it." The mercy of Stendar does not extend to Daedra worshippers. It's words like that steel my resolve. There would be no mercy for the fanatics I expected to find, not after what they intended to do. The entrance to the cult's grotto was hidden behind a tangle of gnarled trees and briars on a cliffside. In the darkness I nearly missed it. Only a faint glow from within and a sickly sweet smell on the air gave it away, a cloying mix of blood and burned herbs. My heart pounded as I crept inside. Immediately, the warmth of the day vanished. A deathly chill hung in the air beyond the threshold, far colder than the night outside. I felt a wave of nausea and dread. It was as if I had stepped through an unseen veil into Molag Bal's very presence. In the shadows ahead, I saw the flicker of firelight and heard low voices chanting in a guttural tongue. The ceremony was already underway. Keeping to the walls, I inched forward through a narrow tunnel. Every step deeper, the air grew more stifling and cold. Water dripped from the stalactites like slow taunts, and by the time I reached the main cavern, my breath was a shallow frost. Peering from behind a boulder, I took in a scene from a nightmare. The cavern was gently illuminated by eerie glows of braziers that burned with sputtering blue flame. Jagged shadows danced across the walls, slick with moss and old blood. At the center stood a crude altar of stone. Dark stains soaked into its surface. Above it loomed the sigil of Molag Bal, and a occult symbol scrawled in what looked like blood and ash. In its flickering light, I saw robed figures gathered in a circle, their heads lowered in fervent prayer. 5, no, 6 of them I could count. They swayed and chanted in unison, a reverberating dirge that set my teeth on edge. Divines, what have I uncovered? Upon that altar lay the focus of their ritual. A young woman, scarcely more than a girl. She was bound at the wrists and ankles with a coarse rope, her form draped in tattered white shift that starkly contrasted the red blood smeared across the stone beneath her. Strands of long dark hair clung to her sweat-damp face. Even from my hiding place, I could see her chest heaving with panicked breaths. Tears carved pale lines through the dirt on her cheeks. And yet, through the terror in her eyes, there was something else. A distant, glassy resolve. As if she had convinced herself this was an honor, a destiny she must fulfill. My heart clenched at the sight. The girl was terrified, but I sensed she was trying to be brave. Perhaps indoctrinated to believe in this gift of Molag Bal, that it was a sacred duty. A tall man in a goat-horned headdress and tattered robes presided over the ceremony. His face was lined and painted skull white, giving him a death-like visage in the torchlight. In his hands he held a jagged ceremonial dagger, its blade curved like a fang. He raised it high over the prone maiden and chanted in a voice that echoed off the cavern walls. I caught fragments of the vile litany, supplications to Molag Bal by his foul names. The cultists hailed him as the Lord of Domination, the Harvester of Souls, Father of Cold Harbor, beseeching him to come forth and finally receive his offering. With each verse, their voices grew more fervent, bouncing wildly within the confined space, the air itself heavy with malice and sorcery. I knew I only had moments before midnight, the hour of summoning. My pulse thundered in my ears as I drew the steel mace from my belt. The weight of it was reassuring in my hand. I readied a simple healing spell in the other hand as precaution. Its faint glow could easily be mistaken for the blue firelight around me. Though outnumbered, I had the element of surprise, not to mention the righteousness of Stendarr on my side. Still, I hesitated, muscles tense like a coiled spring. If I moved too soon, they might kill the girl outright and overwhelm me. If I waited too long, I glanced again at the terrified maiden on the altar, at the dagger poised above her heart. Too long was not an option. Not again. I can't let it happen again. I summoned every ounce of courage and faith. I stepped from the shadows and bellowed, "Stop this madness in the name of Stendarr." My voice rang through the cavern, startling the cultists out of their trance, and for a heartbeat, silence fell, broken only by the crackle of those uncanny flames. I met the leader's sunken eyes across the chamber. Shock and rage contorted his painted face. "Intruder!" he hissed, spit flying from his lips. "Blasphemer! Molag will have your soul." Chaos erupted. The circle of cultists dissolved into disarray. Two of them rushed at me with rusted swords drawn from their robes. Another snatched up a burning torch, advancing with murderous intent. I was already moving, driven by training and fury. The first attacker swung his blade at my head. I ducked under the arc and slammed my mace into his ribs. There was a sickening crack. He collapsed with a wail. The second cultist, a wiry woman with wild eyes, lunged, brandishing a curved and jagged sacrificial knife. I parried her slash with the steel pommel of my mace and sent her reeling with a boot to the chest. By then, the others had recovered from their shock. The leader remained by the altar, bellowing for his acolytes to protect the ritual. One cultist came at me with a torch, swinging for my face. I threw up my left hand and murmured a desperate ward. Stendarr's light flared as a protective shield just in time. The torch's flames slammed against an invisible barrier, inches from my face. I swept my mace low and knocked out the legs from under the torchbearer, crushing his hand then under my boot until the torch clattered away, hissing on the damp ground. Steel rang against steel as the remaining sword-wielder pressed his assault. He fought with frenzied strength, screaming praises to Molag even as he traded blows with me. Our struggle carried us closer to the stone dais. I could see the girl on the altar, twisting against her bounds now, eyes wide with the violent melee erupting around her. And suddenly, a wail of agony cut through. One of the fallen cultists was not yet dead, and in desperation he had crawled close enough to seize the hem of my robe. I stumbled, caught off guard for that crucial second. The swordsman seized the opening and drove his blade forward. I tensed, bracing for the end. His sword bit into my side, just below my ribs with a crunch. A blossom of hot pain spread across my flank. I gasped and almost fell to one knee. The wound was not immediately fatal, but it was deep. Warm blood began soaking into my tunic, The cultist wrenched his weapon free, a vicious grin on his face at the sight of my blood on his steel. I gritted my teeth with a snarl. I swung my mace in a brutal upward arc. The spiked head connected with his jaw as he crumpled without a sound, sword clanging on the stone below. I staggered back, pressing a hand to my bleeding side. My ward spell faltered and died with my concentration. The remaining cultist, the woman I had kicked, the horned leader by the altar, regrouped at the foot of the dais, forming a last line between me and the bound girl. "You cannot stop us," growled the leader. His tone was fervent, unhinged. "This night, the Blood Father will claim his due. Stand our servant. You will witness our glory or die in darkness." As if on cue, the very stones from around us shuddered. The brazier's flames guttered and flared high, their color shifting from the cold blue to an inky, unnatural black. A thunderous gong reverberated from somewhere deep in the earth. Midnight. The moment of summoning. It was upon us. I felt a sudden pressure in the air, a hulking, malevolent presence forcing its way into our realm. It was as though the great unseen eye had turned its gaze upon the cavern. The cult leader threw his head back in exultation. Rather than flee or falter, he seized the initiative. In a swift motion, he dragged the edge of his curved dagger across the girl's forearm, drawing a slick ribbon of blood. Oh, how she screamed in pain as her blood dripped onto the altar, and the cultist bellowed, "Lord Molag Bal, drink deeply of this offering." The effect was immediate and horrific. The black flames around us roared higher, twisting as if fanned by an otherworldly wind. An awful chill swept through the grotto, and with it came a voice, deep, guttural, brimming with an ancient malice. It emanated from everywhere and nowhere all at once, rattling the very air around me. "Who dares interrupt my feast?" the voice snarled. The remaining cultist woman fell to her knees, sobbing in terror and ecstasy. The horned leader went rigid, eyes rolling back as the voice poured through him. As for me, I found myself trembling. My wound throbbed. A cold sweat drenched me as pure dread coiled in my heart. I had never heard the voice of a Daedric prince, and it nearly unmanned me. Molag Bal's presence slithered into my mind like oil, hateful and potent. I clutched at my amulet of Stendar, holding it aloft as if the holy symbol could ward off this evil. The metal burned hot against my skin, yet my fear was overwhelming. A rumbling laugh resounded in the darkness. "Your pathetic Daedric trinket cannot defeat me. I am Molag Bal, the Lord of Domination. Your mind is naked to me. I can taste your fear. I can smell your blood. Such fertile ground for the eternal seeds of torment." My vision warped. Shadows lengthened and arrived at the edges of my sight. I saw, or imagined, a great towering silhouette, forming within the black flames, a bipedal monstrosity of horns, fangs, and a lashing tail too horrific to be fully real. The cavern itself began to distort, the walls bending at impossible angles. I felt as if a door to Cold Harbor had cracked open. For an instant, I glimpsed a twisted landscape beyond the veil. A barren, nightmarish reflection of our world, filled with nothing but desolation and suffering. In that moment, pressed under Molag Bal's will, I understood the fate that awaited the girl if I failed. Her soul, it would be dragged to that frozen hell, corrupted for all eternity. The Daedric Prince's voice came again, burrowing into my mind. Give in, little vigilant. Give up. Submit and I'll spare you. Think of those you've lost. Their souls are mine. Bow before me, and I'll reunite you with them. For an instant, the cave around me faded. I saw in my mind's eye the faces of villagers I had found too late, the family I failed years ago. They stared at me with hollow eyes. I heard their voices, pleading, accusing. Why did you let us die? Oh, how my heart lurched, a sob catching in my throat. Molag Bal pressed on, each word of velvet poison. Serve me, and I shall give your life meaning, mortal. You will never fail again. This girl's suffering will be a small price for the gift that I offer. After all, the horned cultist's lips moved and Molag Bal's voice issued from his mouth. There are worse masters than I. Far worse. For one terrible moment, I faltered. It was that temptation to end the anguish, to atone my past by any means. The temptation clawed at me. My knees nearly buckled as despair flowed in. Why fight? Why fight it? A traitorous thought whispered in my mind. He's too powerful. The girl gave a low, despairing moan at the altar, as if sensing my hesitation. Through the haze of fear, I saw her bruised face turn towards me, tears in her eyes, catching the hellish glow. No, she needed me. Stendarr, give me strength. With a hoarse cry, I tore free of the prince's illusion and raised my mace once more. Stendarr's light protect us, I roared, charging forward with renewed fury. The cult leader, no, the avatar of Molag Bal, snapped out of his trance to meet me. His eyes were black pits of nothingness, his voice overlapping with the prince's guttural timbre. He moved with inhuman speed, blocking my swing with a strength that sent jarring shocks up my arm. Dagger met mace, and sparks showered out in the dark. We traded blows amid swirling shadow and flame. Pain lanced my side with every step, but I fought on, my teeth bared. He caught me by the throat with one hand and lifted me up off my feet as I struggled for breath. His eyes bored into mine, and I felt the hatred of Molag Bal pouring through that gaze, pinning me like a pathetic insect. The dagger in his other hand drifted toward my heart. My vision dimmed at the edges. In desperation, I thrust my left hand forward, pressing my palm, still clutching the silver pendant of Stendarr against the cultist's forehead. "Begone, foul Daedra!" I gasped. Well, what happened next? It seared into my memory. A blinding golden light burst forth between us, so bright that for an instant the cavern looked as if the sun itself had descended underground. The horned man's grip slackened as he recoiled, shrieking in agony not entirely his own. Acrid smoke curled from where my amulet seared his flesh. I felt the crushing weight on my mind lift. Molag Bal's presence recoiled and howled in fury. This farce no longer amuses me, mortal wretch. I will have my due time." The voice raged, echoing away like a gale through a closing doorway. The black flames guttered low, fading back to feeble blue. The towering shadow behind the cult leader evaporated, and the cavern's warped angles slowly righted themselves. The Daedric prince's presence had departed. For now, the cult leader staggered, his eyes no longer abyssal, but glazed with pain and confusion. Molag Bal had abandoned his puppet. But I did not give the villain a chance to recover. With a shout, I brought my mace crashing down onto him. Once, twice, 3 times, each blow fueled with a righteous fury and the lingering glow of the light of Stendarr. The man collapsed to the bloody floor. He tried to raise a hand as if to plead, but I felt no mercy, no pity, and I ended his life with a final strike. The mercy of Stendarr does not extend to Daedra worshippers, I hissed, voice ragged. And so the cult's profane rite was halted at last. Silence fell, broken only by the girl's soft sobbing. I tossed aside my dented mace and went to the altar. The poor maiden was shaking uncontrollably, her arm slick with blood and her skin deathly pale. I quickly saw through her bonds with the fallen dagger, and then gently eased her off the altar. She collapsed against me, too weak to stand, and I lowered her to the ground. "You're safe now," I murmured, but my own voice wavered. With trembling hands, I found a healing potion in my satchel and pressed it to her lips, helping her drink. She coughed and sputtered, but managed to swallow a little bit of it, and a bit of color returned to her cheeks after a while. With Stendarr's mercy flowing through me, I cast a basic healing spell as well, mending the worst of her wounds. That gash on her arm eventually closed, leaving only a thin scar, but by some miracle the girl was still alive and human. Molag Bal had not claimed her soul tonight. She looked up at me with red, puffy eyes. I thought," she choked out the words. "They told me it was an honor. I was so afraid." Fresh tears spilled down her face, and I gently wiped them away with the corner of my cloak. "I know," I said softly. "It's over. You're all right now." Those words echoed hollowly in that blood-stained cavern, but they were the only words that I had to offer. We stayed there a long while, 2 survivors amid the carnage and the cold, until her sobs subsided. I found a relatively clean blanket among the cultist's meager belongings and wrapped it around her shoulders. My own wound ached fiercely, but I tore a strip of cloth to bind it tight. Only when I was sure she could walk did we finally leave the grotto. The night sky was burning to pale by the time we emerged from the tunnel of briars. Dawn was coming. A faint light crept over those distant mountains, and the outside air smelled of pine and fresh snow, much better than that coppery smell of blood. But not until I stepped out did I realize I carried the scent of death with me, clinging to my armor, my skin, maybe my very soul. I glanced back out at the cave entrance one last time. Dark smoke drifted outward. Before leaving, I had doused the remaining blasphemous altars in oil and set them aflame, letting the grotto burn with cleansing fire. the cold shrine would trouble the reach no more. As we trudged down that mountain path, the girl, her name was Adalia, I learned, leaned on my arm for support. She was silent, still in shock. What words could possibly comfort her? What she had witnessed, what she had almost become, that would haunt her for years. But all I could do was promise to escort her somewhere safe. Perhaps the Temple of Mara in Markarth. The kind priests there, they'd help her heal. She nodded humbly at the suggestion. Before the sun fully rose, we reached an overlook where the road back to civilization left clear below. Adalia managed a faint, tremulous smile as the first rays of morning light touched us, and I realized that I was smiling too. Exhausted relief turned to a brief tear in my eye. Against all odds, we'd survived the night, and a new day dawned. That was only 3 days ago. I bore Adalia to the care of the temple and delivered my report to the vigil's superiors. The cult of Molag Bal was purged, their schemes foiled. By Stendar's grace, an innocent was saved from a fate worse than death. And yet, even as I speak the words to you, I feel the weight of what I witnessed deep in my bones. I've seen the face of true evil, and it's a memory I would gladly forget if I could. I often told myself that if I could even save one life, it might redeem the many that I've seen lost. And in that dark cavern at least, maybe I found a measure of that redemption. But the cost, oh, the cost was steep. When I close my eyes, I still see those black flames, the shadows of Cold Harbor reaching out for me. I hear a voice in my nightmares. It promises me torment, reminding me that the war against darkness is never over. Perhaps it never will be. Not until my dying day. But know this, my dear friend, who's been so polite to take the time to hear my tale, I will carry this story with me for the rest of my life, as both a testament and a caution. In the end, when faced with horror and temptation, I did not bend. And by the mercy of Stendar, Adalia walks in the light once more, spared from Cold Harbor's curse. And so now, maybe you understand. This is what happened on that awful night in the Reach, when Molag Bal himself nearly made the maiden Cold Harbor's chosen. I know it's a story of terror and pain, but just remember the sacrifice and the deliverance. I pray that I never have to tell another story like this again. Walk in the light, my friend. Stendar's mercy upon you. Windhelm. That's where it all began. That cold biting through my guard cloak as I patrolled the grey quarter's dark alleys. The wind of the sea of ghosts howled around the crumbling stone walls, and in this impoverished district, every flicker of a shadow, every slight noise, set my nerves on edge. A dark elf woman peered from her window, and seeing a gnawed guard like me, slammed the shutter closed. You see, we guards didn't patrol here much, unless it was absolutely necessary. The pleas of the people of the Grey Quarter often fell on deaf ears elsewhere in the city. But strange rumors had drawn me here tonight. Whispers of a ghost. A week ago, a beggar named Eris was found dead in an alley nearby. He was a Dunmer, a nobody, just another refugee scraping by on charity. My comrades shrugged it off, probably froze to death, drunk. Dark elves, they're all the same. But now residents claimed Eris's spirit was haunting these alleys, unrested, murmuring in the night. Now, I'm not superstitious. This was more about the guilt nagging me. If we had overlooked a crime, if he was murdered, and under my watch, I had to know. We had enough trouble with the butcher. We can't have more murderers running around. Doesn't make the guards look good. Around midnight, I prowled alone through the Grey Quarter, ears pricked up for anything unusual. Snow flurries swirled under the sputtering torchlight as I passed the boarded door of a derelict house with a sagging porch. And then I heard it. A faint, breathy whisper. I halted, heart suddenly thumping. It sounded like a voice carried on the wind, but too soft out to make words. In any case, unmistakably human, but in this sorrowful tone. Sword in hand, I followed the sound down a narrow lane, boots crunching in the thin snow. The whisper led to a small courtyard, piled with discarded crates and rubble. My breath misted out on the air as I scanned the darkness. "Eris?" I whispered, feeling a little foolish for the whole thing. I suppose I was glad I was on my own. One of the other guards hearing that might have burst into a laugh. And of course, only the wind answered. I felt like an idiot. I was about to move on when, thump, a crate lid toppled over on its own. I jumped back, blade half drawn. The air suddenly felt heavy and deathly cold. In the corner of my eye, a pale mist drifted behind a stack of barrels. I stepped closer, blood pounding in my ears. There, amidst the gloom, a shape flickered, human-shaped and faintly glowing. I caught a glimpse of hollow eyes and an ashen, gaunt face. Its mouth moved without sound. I recognized the tattered cloak hanging off its shoulders. Yes, it looked like the very one that Eris always wore. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the shape vanished around the corner with a final sigh. A chill that wasn't from Skyrim's winter ran through me. The ghost was real, and it wanted something. I swallowed hard and rounded the corner, calling softly, "Wait!" The alley beyond was empty, but for drifting snow and shadow. My gaze fell to the ground. A length of rough rope lay coiled by the wall, as if dropped in haste. I knelt and lifted it, fingers numb. The rope was stained with something dark and reddish. My stomach tightened. It looked like it could be dried blood. Why would a beggar who froze to death have a rope? This was more likely a murder weapon. My earliest suspicions flared into certainty. Yes, Eris. He'd been killed. Arce's grace, came a quiet voice behind me. I spun, startled, nearly swinging my sword. And it was a woman, standing at the mouth of the alley, cloaked and hooded in pale grey, hands raised in a peaceful gesture. A wooden amulet of Arce, the god of life and death. It hung around her neck. Her presence was so sudden and silent, I wondered if she was simply another apparition. "Easy, God," she said softly. "I don't mean you any harm, I promise." I lowered my blade wearily. Up close, she appeared about my age, with fair skin, auburn hair framing her face beneath the hood. Not a local. I guessed Breton or Imperial by her accent as she continued. I heard the whisper too. "I'm a priestess of Arce, traveling through this city. I came to Windhelm when I learned of an unquiet spirit haunting this quarter." Her eyes drifted to the rope in my hand and the disturbed snow around me. "It would seem that the stories are true. The dead, they do not rest here." I exhaled a cloud of breath, trying to steady my pulse. Eris's ghost. I saw it. Just for a moment, I admitted. "I'm Hjalvar, Windhelm city guard." I gestured to the rope's bloody stain. Eris was a beggar who died here, and from the look of this, it was not a peaceful death. The priestess stepped in closer, inspecting the rope with a frown on her face. "Strangulation marks," she murmured, nodding grimly. "No wonder his spirit lingers. Arce teaches that those who die by murder or injustice may wander until the truth is finally revealed." She introduced herself as Sister Selena, and gently took the rope. "You found a vital clue." Anger and determination swelled in my chest. We had failed to see a murder right under our noses. "We must find whoever did this," I said. "I suspect something criminal is hiding in these slums. Perhaps Eris saw something that he should not have seen." I recalled rumors of skooma smugglers operating out of the docks. The Grey Quarter's neglect would make a perfect cover for such a ring. Eris did sometimes wander near the warehouse by the river to sleep out of the wind. We should check the old warehouse district by the docks. If Eris stumbled on a smuggling operation, that could be the key. Selena agreed at once. "Then lead the way, Hjalvar. Arce's will is that truth comes to light." She tucked the rope into her satchel as evidence, and I noticed her calm resolve. She was utterly unafraid of walking into darkness with a ghost and a murderer on the loose. With a final glance at the silent alley, we set off through the snow, an unlikely pair, bound by a promise of justice. We hurried through the sleeping city toward Windhelm's docks, our boots crunching in the fresh snow, leaving a trail of footprints behind us. The sky was an inky black, and the air stung with each breath. By the time we reached the riverfront warehouses, the only light came from the faint glow of the waning moons on the ice-choked water. A row of wooden warehouses stood along the quay, their timbers groaning softly in that frigid wind. Most were locked up, dark, but one of them, I knew it, had been abandoned by the East Empire Company, an ideal hideout for smugglers. As we approached the sagging warehouse, I spotted footprints leading to a side door. The iron padlock that should have secured it hung broken, the chain cut. I shot a glance at Selina, and she gave a determined nod. I eased the door open, and then we slipped inside. The interior was pitch black and silent, save for the distant drip of melting snow through the leaky roof. I lifted my lantern shutter a sliver, allowing a thin beam of light. Stacks of crates cast long shadows across the dusty floor. The air smelled of mold and cloying sweetness. That sweetness could only be skooma. The hunch was correct. I was right. In the dust, multiple sets of boot prints crisscrossed the floor. We crept forward between towering piles of crates, every sense on edge. The only sound was our own careful breathing, but I could hear my heart thudding in my ears. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, a faint scrape of wood broke the silence, and we froze. Low voices murmured behind a stack of barrels. The beam of my lantern revealed a wooden trapdoor on the floor, slightly ajar, with a faint orange light glowing at its edges. We heard someone below hiss. What was that? I exchanged a look with Selina. She drew her mace, and I tightened my grip on my sword. As I reached for the iron ring handle of the trapdoor, a pale, glowing hand emerged right through the floorboards beside it, pointing urgently downward. I nearly jumped out of my skin, but even in that brief flicker, I realized the tattered sleeve of Eris's coat. He was guiding us. I whispered, "Okay, Eris, we're on it." And with a deep breath, I heaved open the trapdoor, rusted hinges letting out a shriek. Startled shouts erupted below. I thrust my lantern forward and leaped down through the opening, sword drawn. Selina was right behind me, with mace at the ready. We landed in a hidden stone cellar, lit by a hooded lantern on a crate. Two men were inside, blinking in shock at our sudden intrusion. One was a lanky Dunmer clutching a dagger. The other was a burly Nord in a fur cloak, clearly the ringleader, by how he stepped protectively in front of a stack of cargo. Crates around them were pried open, revealing moon sugar, skooma vials, and weapons, all the hallmarks of a smuggling ring. "Windhelm guard, drop your weapons," I commanded, steel gleaming in the lantern light. The Nord recovered from surprise with a snarl and drew a curved scimitar. "You should have stayed out of this, guard." He roared and lunged at me. Our blades met in a shower of sparks, the clash ringing harshly off the stone walls. He was strong and desperate, driving me back a step, and out of the corner of his eye I saw the Dunmer dart towards Selina with his dagger. She sidestepped with startling agility, the blade skittering off the chainmail under her robes. With a resolute cry to Arkay, she swung her heavy mace in a wide arc. It connected with the Dunmer's knee with a sickening crunch and a flash of golden light. The smuggler collapsed with a pathetic wail, his dagger clattering across the floor. The Nord cursed and pressed his attack on me with furious strength. He rained down blows, and I parried frantically, each impact jarring my arms. "You have no idea what you're meddling in," he growled through his clenched teeth, eyes wild with rage. He feigned high, and then sliced towards my flank. Metal screeched against metal as I barely deflected it, boots sliding on the rusty floor. A grate toppled behind me, spilling straw and bottles with a crash. He was slowly driving me into a corner. Before the Nord could strike again, the lantern's light dimmed as an unnatural chill flooded the cellar. My breath puffed white in the sudden cold. Over the Nord's shoulders, a ghostly figure materialized from thin air. Eris's spirit, drawn by the turmoil. His translucent form glowed bluish in the gloom. His gaunt face twisted with righteous anger. The Nord's sword faltered mid-swing as he sensed the presence behind him. He glanced back, and his ruddy face turned chalk pale. "No," he stammered. Eris's ghost hovered silently, hollow eyes fixed on his murderer. The Nord stumbled away from me, utterly consumed by terror at the phantom now looming over him. He nearly tripped over a crate, and I seized the moment, stepping in, slamming my sword hilt against his hand. The Nord's weapon clattered to the ground. In 2 quick strides I was behind him, wrenching his arms behind his back in a guard's hold. He struggled wildly, but I forced him down to his knees. Selina rushed to my side, mace poised at the Nord's head. The Dunmer smuggler lay moaning on the floor, clutching his shattered knee. He was no threat now. The Nord could not tear his gaze from Eris's glowing apparition. The ghost drifted closer, silently, except for the faint crackle of ethereal energy glowing in the air. The smuggler's bravado had broken completely. "Keep it away, please keep it away," he babbled, chest heaving. "Then answer for your crime," Selina said, her voice echoing powerfully in the cramped space. "This soul demands the truth. Why? Why did you kill him?" The Nord shook in my grip, cold sweat beading on his brow. Eris's ghost stood before him now, sorrow and accusation emanating from his spectral form. The Nord squeezed his eyes shut, unable to withstand that hollow stare. "I had no choice," he choked out. "He overheard us. We caught him. He swore he'd keep quiet, but I knew he'd run to the guards. I panicked." The words spilled out in a desperate rush. "He was going to expose us, ruin the whole thing. Skooma, contraband, everything. I did it before I could even think." His voice cracked. I felt him shudder under my hold. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have killed him." And there he began to sob, tears breaking free. "I never wanted to kill him. I just wanted to make money. I'm sorry." Selina lowered her mace slowly. Her face was stern and compassionate all at once. "Eris, you have your answer," she said to the ghost. "Your death is avenged. Justice will be done." She reached into her cloak and produced the small pewter amulet of Arche that had belonged to Eris. Holding it aloft, she intoned softly, "Lord Arche, guide this lost soul to rest. Let him find the peace denied to him, now that the truth is known." A warmth seemed to radiate from her in that moment. Eris's ghost, still looming over the trembling Nord, turned his gaze to the priestess. The fury in his spectral eyes faded, replaced by a kind of weary gratitude. He backed away from his killer. I saw him give Selina a slow, respectful nod, and perhaps even a faint, sad smile toward me. A soft light glowed around the Arche amulet in Selina's hand, as if the divine himself acknowledged the moment. Eris's form began to unravel, misty edges dissolving. Within heartbeats, the spirit faded completely, leaving only cold air and the silence. I finally let out the breath. Under my grip, the Nord hung his head. Eris was gone, truly gone this time, on to whatever afterlife awaited him. Rest easy, friend, I whispered under my breath. Perhaps Eris would hear. Perhaps Arche. Either way, it was good enough for now. Without further struggle, the Nord allowed me to bind his wrists with the very rope he'd used on Eris. Selina bound the groaning Dunmer as well. I hauled the Nord to his feet. His shoulders sagged. All of the fight within him had gone. The Dunmer cursed under his breath, but one glare from me and the presence of Selina's mace kept him docile enough, and quiet. We dragged the criminals out of the cellar and into the grey morning light. Dawn was breaking now. A few fellow guards, alerted by the noise, came running. They gaped to see me emerge from an abandoned warehouse with 2 prisoners and a robed stranger at my side. I announced, gesturing at the trove of contraband. Skooma smugglers, and a murderer, caught red-handed. As the other guards seized the prisoners, I gave a quick report of the night's events. They shook their heads in astonishment. None of them had expected this mystery to be solved. The smugglers were hauled off in irons to the dungeons to await the Jarl's justice. There would be no more secret deals in that warehouse, and at least a murderer beggar would have his due. As the guards departed, I found Selina standing quietly apart, bathed in the dawn's glow. She looked exhausted and a bit pale, but a gentle contentment rested on her face. The rope and Arche amulet were in her hands. I walked over, and in a small gesture of thanks, tried to return the amulet to her palm. This was his. Thank you for using it to help him. She closed my fingers back over the amulet and said, Keep it. Let it remind you of what we accomplished here, and of those who still need someone to hear them. Her eyes met mine with warmth, despite the horrors we had been through. You did a noble thing, Hjalvar, listening to a beggar's ghost when others ignored him. Many wouldn't have bothered. I felt a bit of heat rise to my face. I'm not sure how to take praise like that. As guards, we don't often get it. I admitted, I almost didn't. If not for your help, I might not have had the courage or wisdom to follow through. You saved me as much as you saved him. Windhelm was fortunate you arrived when you did. Selina spoke softly in return. Perhaps Arche guided my steps, or perhaps some things are just meant to be. He looked down at the amulet in my hand. My path is to help souls find peace, and last night you walked that path with me. There was a haunted shadow still lingering in her expression. I sensed she carried a heavy personal burden that drove her. And so gently, I asked, What led you to this path, Selina? You carry great compassion, but great pain. He drew a long breath, turning her gaze to the sunrise over Windhelm's walls. Not long ago I had a family. A husband, a little daughter too, she said quietly. We lived in a village far from here. But a sickness, a plague swept through and I couldn't save them. Her voice wavered. She clutched the Arche emblem at her throat. In my desperation, I broke Arche's laws trying to resurrect them. Selina whispered, a tear escaping. The thing I brought back was an abomination. In the end, I had to put my own little family to rest with my own hands. A chill and a wave of sorrow washed over me at the thought. She spoke calmly, but the agony beneath her words was evident. She continued. After that, I left my old life behind and dedicated myself to Archay. I vowed to atone by ensuring the dead are honored and undisturbed, and that the living respect the boundary between life and death. Every restless spirit I hope lay rest. I do it in memory of my family, and to ease the guilt on my soul. For a moment I couldn't speak. Then I rested a gloved hand on her shoulder, meeting her eyes. You have done so much good. You have gave Eris peace and saved others from these criminals. If Archay is watching, I'm sure he forgives you. And I believe your loved ones would too. Selina placed her hand over mine briefly and managed a trembling smile. Thank you, Hjalvar. Perhaps one day I'll truly believe that. She straightened up her posture, pulling her hood up as snowflakes began to drift from the sky. And in seconds, that solemn priestess was back, composed and resolute. My journey continues. There are other souls in Tamriel who need help, other whispers in other winds. I nodded, though I was sorry to see her go. In one night we had gone from strangers to comrades in arms. If your road ever brings you back to Windhelm, know that you have a friend here, and our Hall of the Dead welcomes your healing gifts. This city could use more like you. Her eyes shone kindly. I'll remember that, Hjalvar. You take care of yourself, and take care of them, those forgotten ones. I will, I promised. Privately, I vowed never again to ignore the Grey Quarter's pleas. Selina and I clasped forearms in a final gesture of respect. Walk in Archay's light, she whispered. And I replied, May the Nine protect you. With that, she turned and made her way down the road, her grey cloak blending into the morning mist. I watched until her figure disappeared amid the snow and stone, and as the sun climbed higher, the city stirred to life. I resumed my rounds, though my mind was far from routine duties. Eventually my patrol brought me back to the alley in the Grey Quarter, where all this began. Pale daylight slanted across the cold cobbles where Eris had died. I stood there for a long moment, just in silence. The dirty snow was scuffed from our struggle the night before, and a scrap of cloth from Eris's old cloak fluttered by a barrel. I felt the little Archay amulet warm in my hand, and squeezed it gently. We did it. I said it softly, not sure if I was speaking to myself. Perhaps Eris and Archay were listening too. But in the quiet, a slight breeze whispered through the alley, ruffling the scrap of cloth and swirling a few snowflakes past my face. Perhaps it was almost like a sigh of relief, the world breathing a silent whisper of thank you. I smiled at the thought and tucked the amulet into my pocket. Windhelm's cold air, it no longer felt quite as bitter. And as I left the Grey Quarter, that morning sun broke through the clouds, painting the ancient stone walls in gold. The whispers in Windhelm had finally been laid to rest. Go on then. Ask the question. Are you a vigilant of Stendar? Of course I am. You knew it as soon as you saw my armor. Maybe you noticed that dried blood on my mace, too. Wondered what the story was behind that. Well, since you bought me that ale, I suppose I better indulge you in something in return. I'll tell you a story. Just sit down first. I arrived in Markarth. You know that city. The old dwarf ruin. I got there under a slate-grey twilight, and those last rays of the sun were slipping and dancing between those towering stone spires. It's unique, Markarth. Nothing else like it in Skyrim. Some things you'd rather not talk about, though. That stone city always echoed with the distant roar of its great waterfall, a constant sound under the evening hush. As a vigilant, I'd roamed Skyrim rooting out darkness. That's the life I live. But there's something here that felt uniquely oppressive. Locals had whispered of an abandoned house near the gate. Strange noises, violent tremors, unholy lights. Of course, it falls to me and my order to investigate such things. But every time, it's still that old feeling. There was a feeling in my gut, an uneasy anticipation as I approached the place. Yet I steeled myself with a silent prayer to Stendar. That's what the vigilants tell us to do. It has differing results for each person, but you have to convince yourself that Stendar's at your back. The house crouched in a shadowy corner just inside the city gates, a squat silhouette of timber and stone. Its windows were black, and its front door stood silently ajar, as if it were inviting me in. I pushed the door open with the head of my steel mace and called into the dim interior. "Is anyone here?" My voice died, unanswered in that stale and mouldy air. Only silence came back to greet me. Torchlight in hand, I crossed the threshold, dust motes swirling around in the orange glow, and the air reeked of cold decay and soot. The main room was small and cluttered. Overturned chairs and a broken table lay strewn about, furniture tossed up as if a whirlwind had gone through the place. And a prickling unease crawled up my back. My years of training with the vigilance had honed my instincts of the supernatural, and here those instincts turned into a warning. There was a heaviness to the atmosphere, an unmistakable aura of malevolence that made my skin crawl. I stepped forward cautiously, boots scraping on the stone flooring, each footfall echoing too loudly for comfort, as though the house were listening. The walls bore scratch marks and dark spattered stains I chose not to examine closely. Swallowing against a dry throat, I murmured, "Stendar's mercy upon me," invoking my divine patron to ward off whatever evil lurked here. But the words fell flat, swallowed there by the thick gloom. I advanced through the dusty parlor, nudging aside an upturned chair with my boot. The torchlight stretched the shadows long, making them dance like phantoms at the edge of sight. And suddenly, a sharp clatter shattered that silence. A metal pot toppled off a shelf in the adjoining kitchen, crashing to the floor. I whirled toward the sound, mace raised, heart jolting in my chest. "Who's there?" I challenged, voice harder than I felt. But only a faint drip of water from somewhere in the house answered. I stepped into the tiny kitchen, sweeping my torch in a slow arc. The remains of a meal sat on the table, a loaf of bread long since molded to green fur, a wedge of cheese, dried and cracked. It was as if the occupants had left in the middle of supper and never returned. A layer of dust covered everything. Whatever happened here, it happened some time ago. Another thump came from deeper within the house, a door bumping against something else. I turned to see a doorway on the far side of the main room quivering slightly ajar, and beyond it, narrow stairs led down into a black basement. A draught wafted up from the darkness, chilling the sweat on my brow and carrying it with a coppery stench. And I knew that stench better than anything. It was the smell of blood, a scent that was faint, but unmistakable. My fingers tightened around the haft of my mace. If a Daedric prince was here, it likely lurked below. I gathered my nerves and approached the stairwell. Just as I reached the threshold, the front door behind me suddenly swung shut in a thunderous slam. I jumped and spun around, nearly dropping my torch. In 2 strides I was back at the entry, throwing my shoulder against the heavy oak door. But it refused to budge. I rattled the iron handle and felt an unnatural resistance holding it fast. Panic flared up in my chest. I was trapped. I shouted out, pounding on the door with a gauntleted fist. If any guard was still nearby, they might hear. "Is anyone out there?" My only answer was the echo of the desperate shouts of my own voice. The thick door, sealed by unseen forces, smothered my hope of escape. I told myself, even as my pulse raced, that things were going to be all right. A vigilant of Stendar does not succumb to panic so easily, surely. Exhaling unsteadily, I turned back towards the house's depths. The only way out now was through whatever darkness lay below, and I had to face it. The torch in my hand guttered violently, and without a warning its flame died. Utter darkness swallowed me. I choked back a cry. Suddenly blind in the black, heart hammering back and forth, I fumbled at my belt for flint and steel, my fingers trembling, and in that moment of perfect dark, I felt completely vulnerable. Somewhere in the gloom, a low, cruel giggle echoed. Sound like bones grinding on stone, I thought. I froze up and the blood turned to ice in my veins. "Who's there?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. But only silence answered, thick and stifling. At last I struck a spark from the flint. The torch's oilcloth caught, and a weak flame sputtered to life, pushing back a fraction of those shadows. I lifted it high, casting the feeble glow around in a wide arc. The house interior looked as it had before, empty, disheveled, but I could feel a presence now. Something watching, from just beyond the light's reach. Something was in there with me. But then came a voice, a whisper from that dark abyss. Everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Mortal." The words slithered through the air, nearly inaudible yet impossibly clear, dripping with malice. I spun toward the sound, but only saw the open doorway of the stairwell yawning black before me. My mouth went dry. I licked my lips and forced strength into my tone. "Show yourself," I demanded, raising my mace up high. The only response was a deep, mocking laugh that rolled out of the darkness. "As you wish, Vigilant." The shadows at the edge of my vision shifted and gathered. For one terrifying instant, they formed the outline of a towering figure, vaguely humanoid, curling horns and eyes that burned like coals. I blinked, and it was gone. Nothing remained but emptiness and the suffocating sense of being watched. Still, that fleeting image was enough. Dread pooled in my gut as I recognized what stood before me, unseen, and I breathed the name like a curse. Molak Baal. Saying it aloud made my skin crawl. Molak Baal, that lord of domination. You know me, it seems, the voice rumbled. The very sound bore the weight of ages and death. The temperature in the room plummeted further. I could feel it, and I saw my breath fog in that torchlight. Yes, I am here. And so are you, vigilant. Here with me, together. I tore my amulet of Stendar from under my cloak and clutched the 8-pointed pendant, symbol of mercy and justice. Pressing the silver icon to my lips, I whispered a fervent plea. Stendar, give me strength. But the prayer barely escaped from my tongue. Molak Baal's voice slithered out again, scornful and thick. Stendar, where is your mighty god now? Do you feel him protecting you? Or do you only feel the cold of my shadow? A cruel chuckle followed this statement, reverberating through the walls. The divines are with me, I shouted into the blackness. Begone, you foul thing. But my defiance rang hollow in the still air. The only answer was a soft, mirthless laugh from the unseen prince, echoing in the dark and sending a new shudder through my soul. Such conviction, the invisible voice mocked. In the same instant, a tremendous force slammed into me from behind. I was flung forward like a child's doll. With a crash into the wall, I careened into the kitchen table too, the rotted wood exploding into splinters under impact. And then I felt it, a spike of pain lancing through my ribs as my steel cuirass pressed into my flesh. The torch flew from my grasp, skittering across the floor. I was in trouble. I was in real trouble now. Before I could recover, a crushing weight bore down on me from above, driving me to my knees. It felt as though a great claw had clamped over my shoulders, pressing me with ungodly strength. I strained against it, muscles burning, but I might as well have been trying to lift a mountain. My head was forced lower until my forehead nearly touched the dusty floorboards. My heart thumped in my ears too. I could feel it, thumping and thumping. It was true panic, and I was utterly at the mercy of a Daedric prince. Pathetic, Molak Baal snarled, his tone seething with contempt for the mortal in front of him. Is this all you vigilants have to offer? A scared little man muttering prayers. The pressure increased. I thought I'd heard the leather of my pauldrons creak with the strain, and a whimper of pain escaped my clenched teeth. Anger flared within me, cutting through the terror, a spark of defiance against a sadistic creature toying with me. I will not yield. It was a desperate lie, perhaps, but I clung to it like a lifeline. It was the only conviction I had. But then abruptly, the weight lifted. I pitched forward onto my hands, gulping up any air I could. Whatever unseen chains had bound me were gone, at least for the moment. Shaking, I crawled forward and snatched up my fallen torch. Its flame still flickered weakly. I staggered to my feet, one arm clutching my aching side. But somehow nothing felt broken. Stendar's mercy, perhaps, had spared me the worse injury. From the dark stairwell came the voice of Molak Baal, now eerily calm. Listen well, mortal. You have stumbled into my web. But I am feeling generous. There is a way out for you. A way out? Despite the pain, my heart gave a hopeful lurch. Daedra are liars, I reminded myself, yet what choice did I have? "What do you want?" I called hoarsely, trying to sound braver than I felt. I edged toward the center of the room, turning slowly so that no side of me was left unguarded. His voice swirled around from every direction, as cloying as smoke around me. "Your kind, the Vigilants, spend your lives slaying my kin and smashing my shrines. So pious, yet so very weak." Although his underlined that last word, I bit back a retort, gripping my mace, but Moonlight continued, somehow even conversational. "I offer you a bargain, little Nord. Would you like to leave here alive? Do you desire power?" Oh, that word. Power. It sunk its hook into me. I tried to mask my reaction, but he sensed it. Of course he did. And it was true. How many nights had I prayed for greater strength to combat these horrors I faced, for greater bravery? Too many Vigilants had fallen because we were mere mortals facing inhuman evils. My silence was answer enough for Molag Bal. "Ah, yes, I see it. I know your heart, Vigilant." His tone almost caressed me, dripping temptation. "How many comrades have you lost to the darkness while your silent gods did nothing? How many innocents cried out in vain prayers that were never answered?" Those words slithered into cracks of my spirit. Unbidden flashes of memory came, Vigilants slain by vampires in the night, a young girl we found too late, sacrificed by a cult. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Stop it. Shut up," I growled, voice raw with grief and anger. Molag Bal hissed back. "Listen to me, Vigilant. They were weak, and so are you. But I can change that. Accept the strength that I offer, and you could avenge them all, cleanse this world of every foul creature you hate. All I require is faith. Renounce your feeble divines. Swear yourself to me." "Never," I spat, the word bursting out of my mouth before he even finished. But my voice shook, betraying the fear beneath my defiance. The offer was monstrous. I knew it. Yet a tiny voice in me whispered, "Where has Stendar's strength brought you? What has Stendar ever done for you?" Oh, here I was, trapped and trembling, completely outmatched on every front. If I fell here, what would my death serve? Would it do any good? Molag Bal turned back to me. "Think carefully. Kneel, and you shall walk out of this house stronger than ever. My champion released upon the world. But refuse, and I will take my time in breaking you. Your soul will simmer in Cold Harbor for eternity." A chill ripped through me at the name of his realm. Cold Harbor, a nightmare world of slavery and anguish. My breathing turned shallow. Perhaps a dead Vigilant helps no one, a sly thought came. Maybe I could pretend to submit, find a chance to escape. Oh, I immediately loathed myself for thinking of it. One does not outwit Molag Bal with false promises. To even entertain serving him, however briefly, that would doom my soul. I gritted my teeth and steadied my shaking hands. This was a true test of my faith. "I'd rather die as Stendar's servant," I said hoarsely, "than live as your pawn, Molag Bal. You monster, you fiend." For a heartbeat there was nothing. But then Molag Bal's rage erupted. "So be it, you fool." The floorboards cracked beneath my boots and the whole house was shaking. I staggered, nearly falling, as the walls trembled and the dust rained from the ceiling. A wooden beam somewhere cracked with a loud snap. "I will grind you into powder, you pathetic man," the prince's voice roared, each word a clap of thunder. I threw my arm over my head as debris began to patter down. In that moment, I truly thought the building would collapse and bury me alive. Over the cacophony, a new sound reached me. A human shout from below. "Help! Someone, please!" The voice was weak. It was agonized, filled with sorrow, but very real. My eyes widened. Divines. I was not alone here. There was someone else. I froze, straining to hear. "Please, is anyone there?" Came the faint cry again, echoing up from the cellar. The house's violent shaking subsided as suddenly as it began, as if the Daedric prince himself had paused in surprise. My heart pounded. Someone was trapped down there. Likely the very person whose cry had lured me earlier. I lurched toward the stairway. Whatever Molag Bal had intended for me, I now had another purpose. There was a life to save, and I would be the one to save them. Ignoring my own trembling legs, I hurried down the steep stone steps into the basement, following the source of the cries. The foul draught following up grew stronger as I descended, carrying with it that sickly metallic tang of blood and a gust of palpable terror. My torch cast jittery light on the slick rocks as I reached the bottom. "Hello?" I called out. "I'm here. Keep talking so I know where you are. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to help." At the base of the stairs, my torchlight unveiled a grisly scene. I stood in a low-ceilinged cellar, carved at the bedrock beneath the house. And the air, it was pure rotten, spilled blood. In the center of the chamber stood a crude altar of dark stone, stained black-brown with old gore. Shackles and chains hung from a beam above, and at the end of one chain knelt a man. He was gaunt, barely more than a skeleton draped in a few torn rags. His arms were hoisted overhead by the shackles, forcing him into a bowed kneel. At the intrusion of light, he raised his head with a desperate effort. His face was a mask of bruises and dried blood, and his eyes, wide, bloodshot, gleamed with a mix of hope and terror. "Oh, by the divines, please," he croaked. "Help me." The plea broke off in a sob. "I'm here, my friend," I said quickly, setting the torch in a wall sconce and rushing to his side. "Don't worry. I'm a vigilant of Stendar. I'm going to get you out of here. Just do what I say." My words sounded braver than I felt, but I had to convince him. Up close, I could see the iron shackles biting into his wrists, crusted with blood. The chain ran taut from his arms to ring bolted into the floor, locked up tight. I didn't have a key, and the links were thick. I tested one with a tug, and it didn't give an inch. The man flinched at the clang of the chains. "Oh, please, Vigilant. Please get me out of here. It's been so long," he moaned, tears cutting through the grime on his face. I placed a hand on his shoulder to steady him. "Hold on, my friend. It's all going to be all right. I'll find a way." But he suddenly gasped, eyes darting over my shoulder. "Vigilant! Behind you!" An unseen force seized me like a giant's hand flung across the chamber. I slammed into the rough stone wall with a bone-rattling crack, pain bursting across my back now. Gasping, I collapsed to the ground amid scattered bones and filth-laden straw. My torchlight wavered from the wall bracket, throwing grey shadows as I struggled to orient myself. Molagbal's voice boomed through the cellar, dripping with cruel amusement. "You pathetic vigilant. Did you think you could take what belongs to me?" I groaned and pushed myself up onto my knees, every joint protesting. Across the chamber, the chained man cowered, whimpering in fear. I forced myself upright and snatched my mace from where it had fallen. My eyes darted around for the Daedra's form, but I only saw a swirl of black mist coalescing above the blood-stained altar. The darkness gathered into a vague shape before dispersing again. Molagbal did not deign to fully manifest. He hardly needed to. A fraction of his strength was enough. His voice came low and venomous now. "That wretch chained to the wall. He is my little priest of Boethia. He dared try to defile my shrine, and now he belongs to me." The bound man squeezed his eyes shut at the mention of Boethia, fresh tears leaking out. I felt a jolt of understanding at that, though I couldn't show it. Boethia, another Daedric prince, the rival to Molagbal, and Molagbal hated Boethia above all others. This man must have been performing some ritual here, in Molagbal's abandoned shrine, and had fallen into a trap. Now he was captive, a plaything in the web of a Daedra. A memory stirred of one of our vigilant creeds. The mercy of Stendar does not extend to Daedra worshippers. And to my order, a priest of Boethia, that would be a heretic, just another enemy to cast down. Any other day I might have found a grim satisfaction in bringing such a man to justice. But as I looked at this broken and bleeding soul, I felt no triumph. No one deserved the treatment I witnessed. My true enemy stood before us unseen, and his cruelty filled me with a righteous anger. Molagbal's tone shifted, oozing false sweetness. "Now you see, vigilant, why not all is as it seems. This blasphemer is delivered right into your hands. You hunt Daedra worshippers, do you not? Our goals align." "Go on. Do your duty. Strike him down in my name. You may as well do it in Stendar's if you like. But strike him down." I stared at the altar. Upon it rested a weapon, a heavy spiked mace caked with rust and old blood, the mace of Molagbal. Even from several paces away I could feel the hatred emanating from that dark instrument. The prince was offering it to me. I realized it, both a tool and a reward. Oh, my stomach churned at the thought. You want me to kill him," I said. The words half statement, half question. Disgust warred with the tremor of temptation in my gut. "Want?" Molagbal purred. "I ask only that you do what you already believe should be done. Is his life not forfeit? He is a worm who worships a false god. Give him the punishment he deserves. Grant him the honor of being a sacrifice to me. Do this, and I will reward you. Power, freedom, everything I promised. This is the price. A simple choice." I looked at the priest. The poor man was already shaking, lips moving in frantic prayer, whether to Boethia, Stendar, or any other god that would listen, I don't know. His gaze met mine, and I saw it in complete despair. He was hopeless. I clenched my jaw, lifting my own steel mace. "I am a vigilant of Stendar," I hissed. "We do hunt heretics and evildoers, but not like this. Not at the whim of a Daedric fiend." Molagbal's patience evaporated.
"Defy me, will you?" he snarled. Without warning, one of the dangling chains whipped out like a striking snake. It lashed across the chain's priest's back with a crack, and the man screamed, arcing in agony against his bonds. "No," I shouted, rushing forward, but an invisible force smashed into my chest and hurled me back again. I landed near the foot of the stairs. The wind knocked from my lungs. The prince's laughter was like a knife. "How much pain can you stomach, little vigilant? I can keep him alive for years if I wish, and make you witness every second. His screams will be the music of your days here." My heart thundered. This was unbearable, and Molag Bal hissed back. "Look at him. You have the power to end his suffering. Just one swing of that mace and it's all over. Isn't that what your merciful Stendarr would want? Go on, show mercy." I stared at the wretched man, shuddering in pain, his blood dribbling onto the stone. Horror and helpless fury warred within me. If I did nothing, the prince would indeed torture him endlessly, and likely me too. Perhaps killing the man would truly be a mercy at this point. But a part of me, desperate and cornered, whispered that the priest was a servant of dark power. Perhaps this is the fate he'd earned. "No," I growled, struggling back to my feet. "No, I won't do it. Not like this. I'm not going to do it for you." The Daedric prince's presence pressed on me from all sides, a suffocating mantle of rage and malice. "All your ideals or your struggles," Molag Bal growled, "they mean nothing. You are a broken tool fit only for scrap. If you will not serve me, then you will die, and you will die slowly after you watch this traitorous insect suffer every form of torment I can imagine." A hot tear slid down my cheek, born of frustration and dread. This was it, the darkest crossroad of my life. I stood on the precipice of damnation, and my refusal had pushed me over the edge. But if I was doomed, I would not go out as a puppet of evil. I silently prayed that Stendarr understood my choice, even if it meant our deaths. Through blurred vision, my gaze fell upon the grotesque altar and the wicked Daedric mace resting atop it. Molag Bal's anchor in this mortal world. A spark lit inside me, a small but bright one. If I had one final act of defiance left to give, this was it. Time seemed to slow there, and I raised my eyes to the black altar stone. The only source of Molag Bal's power here was that shrine. The entire house? That was just an extension of it. Could I fight a Daedric prince? Impossible. Don't even think about it. But perhaps I could break his hold, sever the link that bound him to this place. It was a desperate, mad thought, but Molag Bal surely knew what flitted through my mind because he bellowed with a sudden fury. I lunged toward the altar. My arms drew back the steel mace that had served me faithfully for years, its worn head glinting in the torchlight, and with everything I had, the strength of my arms, the weight of my conviction, channeled into one decisive blow, I roared and swung. "Stendarr, give me strength!" Steel struck stone with a thunderous clash. The altar cracked, a deep fissure splitting its surface. "Wretch, what have you done?" Molag Bal's voice was no longer seductively smooth, but furiously, with a shriek that made the blood in my veins run cold. Without hesitation, I raised my mace and struck again. The cracks webbed further across the stone altar, chunks of it crumbling away. A blast of icy wind burst forth, snuffing the torch and plunging us into darkness. In the faint light of the glowing cracks, I saw the black mist around the altar convulse. It was like the very stone was in complete agony. And suddenly, An immense force smashed into me, a last assault by the enraged prince. I was lifted off my feet and flung across the chamber like a rag doll. My back hit a support post with a bone-jarring force, and I collapsed to the ground. Agony lanced through my ribs as I tasted the blood on my tongue. Maybe 1 or 2 broken ribs this time, that's for certain. You mortal filth! I hurled the cursed artifact into the nearest corner away from the altar, the mace of Molag Bal now my target. You mortal filth! Molag Bal screamed back at me for the second time. I forced myself up on one knee. Despite the pain tearing at my side, I gripped my own mace in both hands and with a fervent cry launched myself towards the mace and brought down in a final crushing swing. The altar. Stone shattered. It went into pieces, a shockwave of energy blasting outward. I was driven back by the blast and shielded my face with my arms as shards of rock and metal flew past. An otherworldly roar rattled the cellar, rising up in a pitch to a frenzied scream, and then abruptly, silent, complete and profound silence falling, broken only by the ragged sound of my breathing and the distant ripping of water. Pebbles and dust pattered to the floor in the aftermath of the quake, and for a long moment I did not move. My ears rang. I wondered if I'd been struck deaf. But no, I heard a soft clink of a chain nearby, and a weak, shuddering breath that was not my own. The priest! That's right, I almost forgot in the panic. I scrambled up, biting back a cry of pain as every bone in my body felt like it was breaking, and feeling around I retrieved the fallen torch. It had mercifully landed in a puddle of oil and still held a tiny ember. I blew on it gently, and a thin flame danced back to life. The altar was all gone, reduced to a pile of rubble and dust, and Molag Bal's presence? I no longer felt it. No oppressive weight, no hateful whisper, just an eerie stillness in the lingering smell of cold ash. The captive priest was slumped against his chains, unconscious or close to it. The manacles still held him, but without the Daedra's power, perhaps I could now pry them loose. I croaked out the words. "Hold on, priest. I'll get you out of here." With effort I hauled myself over the debris to him. He was breathing, though shallowly. Blood soaked his back from where the chain had scourged him. Planting a foot in the stone anchor, I grasped the chain and pulled with all my remaining strength. At first the metal refused to give, but then with a screech, the bolt holding it cracked out of the floor. The priest's arms collapsed limply, finally freed from their overhead suspension. I caught him as he sagged forward, easing him gently to the ground. "It's over now." I wasn't unsure if he could hear it or not, but I had to say something. The man's eyes fluttered open a sliver as he looked back at me, and he was in a dazed disbelief. I offered him a faint, exhausted smile. "Molag Bal's gone now, priest, and you're safe." Tears welled in his eyes. Of relief, perhaps, or gratitude, I couldn't tell. His lips moved, perhaps trying to form words, but only a raspy sob came. I rested a hand on his shoulder, and I realized I was trembling as much as he was. And in the stillness that followed, I became aware of a new sound, the distant clamor of voices and footsteps from above. Light, brighter and whiter than my torch, flickered down the stairway. The reinforcement I had prayed for at the start of this night was finally here. It was the guards. They came down the stairs and gaped at the scene, the shattered altar, the broken chains, the battered, vigilant and bloodied prisoner on the floor. Divines! "What happened here?" one guard muttered, lowering his sword in astonishment. The other guard's eyes darted between the rubble and the two of us. I slowly pushed myself upright, one arm still bracing the injured priest. The nearest guard reached out to me steady as I swayed on my feet. I began, my voice coming out in a rasp. "The Daedric presence is gone. I banished it." Whoa, easy now," said the guard. "By the gods, we tried to get in sooner. The door wouldn't budge. We only just managed to break it down. We heard all the screams." He glanced over my shoulder at the moaning priest. "We had no idea someone else was in here." "Well, he'll live," I managed, nodding toward the injured man. "Help me get him upstairs, will you?" At once, the guard carefully eased the limp priest from my arms and lifted him. The other offered himself under my shoulder for support, but I was too drained and hurt to refuse. Leaning on the guard, I limped towards the stairs, each new step an adventure in pain. But it was all over. The nightmare had finally come to an end. We ascended out of the dark and into the ruined main room of the house, dawn's light streaming in through the now battered front door. They certainly made a mess of the thing. The air was all colored in the dust. Outside, more people were gathered. Guards and a few curious townsfolk drawn in by the commotion. Their anxious faces peered in as we emerged. The guard carrying the priest pushed past them, heading toward the Temple of Dibella, on the nearby hill where healers could tend to him. I stood, blinking in the daylight, releasing a breath I'd felt like I'd been holding for an eternity, and the cool morning air on my face was the sweetest thing that I could ever imagine. A murmur went through the small crowd as they took in my appearance in the wreckage behind me. One of the guards asked, "Is it over?" Half in awe, half in hope. "Yeah, it's over," I said quietly. "The haunting is over. The evil inside has been banished." But even as I said the words, I scarcely believed them. But the serene hush in my soul, where Molag Bal's voice had been, was proof enough. The guards exchanged looks of amazement. One of them, a captain by his insignia, stepped forward and clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Then Markarth is in your debt, Vigilant. We feared the worst when we heard the screams and felt the ground shake. By the time we broke in, well, only the gods knew what you faced in there. Thank you. We're in your debt." I nodded wearily. I could feel the adrenaline finally ebbing away, leaving me weak-kneed and light-headed. And I mumbled, "I should check on the prisoner," starting to shuffle after the retreating guard who had taken the priest. In due time, the captain said firmly, "You're hurt. Let's get you to the temple. The priest is in good hands. We'll make sure he's treated and properly questioned." His tone made it clear that, Boethia worshipper or not, the man would not be harmed further under their watch. Somehow I think Stendar would approve. And so, leaning on the guard's arm, I allowed myself to be guided away from the cursed house. A small cheer actually went up from one of the bolder onlookers as we passed, a cheer that the horror was ended. It's the only thanks we vigilants ever get. We rarely get that anyway. Outside the house, the rising sun had never seemed so beautiful. I looked on in awe. Perhaps, after this ordeal, I could have never seen it again. But here I was. I paused for just a moment, turning back to look at the dilapidated abode that I had entered in darkness. The front door hung off its hinges, and inside I could see the morning light piercing through the broken roof, illuminating the interior where evil had dwelt only moments before. I closed my eyes and whispered a soft prayer, and in that silent moment I felt the warmth on my skin that was more than just the sun. Perhaps it was my imagination. Perhaps it was Stendar's grace truly with me.
But either way, I felt a deep sense of peace settling over me despite the pain. The guard urged me. "Come on, Vigilant. Let's get those wounds healed up." I allowed him to lead me onward. As we headed up the street, I cast one last glance over my shoulder. That house of horror. It stood silent and still. Just another abandoned building beneath a brightening sky. Whatever dark force had claimed it was gone for good. The haunting of Markarth was over. I turned away with a final slight smile. I had stared into the very face of darkness and not surrendered. Though exhausted, battered, and scarred by the ordeal, I carried on into the dawn. Alive and unbroken. A vigilant who had upheld his vow when it mattered most. The gods had tested me in that dark house, and by their grace I had prevailed. And so here I am, sitting in the tavern with you, telling the story. If things had gone differently that night, I wouldn't be here to tell it. Neither would that priest, though I never found out what happened to him. I hope he changed his ways in the end, and came into the worship of the divines. Perhaps he won't be playing with the Daedra anymore. But as for you, my friend, I hope it serves as a cautionary tale. Don't go wandering into any old houses, and do not seek out the Daedra. And if you do, I might just come to find you, and I will not be so merciful. Go and get some rest. It's been a long night. Stendar's blessings. Snow battered Windhelm's gates, howling like an unquiet spirit. And it was on that day that I was crossing the frozen bridge into that great city of the north. My name, if it matters, is Jareth. Consider yourself lucky. Few living souls know it. I am a Dark Brotherhood assassin, pledged to the Night Mother. It was that evening the call came in the faintest whisper. A child's voice, desperate and trembling. I felt it like a chill at the base of my spine, a summons from the shadows that demanded the blade. Children do not often call upon us, but desperation in Skyrim can manifest in many twisted ways. Windhelm, that so-called city of kings, lay before me in all of its cold grandeur. Thick snow blanketed every roof and walkway. When I passed beneath the ancient stone archway and into the lamplit streets, I saw only the faint flicker of torches. Folk in furs and threadbare boots hurried along, heads down, ignoring me as I made my way deeper into the city. They were used to gloom. Windhelm's winter never truly relents. But still, I could feel a particular heaviness in the air that night. I'd received no formal note or courier message, only a silent knowledge, a sensation that the Night Mother's eyes were upon me. It is said, when an innocent soul performs the dark ritual, their plea can echo through the void, carried to the hearts of brotherhood assassins. This time, I felt more than mere duty. It was something akin to dread. I had a long career. I'd hunted jarls, warlords, even foolish bandits who threatened our sanctuaries, but a contract from a child. My stomach knotted at the thought. That alone told me that this job would test me in ways that I had not foreseen. I found lodging at Candlehearth Hall to observe, hidden in plain sight among Windhelm's travellers. The inn's stone walls gave minimal warmth, but I took my seat by the central fire, cloaked and hooded, my gloved hands around a steaming cup. From there I kept a silent watch. A rumor here, a snippet of conversation there, talk of orphans plagued by nightmares, an orphanage matron rumored to be cruel behind closed doors. Bermina's name crept into hushed speculation. Even the innkeeper, Elder, muttered to a guard about strange goings-ons after dark near the old orphanage on the eastern edge. A pattern emerged quickly. This contract was no simple revenge story. No, something far darker was at play. And it was no accident that a child had decided to seek our brand of justice. Midnight slowly approached, and the inn gradually emptied. I slipped outside into the swirling snow, headed toward the rundown quarter near the city's walls. There the old orphanage crouched like a dying beast. Its windows were shuttered tight, and a battered sign above the door squeaked in the wind. I circled the block, seeking vantage points. Light glowed faintly from the upper window. I lingered in a back alley until I caught movement. A silhouette in the orphanage yard, huddled near a crooked stable. The figure was small, surely a child. She knelt in the snow, heedless of the cold, busy with something that I could not see. I drew closer, footsteps muffled by the deep drifts. The girl was building a crude effigy of twigs and bones. Candles, half buried in the snow, flickered around her. My pulse quickened at the sight. The black sacrament, carried out in desperation. A worn ritual dagger lay at her side, and she whispered the words between her chattering teeth. Sweet mother, send your child unto me. Her voice cracked with each repetition. She sounded on the verge of tears, or perhaps she'd already cried them all out. I stood in the shadows, letting her finish the incantation. The child, she couldn't have been more than 10, 11 at most, and she was heartbreakingly thin, her clothes ragged. My mind raced. Sithis. For divine's sake, she's just a girl. Usually, I keep a wall around my emotions. Assassins must be as cold as steel. But something in that frail figure, clutching bones in the snow, It shattered my usual detachment. At last, she stabbed the makeshift heart of the effigy one final time and collapsed onto her heels, sobbing. That's when I stepped into the candlelight. She jerked upright, eyes wide, ready to scream, but I lifted a gloved hand. You have called us, and I have answered. Her breath caught. She scrambled back, startled, but she recognized the black attire, the leathers, the red handprint of the Brotherhood. She blinked tears away, fighting to speak. You're an assassin. Her voice trembled. She looked both terrified and relieved all at once. I lowered myself onto one knee, ensuring she could see as little of my face as possible within my hood. I am. Sithis has heard your plea, little one. Speak your desire, and I shall deliver it. Part of me cringed at what I was about to ask from a child, yet the contract had already been spoken. The dread pact was sealed from the moment she spilled blood over the effigy. She swallowed hard. My name is Solveig. The matron Hild, she runs this place, but she's evil. At that word, her tone changed to a raw, painful timber beyond her years. She beats us, she starves us, and worse. At night, she locks us in dark rooms, whispering that nobody loves us and nobody wants us. The girl's eyes flicked toward the orphanage. We can't sleep. Our dreams, we see nightmares. It's like she's conjuring them. She laughs when we're scared. And then she prays to something. I don't understand it. I just know it's wrong. We can't live like this anymore. Please help us. I listened silently, letting her pour over the horror, the nightmares, the cruelty. Her words confirmed the rumors. Solveig's limbs quivered in the freezing air, or perhaps from sheer trauma. But finally, she lifted a trembling hand, offering me a few tarnished septums. It was pitifully little. Probably all the money that she had in the world. Not even enough to cover expenses. I stared at the coins in her palm and gently closed her fingers over them. No payment needed, I said, my voice hollow. This deed is demanded by the Night Mother herself. Hild will die, and your nightmares will be put to rest. I heard my own words echo, and a part of me wondered if that was truly the entire truth. But it would suffice. Sithis's will had indeed guided me here. Solveig tried to speak, but she only managed a tearful nod. She pressed something into my hand, a small wooden charm in the shape of a snowflake. I made this. I prayed to the divines, but they never answered. Maybe you can keep it for luck. Oh, divines. My gut twisted at her innocence. That a child believed luck was found in the arms of a Brotherhood assassin spoke volumes about her experience. I slipped the trinket into my pouch, my eyes not leaving hers. Return inside, I urged. Tell no one of our meeting. I brushed a bit of snow off her shoulders, a gesture that felt unnatural for me. Trust that before the next dawn breaks, your tormentor will face her end. Solveig's lips parted, as if she wanted to ask something. Perhaps? Are you sure? Will it be tonight? But her words were lost in a swirl of wind. Instead, she bowed her head and hurried back toward the orphanage's rear door, glancing over her shoulder once. Her footprints trailed behind her like an evidence of an unthinkable deed she had done. And when she was gone, I stooped to snuff out the candles and bury the grisly remains of the effigy. The swirling snow would conceal all soon enough, and in the hush that followed, I breathed deeply, fighting off a wave of old memories. My own father's fists, the bruises on my arms. I shoved the recollection down. This is business, I reminded myself. The innocent calls. I respond. That was my duty. I left the yard and slipped back into the city's winding streets, ready to do what I must. A few hours before dawn, I returned under the cover of darkness. Windhelm's watch patrols were sparse at night. I crept along the alley behind the orphanage. A rickety wooden fence surrounded a small, snow-choked courtyard, littered with broken toys. The rear door was locked, but it yielded to my picks. Inside, the corridor smelled of stale stew and mildew. My steps were light. Not even those old floorboards didn't creak, though. The dim lanterns revealed a bare hallway, chipped plaster walls, a few battered benches. Lining the walls were children's drawings, stick figures and lopsided houses, and black smears that might have been monsters. But my breath caught at one depiction of a figure with elongated arms and clawed fingers looming over a group of small forms. Beneath it were the words scrawled, "No more." A door to the right opened into a cramped dormitory. Peering through a crack, I saw the sleeping children. 10 bunks, each with a thin blanket. Occasional whimpers or muffled sobs arose from them, as though living through nightmares even in slumber. I remembered Solveig's words. She conjures them. The air in the dormitory felt heavy, laced with an unwholesome magic I couldn't name. I continued down the hall. At the far end, a large oak door was slightly ajar. Candlelight spilled out, tinted by a strange purple hue. From within came a low chanting. A woman's voice, rhythmic and fervent. I pressed myself to the wall and inched closer, my dagger ready at the belt. Carefully, I peered in. Matron Hild knelt before a small altar. She was much older than I expected. Grey hair, braided around a stern face. Her eyes were fixed on a carved idol, the likeness of Vermina, Daedric prince of nightmares. Purple vapors arose from a brazier, swirling in the air. With each breath, Hild inhaled the fumes like a lifeline. Her voice trembled in unholy devotion. Your gift is our fear. Your offering is their terror. Feed, Dreamweaver. Feed. Children's faint cries drifted from elsewhere in the orphanage, echoing through the corridor, and Hild closed her eyes in ecstasy as if the children's fear gave her energy. A staff with a horned skull tip rested against the wall, a conduit, perhaps, for Vermina's dreadful power. My blood chilled at the sight. This was beyond petty cruelty. It was a cult ritual. She must have discovered that the nightmares of children pure and potent, could be harnessed for dark blessings. Yeah, I had seen enough. This woman thrived on torment, leveraging Daedric magic to twist young minds. I would end her swiftly, and leave no chance for Vermina's influence to persist. My footsteps were silent as I slipped through the door, hugging the shadows. Despite the quiet, Hild sensed me. She broke off her chant and spun around, her expression contorting from rapt devotion to unmasked hatred. "You," she hissed, eyes narrowing on my armor. "One of the Night Mother's whelps." She rose, posture rigid. I felt the stirrings. One of those brats must have invoked you. Yes, that's right. So be it. My mistress will relish devouring you as well. In response, I drew my dagger, staying calm. I expected for her to scream for help, but she only sneered, chanting a quick incantation under her breath. The shadows thickened around her staff, condensing into black tendrils that lashed out. I barely dodged, the tip of one tendril grazing my leather pauldron. A wave of icy dread coursed through me, momentarily numbing my sword arm. Recovering, I circled around the altar, forcing her away from it. She bared her teeth. "You cannot stop me, assassin. Vermina has promised me power beyond measure, enough to protect these worthless orphans from a far crueler world. They are mine to shape as I see fit." "Monstrous," I spat. In truth, I do not usually trade insults with targets, but hearing her twisted sense of justification made my anger spike. Children, used as spiritual livestock for some Daedric fiend. I lunged forward, steel flashing, and she raised her staff, blocking with a burst of violent light. A clash shook the brazier and sent a swirl of pungent smoke bellowing around the small chamber. Hild countered with a slash of unnatural energy that crackled along the staff's skull. I recognized the faint glimmer of dream-based illusions. If that magic touched me, it would assault my mind with crippling visions. I managed to twist aside, rolling behind a toppled chest. My heart hammered. One misstep, and she'd have me reliving the worst horrors of the past. But she was no mewling zealot. She was a practiced conjurer of nightmares. Snatching a throwing knife from my belt, I flung it low, aiming for her legs. She dodged, but not fully. The blade gashed her calf, drawing blood. She stumbled and let out a snarl of pain. Seizing the moment, I sprang up and closed the distance, dagger raised. This time, I scored a deep cut across her arm before she could block. She gasped, dropping to a knee, staff clattering on the floor. For a heartbeat, she locked eyes with me. A silent fury mingled with genuine fear. The reality of her mortality struck. In response, she spat some final invocation to Vermina, her hand frantically reaching for a small phial. I guessed it was a potent potion, or an essence of nightmares that could shift the tide. I kicked her wrist, sending the phial spinning away, and the glass shattered on the stone floor, releasing a burst of noxious purple smoke. Hild coughed, disoriented. I put my dagger to her throat. "The Black Sacrament has claimed you. Your cruelty ends now." She opened her mouth, perhaps for her last curse, but my blade slid across her neck in one fluid motion, turning the words into a gargle of blood. Her eyes went wide with shock, and she collapsed at the foot of Vermina's idol, her life
spilling onto the floor. For a few seconds, I stood there, breathing hard. Flickering candlelight revealed the staff, the altar, and the foul paraphernalia of her worship. But my mission was not complete until I destroyed this vile shrine. If it remained, some twisted soul could exploit it, especially in a land as dark as Skyrim. Grimly I lifted the staff and examined it. Glimmering runes spiraled around the horned skull, black filaments of leftover magic clinging to it. I brought it down on the corner of the altar with all my strength. A sharp crack, and the staff's haft split. Another blow, the skull shattered into shards. The brazier toppled, scattering hot coals. Flames licked at the spilled chemicals rising dangerously, and I grabbed a cloth from Hild's work table and smothered the flames before they spread. The air churned with bitter smoke and a sickly stench. When it subsided, the scene was one of ruin. The state of Vermina lay splintered, the staff destroyed, and the matron's lifeblood pooling in the broken remnants of her devotions. That would have to be enough. And so, I turned to leave, but movement by that door startled me. A small figure stood there, candlelight dancing across her face. Solveig. Her eyes flicked from me to the dead matron, to the shattered shrine, taking it all in with a kind of numb acceptance. For a child who had performed the Black Sacrament, perhaps his final bloody image was exactly as expected. But still, I saw the tension in her posture, and then the trembling in her hands. She whispered, I woke up, but the nightmares, they stopped. Her gaze lingered on Hild's corpse. I heard some crashing, and I had to see. She spoke surely, as if unsure whether to be horrified or relieved. I took a breath and lowered my dagger. Her presence here was too risky. But it was too late to just turn her away. Well, Solveig, it is done. No more beatings. No more nightmares. You're free. She nodded, though tears clung to her lashes. She stepped forward, knelt by the broken altar. She didn't seem to grieve the matron's passing. Rather, she looked haunted by the realization that all this had been necessary. Children shouldn't have to endure such things, let alone commission it. Yet in her eyes, among the fear, I saw flickers of hope. The city guards would investigate. Maybe they'd blame bandits or a random thief. But the children, what would become of them in the meantime? I reached into a small satchel. A handful of coins jingled, the last of my reward from a prior contract. Not a fortune, but it might feed the orphans for a while. Take this, I said, pressing the pouch into her hand. Use it for food, clothes, whatever you need, until the city finds you, someone to take care of you. No thanks or formalities were needed. We both understood. The gesture spoke volumes. My attempt at compassion, that sliver of humanity that the Brotherhood seldom shows. And so I left Solveig kneeling in the half-ruined chamber, her face illuminated by flickering candlelight. I heard no footsteps behind me, no cries to wait. Perhaps she needed her own moment of reckoning, to see with her own eyes that the monster was truly dead. I only hoped the other children would find healing in time.
Slipping back into the corridor, I moved silently until I reached the dormitory. The door was slightly open now. I caught the sight of anxious little faces peering out. They saw my black silhouette in the gloom, and a soft collective gasp rippled among them. Surely, they sensed that shift in the atmosphere, the end of that malignant presence. Gently, I pulled the door shut, wordlessly urging them to stay inside. Better they not witness the full horror. I retraced my steps out of the orphanage, slipping away as the wind began its relentless howling anew. The sky beyond the city walls hinted at first grey light of dawn. Soon, the unthinkable truth would spread, that the orphanage matron was found dead, her shrine uncovered, and the children left behind with only a bloody memory. My presence, of course, would remain nothing more than a rumor. That is how it works. That is how we work. Ephemeral. A whisper in the night. Outside, I paused at the edge of the yard, scanning for patrols. But nothing but silence. Overhead, the stars receded into a pale winter sky. I inhaled the freezing air, letting my heart rate slow. In my line of work, adrenaline usually fades fast, replaced by a routine calm. Yet this time, there was a strange heaviness that lingered. Maybe it was the sight of Solvik's tearful face. Maybe it was the knowledge that I had killed at a child's command. I started to climb over the fence when I heard footsteps in the snow behind me. Whirling around, hand on my blade, I saw Solvik again, her breath steaming in the cold. Her eyes shone with something like gratitude and sorrow, and with her she clutched a small pouch of gold. We stared at each other across a few paces of white frost. The wind whipped her hair across her face. "You're leaving," she said. It wasn't really a question. Her expression shifted, and I glimpsed a little heartbreak. For a moment, I saw how truly alone she was. "I have to," I replied quietly. "Our paths will not cross again, Solveig. A new life awaits you now." She moved as if to approach me, but froze. Perhaps an unspoken fear. I might vanish into dust if she got too close, or that she'd glimpse something monstrous in my gaze. But she whispered, "Thank you for helping us all." I allowed a slight nod, though inside my emotions churned. Being thanked for murder. My entire existence is shaped by violence. But if the divines will not intervene, and if the law fails children like her, perhaps it's only the Brotherhood alone that can sever the rot. I turned to her at last, and left her with the words, "Live a good life, Solveig." Without another word, I scaled the fence and dropped onto the snow-packed alley beyond. I didn't look back. From there I threaded through Windhelm's back streets, bypassing the main gate. Climbing a half-collapsed watchtower, I vaulted onto the city's defensive wall. Snow crunched underfoot. A lone guard patrolled near the front gate, but I kept to the shadows, letting the swirling flakes cloak me. In minutes, I was outside the perimeter, the city behind me now. Dawn's bleak light was touching the horizon. I stood for a moment on a rise, gazing back at the ancient walls. The swirling drifts almost formed illusions, and I found myself imagining the children waking to a day without fear in their hearts. Perhaps that was reason enough. Yet I couldn't ignore the memories churned up by this contract. When I was 10, my father, he broke my arm when I dropped his tankard. He used to lock me up in a crawl space and say I'd never be worth the dirt on his boots. The nightmares, the sense of helplessness. I grew up craving a savior who never came. And as I trudged away from Windhelm, I realized that I had grown up to become that savior. Not for myself, but at least for Solveig. Grim, sure, but I felt a flicker of purpose in the emptiness. The Brotherhood might be a sinister tool, but sometimes that tool sets something right, if only by removing a piece of pure evil from the world. Shaking off the reflection, I continued down the snow-laden path. My cowl shielded my face from the biting wind. The night's brutality weighed on me, yet I carried that faint sense of closure. The contract was complete. The price of blood had been paid. In the recesses of my soul, I heard the Night Mother's faint murmurs. Approval, or so I chose to interpret. Usually I'd feel only hollow satisfaction of a job well done. This time, a measure of genuine relief. As though I had cut away a malignant tumor, plaguing the lives of those innocents. Skyrim's horizon stretched out, rugged and cold, scattered with icy crags and bare trees. Dawn tinted the sky a pale silver blue. Without clear roads, I walked carefully, scanning for wolves or bandits that might roam in the early hours. The sounds of the city faded behind me, replaced by the lonely hush of the tundra. Still, the image of Solveig, clutching that coin purse, and a final glimmer of hope, it's never left my mind. By the evening of the next day, I reached a hidden crevice in the mountains south of Windhelm. Behind a rocky overhang, concealed by thick pine boughs, lay an old wooden door bearing a crimson handprint. Our local sanctuary was small, known only to a handful of brother and sisters. I entered, and the familiar scent of musty stone and candle wax greeted me. Within its halls, I found only one other figure, a Dunmer assassin, Borelius, reviewing a ledger of contracts. He looked up when I approached, raising an eyebrow. "Windhelm job?" he asked, expression neutral. "You were gone less than 2 days. Quick work." I nodded curtly, pulling back my hood. "Yes, Borelius. The contract was unusual, but it's finished now." He studied me for a moment. No doubt he saw a few lines of fatigue etched on my face. "You look troubled, Jareth." "Bad job." "Effective," I corrected, ignoring the question's nuance. Target was a Vermina cultist, feeding on children's fears. The client was a girl, a slip of a thing. I tried to maintain my composure. "We've rarely had such a contract, but it's done now." He offered a thin smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Even the innocent can pay the tithe of blood if they know the ritual. Sithis does not discriminate, brother. He rubbed his chin, thoughtful. I'd be lying if I said it didn't unsettle me. But we are what we are. I gave a quiet grunt of acknowledgement. I destroyed the altar, ended her sorcery. And the orphans, well, they're free now. A part of me almost apologized for going beyond the kill, destroying the staff, leaving gold, but Borelius didn't press me. He only nodded slowly, as if acknowledging that sometimes these extras were necessary to contain the threat. As I moved deeper into the sanctuary's quiet corridors, I reflected on how, for all our darkness, we sometimes stand in a gap where lore and divines fail. If a child's last prayer is for us, it means no one else listened. That knowledge stung me like a dagger's edge. I found my bunk, set down my gear, and in the faint candlelight, I noticed Solveig's wooden snowflake charm still in my pouch. I turned it over in my fingers, roughly carved, but meaningful. A child's desperate hope in a world that offered her none. A week later, rumors reached the sanctuary. The guards of Windhelm discovered the matron's body. Some chalked it up to cult infiltration, or even a random murder. The children were placed under city protection, at least temporarily. One rumor said a traveling priest of Mara arrived, determined to banish any lingering traces of Daedric influence. Another whispered that a wealthy merchant donated a sum to the orphanage to keep them running under kinder hands. I knew the truth behind that gold, but no one else needed to. None of the official tales mentioned the Dark Brotherhood. No surprise there. It's better that way. If the children told stories of a black-clad avenger, the guards would likely dismiss them as frightened fantasies. Good. Let the city remain ignorant. We thrive on rumor and fear, not validation. Sometimes, late at night, I walk alone in the sanctuary's corridor and sense a presence, like the Night Mother's intangible voice guiding me. The memory of Solveig still sets my mind on edge. That small, shaking girl involved in our darkest rites to rescue her from a living nightmare. I wonder how she feels now, sleeping at last without fear. Perhaps she and the others can heal, forging new dreams, untainted by Vermina's shadow. I've never been sentimental. My own childhood taught me that the world's cruel, that only decisive action shatters chains. Yet this job, it left me feeling more protective, in a strange way. A child left with no recourse but to call upon murderers. Well, that's a stark testament about the divines sometimes failing. Ironically, us assassins becoming an instrument of mercy. What a world we live in. Still, the gloom of my own past lingers. My father's drunken rages, my mother's silent compliance, the nights I prayed for a champion that never came. It shaped me into a man who kills for a living. But maybe I broke that cycle for another battered soul. What am I saying? There's no redemption story. Sithis offers none. But maybe it's just a quiet mercy that I cling to, however momentary. And in the end, that's all I can say. I was summoned by a child, performed my duty and left a quiet mercy behind. Let the bards sing of heroes. Our orders remain unspoken, feared and despised. But maybe sometimes behind the terror there's a subtle, twisted kindness that emerges where all hopes have failed. If that is the only kindness that these orphans ever know, well, so be it. And so ends the tale. May the cold wind carry away the last of their nightmares, and may Vermina's hunger find more purchase on innocent dreams. As for me, I return to the shadows, awaiting the next voice in the darkness, awaiting the next soul's final breath offered to Sithis. The world will never see us as saviors, and damn rightly so. But for this fragile moment, I glimpsed a world where an assassin's blade can sever more than a life, but sever suffering itself. For me, in my search for reasons, it's perhaps the only reason to keep walking on this path. Until next time, good night, my friend. Intruders. Somewhere. I awoke to that sound. Muffled curses, the clinking of chisels against that cold stone. For uncounted centuries, I was entombed in a black silence, sealed by ancient wards beneath the mountains of Falkreath. Those Nords who bound me here placed ward stones at the threshold of my crypt to ensure I would never rise. But now those wards lie shattered. The work of ignorant grave robbers. Through slitted eyes I saw their torchlight. They have broken the seal on my sarcophagus, prying at the carved lid, and with the groan of old rusty hinges, the lid slides free, and at last I have my freedom too. I remember little of my long sleep, only darkness and hunger. The intruder's gasp as my withered face form stirs, and to them I must seem like a desiccated corpse, a tangled beard on a old and gaunt face, skin stretched tight over bones. And indeed, I was nearly a corpse. Centuries without blood. Oh, they left me in a horrible state. But now with the fresh scent of living blood pumping through their veins, it's intoxicating. My eyes snapped open, crimson in that torchlight. Before the closest grave robber can scream, I lunged forward with inhuman speed, fangs sinking into that soft neck. Oh, how I missed it. The blood rushing into my throat. It reawakens my ancient power. The man gurgles, and after a pathetic fight, he goes limp in my arms. I throw him aside, and his companion cries out in terror, dropping his torch. And in the sudden darkness, I become one with it. Another shadow. Decades of thirst. Oh, it erupted in a frenzy. I am on the second intruder before he can flee. He swings a rusted iron dagger wildly, a pathetically panicked man in the dark. The blade scores my side, but I barely feel it. I seize his throat and compel him with a piercing gaze. His struggles cease, and his will unravels. He becomes still, eyes glazing over, and with but a whisper, I bind the intruder's mind to my own, and then he is my thrall. Vampire thralls, you know what they are, right? Beings forcibly bent to the will of a vampire, stripped of any will of their own. But this poor fool, I remember his defiant spark fading, and after that he would do anything I commanded. He murmurs in a dull, reverent tone, "Master." That's when I know I have him. I release my grip, and he remains at attention, awaiting my orders. I step over the drained corpse of the first robber and retrieve the fallen torch. The orange light illuminates my ancient resting place. It is a small burial chamber, hewn from the mountain rock, walls decorated with faded murals of Nordic heroes and dragons. I suppose a long time ago this crypt might have been a sacred site. It could have even been my own hall. Well, it was now repurposed as my prison. Dust and cobwebs shrouded everything. The air reeks of mildew and long decay, and in one corner I find the sundered pieces of a wardstone, the very relic enchanted to keep me bound in this deathless slumber. So it is done. By greed, or perhaps by folly, these men have broken what ages of time could not. And the thought makes me smile, revealing those blood-stained teeth. Before leaving my tomb, I catch a glimpse of myself in a shard of polished bronze lying among the grave goods. Oh, what a ghastly reflection. Hollow cheeks, eyes like red pits, tangled hair matted with dust. Is this wretch looking back at me truly Lord Ithilien? Oh, that's right. My name, Lord Ithilien. I almost forgot it after all this time. No chance to say it. No one to ask. That name echoes from a distant past. You know, I was once a lord among men, a war leader, a feared knight, a high-born scourge upon my enemies. Now I look no better than the Draugr corpses that infest other tombs. What a mess. A wave of anger and shame washed over me at that time. This is what those damn Nords imprisoned me and reduced me to. But this humiliation would only be short-lived. With fresh blood in my veins and freedom regained, I will restore myself. My identity's not been lost, only buried. I am still the master of this crypt, and I will rise to my former glory once again. It was under that moonlit sky of Falkreath Hold, ancient pine forest stretching beyond the tomb's mouth, their misty boughs sheltering countless graves. For the first time since the First Era, I emerge under an open sky. Night air, cool, sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth. Oh, just to breathe it in is like being born again. Above me, Massa and Secunda cast a pale glow on the towering pines. Falkreath hasn't changed much. Still that old forest, and through that forest I spy weathered headstones and barrows jutting from the ferns.
Falkreath is known for its death and melancholy. I suppose they're not too happy that the hold is famed as Skyrim's graveyard, the resting place of countless warriors from eras past. But I feel a grim kinship with the land of the dead. Here among the fog-laden boughs and silent tombs, my presence almost fits right in. It always seems natural. Yet, beyond the graves, the living world has moved on without me. In the distance I see a village nestled between the trees, Falkreath itself, the city, if memory serves. Its timber longhouses and mead hall are lit by lantern glow, and to my eyes the architecture looks both familiar but strangely altered. The banners flying in the moonlight bear the imperial dragon emblem, which in my day would have been the bear or wolf of old Skyrim. Oh, in this new age, has its own allegiances and rulers. A changed Skyrim indeed. And then it hit me. How many lifetimes have come and gone? How long was I out for? I could never count them all. It had been so long. I wonder. In any case, the last I walked these lands, Skyrim's holds were embroiled in the War of Succession after High King Borgas's death. I recall battlefields littered with the dead, the screams of men dying at the edge of my blade. Now all that is dust and forgotten history. Those old grievances, they don't even matter anymore. The glories of my era, and the tragedies, they're little more than stories in mouldy old books. The realization stirs an unexpected ache in my chest. The pang of loss, perhaps a bit of loneliness. I couldn't tell. But the hunger in me soon drowns out such thoughts. The taste of a grave robber's blood only partially sated my thirst. I had not fed properly in centuries. If I am to regain my strength and restore my vigor, I really must gorge myself. And so, I melt into those forest shadows, moving with predatory purpose toward the village. I command my enthralled thief to follow at a distance. His mind is simple to control now. He trudges after me without question, like a little dog on a leash. The poor wretch's fate was sealed the moment he entered that tomb. He belongs to me now, forever. Skirting the main road, I come upon a solitary farmhouse on the village outskirts. Candlelight flickers in one window, and inside I sense the warm, tempting life force of a sleeping family. But I hesitate. A long time ago, I had a family too. Vague images flit through my mind. A wife's smiling face, a child's laughter. Well, that was before Molag Bal's curse had claimed me. Ugh. Molag Bal. That name itself is a bitterness on my tongue. In an older age, the Daedric prince Molag Bal visited his dark blessing upon mortals, and he created the first vampire around the early First Era. So I was not the first to be cursed, but I am among the most ancient of our kind. Like Lame Belfag, the Nedic princess whom Molag Bal defiled to spawn the first of use. I too rose from the dead with an unquenchable thirst. Molag Bal made me a monster, and I had lived as one ever since. How else was I supposed to go about things? But remembering what I am, it steels my resolve. There's no running, there's no hiding. I am no longer the man who once loved a family. I am a vampire lord, and mortals are nothing but cattle to me now. And so I silently slip through the door of the farmhouse. The scene inside is almost peaceful. 2 adults and a child asleep in their beds, oblivious to the nightmare that had just entered their home. I move like a wraith. The father lies nearest. I clamp a hand over his mouth and bite down hard on his neck. Those eyes snapped open in panic, muscles convulsing under me, but my grip is iron. The hot blood of a healthy man fills me with euphoria as I drink deeply. The mother awakens and sees the horror in the darkness, and she starts to scream. But there, my enthralled thief bounces from the shadows and smothers her cry. In moments, she too is in my grasp. I offer her a whisper of hypnotic calm, and her terrified screams die down to whimpers. The child, a girl of perhaps 6 or 7 summers, cowers in the corner, with wide eyes reflecting the moonlight. I'm a monster, sure, but I leave her untouched. I do not slaughter children. That's one rule. I'm not so far gone as that. No, rationalization rings hollow as blood drips from my chin. To her, it's cold comfort. By the time I leave the farmhouse, 2 more bodies lie cooling inside, and my strength has returned in full. I feel the wounds and withered dryness of centuries fade away. Flesh knitting, vitality flowing. To the night I must appear as a young man once more. Pale and predatory, yes, but at least I no longer look like a desiccated corpse. The beast inside me purrs with a satisfaction. Power courses through my veins again. But this is just the beginning. Over the following nights, I set about reclaiming my mantle of lordship in this new era. The village of Falkreath and its surroundings provide ample prey. Travelers on the road, lone hunters in the woods, a straggling merchant. I pick them off one by one. Some I drain completely to feed my hunger. Others I enthrall, adding to my growing retinue of servants. A vampire's thrall are mere puppets, dancing on tangled strings of dark magic. Under my domination, they only exist to obey. Once I'm done with them, I'll throw them aside. Soon I have a court of 5 thralls, the grave robber who freed me, the farmer's wife whose life I spared in exchange for servitude, a wandering sellsword who proved to be easy to beguile, an unlucky Khajiit trader from the roadside, and a disgraced Falkreath guard who I caught alone, drunk, and bent him to my own will. Each has their role to play. We take refuge in an abandoned watchtower deep in the forest, a crumbling relic that predates even my long life. Ivy chokes its stone walls, and half the roof is missing, blown off by storm after storm, but it serves well enough as a lair, far from prying eyes. By torchlight, I hold court in the tower's ruinous great hall, seated on the throne of mossy rock. My thralls gather before me, vacant eyes awaiting their orders. A twisted echo of the feasts and gatherings I once presided over as a mortal lord. Oh, I still remember them. Back then the halls rang with laughter, and I rewarded loyal knights with mead and songs. Now the only banquet is blood, and my courtiers stand mute, bound by sorcery. Yet I cannot deny a thrill of satisfaction. After so long in the grave, I have followers again. In their blank faces I see my domination reborn, however small it may be for now. From them I learn of the current times. The enthralled former guard, named Ingvar, tells me falteringly of the 4th era, how Skyrim is under the rule of an empire. The septums are gone now, replaced by something called the Mede dynasty, and of a recent war between
the Imperial loyalists and Stormcloak rebels. Much of this means little to me. It doesn't matter. Petty human politics of a realm that has forgotten true power couldn't understand it anyway. Ingvar also mentions rumors of dragons returning and a legendary dragonborn hero. But that can't be true. In any case, what do I care for dragons or the quarrels of kings? Let the new era have its dragonborn and civil wars. I have my own war to rage, a silent war in the shadows. Even so, I find a few changes disquieting. The people of this age worship divines that were not all known in my youth. Some speak of the 8, some speak of the 9, a combined pantheon of Nordic and Imperial gods. In my day, Nords honored chiefly Ysmir, Shor, and Kain and the like. I learn that one of these divines is Arche, the god of life and death, whose priests ensure the dead stay at rest. Arche's name was known to me only vaguely before. The idea of Arche's law, that properly buried dead cannot rise again, is something that priesthoods hold dear. Perhaps it was priests of Arche who aided in my imprisonment. My dark heart flares with resentment at the thought. The Order of Arche is even said to have a Hall of the Dead in Falkreath itself. How ironic that I, an affront to Arche, now dwell practically right under their noses, stealing away those souls they would protect. Stealing souls indeed. Villagers have begun to vanish. As my feeding retinue continue, people of Falkreath Hold grow uneasy. A farmer disappears during an evening fishing trip at Dead Man's Lake. A young woman fails to return from picking berries in the woods. The Khajiit caravan that stopped along the road is found abandoned, their goods scattered with no sign of traders. One of them now stands as my enthralled servant. With each disappearance, the region's dread mounts. The villagers whisper of some evil lurking in the forest, perhaps a predator or a vengeful spirit. They light extra lanterns at night and bolster their doors with charms and wolfbane. I watch all this from afar, quite amused actually. These mortals sense the predator among them, but are yet as blind as to what hunts them. However, I am not so foolish to think I can prey on them forever without consequence. Hunters and guards might begin searching the woods, and then we're in real trouble. Well, I still remember the night my first court was ended. A mob of vengeful villagers and companions of Ysgramor stormed my keep at dawn, catching me helpless in sunlight. If not for dark magic and a desperate escape, I would have truly been destroyed then. That lesson is not lost upon me. Secrecy and fear, they are my allies as much as any thrall is. Thus I instruct one of my servants, the enthralled sellsword, to act as my ears and eyes in Falkreath. Under a guise of humanity, of course, for a thrall retains enough mind to feign normalcy. He enters the town by day, gathers rumors, reports back. Through him I learn that the Jarl's court is anxious. The guard captain has been ordering extra patrols, and more importantly, a small band of townsfolk is forming, determined to find whoever or whatever is behind these disappearances. The sellsword thrall reports that this band is led by an elderly scholar who arrived in Falkreath recently. A scholar? That piques my interest. It seems not only fearful villagers, but learned curiosity has been aroused by my presence. I cannot allow them to uncover me in my infancy of resurgence. They would regret it, yes, but I prefer to hunt the hunters before they trouble me.
On a moonless midnight, I perched up a gnarled pine branch at the end of a glade, watching as the would-be vampire hunters make camp. There are 4 of them, 3 stout locals armed with axes and bows, and the scholar, a tall, robed Nord man, carrying a satchel of scrolls and a silvered sword he handles quite clumsily. They have ventured far from Falkreath, following hints and tracks planted by my thralls, ironically, into this deep forest. They suspect their quarry might be a vampire or some undead fiend. I gleaned this from listening to their campfire talk the night before. The scholar, who they call Master Odmund, claims to have knowledge of ancient horrors and insists on caution and holy rites. I see him now by the faint firelight, poring over a parchment, likely to detail some vampire-slaying ritual or a map of local barrows. It's a sight that I smirk at. The other 3 are villagers, driven by desperation and a bit of grief. One, a burly woodcutter named Thorar. He lost his sister. That was the berry-picking girl. Another is Dagny, a middle-aged woman with haunted eyes, perhaps the missing farmer's wife. Alas for her, I turned that woman into a thrall. She might be hunting alongside them from her own former body. The 3rd is Svend, a young man barely out of boyhood, clutching his hunting bow tightly. I suspect he volunteered out of misguided bravery or a desire to prove himself. The little hero of Falkreath. How cute. But they're tired, their search having thus far found nothing but shadows. Little do they know I've been guiding them. Subtly guiding them toward a place of my choosing, an abandoned Nordic barrow not far from my watchtower. It amused me to lay a false trail, scattered bones and tattered bloody cloth. Let them think they've discovered the monster's den, when in fact they're walking into the spider's web. I silently dropped down from my perch, motioning to my 2 thralls lurking behind me. Yeah, I bought reinforcements. The enthralled ex-guard Ingvar and the sellsword. They ought to do quite nicely. They flanked the glade, awaiting my signal to close in. However, I am curious about what Master Odmund is saying before we strike. Creeping closer with supernatural stealth, I catch his muttered words to the others. Mark my words, friends. It is a vampire. The signs are all there. The bodies we found drained of blood, the warding runes on that old crypt entrance scratched away. It has to be the work of an undead fiend. He speaks with the authority of a man who has read one too many dusty books. Dagny crosses herself at his pronouncement and kisses her little amulet, while Thora spits into the fire. Young Sven's eyes widen, fear and excitement intermingled. Odmund continues, his voice low, as if he almost knew that I was listening. If it is the one that I suspect, we face an ancient evil. In my research at the College of Winterhold, I uncovered references to a first-era vampire entombed in these parts. He was called Lord Athelion, a cruel tyrant who feasted on his subjects. The records say the companions of Ysgramor finally subdued him and sealed him in a warded crypt near here. At this revelation, my dead heart almost beats anew in surprise. They're talking about me. It seems that I'm famous. So history did not entirely forget me after all. Ithilion. Hearing my name on a stranger's tongue after all these years. Now that's a strange sensation. Ithilion was the name I bore as a mortal warlord, though few besides scholars would know it now. I suppress a grin. Master Oddmund has done his homework, that's for sure. He even pronounces it correctly, though with a modern accent that sounds a little foreign to my ears. Time has certainly passed. Oddmund continued. This vampire lord, if awakened, would be exceedingly dangerous. He holds up a vial that glints in the dim light. I catch the whiff of some concoction, probably a potion of cured disease or a phial of consecrated oil. These little precautions. They might do well on a fledgling, perhaps even inconvenience them, but I am far beyond such things. Still, the scholar's work irks me. He called me a cruel tyrant. That's rude. Exceedingly dangerous, yes. I can't fault him there. But the man paints me as a mindless monster. I wonder if he knew of the context, the chaos of those times, what we had to go through, the wars that we fought. Of course not. To him, I'm just an ancient evil from a bard's tale. College boy. Shouldn't pass judgment. To him, my identity was also reduced to a footnote in history. And with that, a low growl builds in my throat, thinking more and more about the insult of it. I signal my thralls with a subtle gesture. They move like wolves circling prey, silently blades drawn. But before I let them descend, I decide to make an entrance of my own, to instill terror and to satisfy my pride. In a blur, I step into the glade and extinguish their feeble campfire with a sweep of my cloak. Darkness rushes in. I announce in a cold, echoing voice. So, you seek the master of the crypt. The hunters scramble up in alarm. Oh, to see their faces so panicked. I see Oddmund's face go as pale as milk, and Thorar swings his axe wildly, trying to find a target in the black. Sven readies an arrow, his bow shaking. Dagny begins uttering a prayer to Arkay. How quaint. I let my red eyes glow to give them a focal point in the dark, and I hiss back at them. I am Ithilion. Moonlight falls on my form. I allow them a glimpse. Tall, robed in tattered finery, with a face both youthful and deathly. You should not have come here, Thorar roars and charges, axe raised. But before he can close the distance, my thralls rush in from the flanks. Ingvar intercepts the woodcutter, sword clanging against axe. The sellsword pounces towards Sven, engaging the youth with flashes of steel. In the chaos, I focus on the true threat, the scholar. Oddmund has backed away, already murmuring a spell. I didn't know what skill he had with magic, but a shimmer of magicka coalesces around his hand, golden flames of a anti-undead spell, perhaps. I snarl and leap with all my supernatural might, clearing the fire pit and crashing into the scholar before he can release the spell. We tumble to the ground, his incantation fizzling out harmlessly. But he is surprisingly strong for an older man. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Maybe it's Arkay helping out. He grapples with me, even attempts to shove a silver dagger between my ribs. The blade bites into my side with a sizzle, and pain flares up as the silver burns my flesh. But this just made me angry. Enraged, I seize his wrist and twist it. Bones snap, and the dagger falls with a thud. He won't be playing the lute again after this. Odmund cries out. Arche smite you. He spits through the pane. I slam him against the base of a standing stone, pinning him down. Arche has no power here, priest, I growl, baring my teeth. His eyes widen as he realizes the futility, and in them I see both terror and a glimmer of defiance. Around us, battle rages in brief flashes. The woodcutter Thora fights ferociously, even as Ingvar's blade pierces his thigh. Dagny, instead of fleeing, has drawn a knife and is stabbing at my sellsword thrall to protect the young Svend. These mortals have courage. I'll grant them that. But one by one they fall. Thora, bleeding badly, succumbs to Ingvar's sword with a choked gasp. Svend looses an arrow that takes the sellsword in the shoulder, but then the thrall knocks the bow away and subdues the youth by brute force. Dagny finds herself grabbed from behind by the farmer's wife Thrall, who had been hiding in reserve, and is quickly overwhelmed, the knife clattering from her hand. And within moments, all of them but Odmund are either restrained or dead. The fight is over. My thralls hold the surviving villagers kneeling before me. The glade is eerily quiet now. I realize that I am breathing hard too, exhilarated by the clash. It's been ages since anyone dared to raise a hand against me, and I almost admire their boldness, pathetic though it was. As for Master Odmund, he is slumped at the base of the stone where I pinned him. He clutches his broken wrist to his chest, sweat beading on his brow. Despite his pain and the hopeless situation, he meets my gaze with a steady, grey look. "Finish it then, you monster," he says hoarsely. "Ithelion, whatever you call yourself now. You will not terrorize these people any longer. Arche's justice will see you undone. The vigilance will come." He is trembling, yet he is unbowed. There's something noble in that foolish old man's resolve. I crouch before him, studying this old scholar who dug up my name from the dust of history. "You know a lot about me, don't you? But tell me, Odmund, do you truly understand what you sought, what I am?" He grimaces and responds through clenched teeth. "I understand enough. You're an abomination, a relic of a bygone age of cruelty. You prey on the innocent to prolong a life that isn't yours to live. You should have remained in your grave, you monster." His words strike like darts. A bygone age of cruelty. Well, I cannot deny that I have been cruel. But was I also not a product of my era? In that time, life was barbarous and short. I carved out power with sword and fang, because that was the world I knew. Whatever choice did I have, this new era with its peace and temples and laws? What place is there in it for one such as me? Odmund speaks as if the mortal truths of his age are eternal, yet in my day I was scarcely considered evil, no more than any other warlord culling weakness from my land. Identity's a malleable thing, you know. It's always shaped by the era that one lives in. I answer him slowly. These innocents you defend are sheep who prosper from the blood spilled by warriors long gone. You call me a relic, and perhaps I am, but I remember. I remember a Skyrim that was strong, feared, alive with conflict. Now I see a kingdom grown fat under an empire's yoke, its people soft, complacent, and weak. I gesture at the quivering Svend and Dagny. Their first true taste of strife was when I came for them. If anything, I have reminded this hold of the price of weakness. My voice is harsh, but I cannot hide the bitter undercurrent of sorrow. Am I justifying my evil deeds to this man? I wonder, why do I even bother? What's the use? Perhaps because some part of me yearns for understanding, even if it is from an enemy. I'm not sure if I was trying to convince him or myself. Odmund meets my tirade with a weak, rasping chuckle. You delude yourself, vampire. There's no glory in murdering families in the dark. The world has moved on from whatever barbarism you hail from. Skyrim endures. We endure because we band together and protect each other, not through the rule of monsters. He coughs again, spitting out blood. His life is fading. I was rougher with him than I thought. Around us, the thralls stand silently, and Dagny quietly sobs in Ingvar's grip. Sven stares at Thorar's lifeless body with a hollow shock. The night's outcome has clearly devastated them, not the heroic victory they were expecting. I feel a pang of something akin to regret. These people didn't do anything wrong except try to defend their kin. Perhaps in another life I would have commended their bravery. But in this life, it's I that is the cause of their suffering. Is it all necessary? I believe so, when I embarked on rebuilding my court. I told myself that power must be reclaimed at any cost. Yet now, confronted with the human cost, I waver. The decay of my moral compass is evident. I become the very kind of terror that once nearly destroyed me. And my thoughts swirl. The scholar's breathing grows shallow. He's about to die. If I am to act, it must be now. Do I show mercy, or cement my reign with more blood? The beast snarls for deaths, but the other voice, one long-buried, whispers for restraint. I stand at this moral crossroads, a war of hunger inside me, and at last I decide a fitting fate. So be it, Odmund, I said softly. You will not die by my hand this night. Instead, you will serve. His eyes flare in alarm at the implication. I place my hand on his forehead and intone a charm of enthrallment. He struggles feebly, but in his weakened state, he cannot grasp against me. And then his expression slackens. The light of reason dims in his eyes. In moments that proud scholar's will is broken, bound to mine as inexorably as any other thrall. He kneels before me, the last of his free tears rolling down his cheek even as he murmurs, "Master." Dagny cries out in dismay. What have you done? She struggles against Ingvar's grip, furious and heartbroken to see their leader subjugated. Sven looks on in horror, understanding that Odmund's soul is effectively lost. I turn a hard gaze to them. I have spared his life, as I will spare yours. Go back to Falkreath. Tell the Jarl, and whoever will listen, that Lord Athelion has returned, and this land is his domain now. Tell them the Lord of the Crypt welcomes any who would challenge him, but they will share Master Odmund's fate, or worse. I nod to Ingvar, who releases Dagny, and to the sellsword who lets Sven go. The two scramble up, trembling with shock and grief, but alive. Take your dead and go, I command. This night, mercy favors you. Do not waste it. Dagny seems about to argue or charge at me in despair, but Sven, face wet with tears, gently pulls her arm. He has the look of one whose courage is utterly spent, shouldering Thorar's corpse between them.
The two survivors retreat into the darkness, casting fearful backwards glances until they vanish among the trees. I allow myself a slow exhale. I didn't realize I was holding back. But it's done. I've won, if such a word can describe this grim outcome. I return to the tower with my thralls in tow. Among them walks Master Odmund, silent and blank-eyed, bearing his satchel of scrolls like an obedient pack mule. In enthralling him, I gain not only a servant, but also his knowledge. Already fragments of his memories bleed into my consciousness through thrall bonds. I see flashes of his studies, his life's work devoted to lore and vanquishing dark creatures. In one memory, he's a young man at the college library, excitedly translating an old text about Ithelion, the dread lord of Falkreath sealed by the brave companions of old. It's pretty ironic. He sought to preserve the past by eliminating its horrors, but now he is part of that horror, bound to an ancient evil. Back in my ruined hall, I slump on the makeshift throne. A strange fatigue weighs on me. Tonight's confrontation was a victory, yet it feels hollow. My dark court still stands. I even added a prize thrall. But what have I truly gained? The villagers will spread word of me. Falkreath will be gripped by fear. Perhaps more will avoid the woods, and that'll make hunting more difficult, that's for sure. Or perhaps more dangerous foes will come. I wouldn't be surprised if the vigilants really do show up, or some other order will eventually hear of the master of the crypt and send their zealots. I rub the wound in my side where the scholar's knife struck. It'll heal by dawn. But it does itch a little bit. A reminder that I am not invincible. I'll be a little more careful next time, I suppose. As the thralls mill mindlessly about, I sink into brooding. Power, decay, identity, the clash of errors. Tonight all these themes played out in miniature. I tasted power reborn only to feel the decay of purpose gnaw at it. I asserted my identity as a mighty lord of old, only to be confronted with the reality that this age has its own values and heroes, however naive they seem to me. I look at Odmund, my newest thrall, once a man of great learning and principle. In enthralling him, I stole everything that made him who he was. And for what? To prove a point. To nurse my wounded pride. Well, the thought disgusts me in a way I haven't felt in centuries. Decay is not only in the crumbling stones around me, but in my very soul. A moral decay that has turned a first-era warlord into something less than the bandits I once despised. It's a realization that is more than I can bear. Approaching dawn lightens the sky to the east, sending fingers of grey light through the broken roof. I retreat to the shadows, though the sun's touch only weakens, not destroys me now. My thralls arrange themselves in the lightless corners, dormant until I need them. I feel an urge to dismiss them permanently, to free them from the bondage I imposed, but I do not. Perhaps I'm too cowardly to be alone with my conscience, or perhaps old habits die hard. Instead, I command them here to rest. Ingvar and the others slump into a passive daze, like puppets with their strings slackened. Only Odmund I keep at my side a little longer. I peer into his vacant face, searching for any flicker of the man he was. Nothing. And yet, enthralled though he is, a single tear escapes the corner of his eye. Some buried part of him, maybe the last shred of his resisting soul, weeps. I did that to him. Guilt and bitter cold coils in me. In a sudden surge of emotion, I release him. I speak the words of undoing, breaking the thrall bond. Odmund blinks rapidly, awareness flooding back.
He immediately crumples, sobbing, not far from physical pain, but from the horror of what he'd become. He scrambles away from me across the floor. I make no move to stop him. "Begone, Oddmund," I said quietly. "You're free. Go live what remains of your life. Consider it a scholar's reward for teaching an old relic a lesson." I nod towards the tower's collapsed doorway, through which the dawn is now creeping. The old Nord stares at me in disbelief, clutching his broken wrist. "Why?" he rasps, voice thick with confusion and grief. "Go," I repeat, perhaps more softly than a monster ought. And Oddmund, quite wisely, pulls himself to a feet and limps out with another word. "Okay. Farewell." His silhouette is briefly limned in the sunrise as he leaves the tower, a frail old man walking out of the lair of a creature he sought to destroy. Perhaps in another story, he could have been the hero who slays the beast. But in this story, the beast remains. But the hero lives too, scarred, yet alive. There is a strange justice in that. And now I am alone with my silent thralls, retreating into the deepest shadowy corner to escape the strengthening daylight. Sleep will claim me soon, a death-like slumber that holds me in daylight hours. As my eyes grow heavy, I reflect on what tale I would tell a confidant or a reader who might find these words. Perhaps I'll say that power is a lonely burden, or that all things, kingdoms, legends, even monsters, face decay with time, and that clinging to past identities can make one blind to the present. Maybe I'd say that nearly 5,000 years of undeath taught me less about life than one night facing those brave, foolish villagers in the forest. But for now, I close my eyes, and I let the oblivion take me, entombed not by wardstones or Nordic seals, but by the unanswered questions weighing on my ancient soul. I am Lord Athelion, a relic of the First Era, a vampire lord neither fully evil nor good, caught between the echoes of a blood-soaked past and the dawning light of a changed world. My tale is not a happy one, but nor is it over. In any case, it is mine, and I have recounted it truthfully to you, my silent confidant. May the errors judge me as they will, but for now the crypt within my heart remains sealed, all of its secrets kept there in the dark, until the night I decide to really rise again, or finally embrace the long-delayed death that perhaps even vampires cannot outrun. Sleep now, my friend. Thank you for listening.
It all began with a name on a slip of parchment, handed to me one evening by our listener in the cold hush of the sanctuary. It was simple. It read only a few words. Sorek of Whiterun, a renowned healer, a kind man, one who walks in the light, and a Nord like myself, too. The Night Mother had spoken, and our dread father demanded blood. But as I heard the details, I felt a chill deeper than any winter night. This was no bandit, nor was it a treacherous noble. It was an innocent, a man whose only crime was perhaps healing the sick and aiding the poor. I accepted the contract in outward silence, as we are bound to do. To question the will of the Night Mother, that is unthinkable. Yet inside, my heart quivered. I remembered, unbidden, the gentle touch of a healer's hand on my own fevered brow when I was just a child. A memory of mercy in an otherwise cruel world. And now I was tasked to take that mercy away. I clenched my fist around the parchment until my knuckles went white, trying to suppress the doubts clawing within me. We're assassins. We're trained to feel nothing, to be instruments of Sithis' will. But by the gods, my friend, at that moment I felt the burden of what I was to do like a boulder on my soul. In the dim cavern light, I readied myself for the journey and the deed. I laid out my tools with practiced efficiency, a freshly sharpened dagger of Nordic steel, glistening with oil, a vial of quick-acting poison distilled from nightshade, and of course, a couple of lockpicks, or whatever doors I might need to slip through. My armor I donned piece by piece, the dark leather fitting to my form like a second skin. Normally this ritual of mine, this one of preparation, calms me, focuses me on the kill. But that night, my hands trembled ever so slightly as I buckled my gauntlets. To steady myself, I whispered the code drilled into us, a litany against hesitation. Silence, my brother, I murmured in the darkness. The passphrase that opens our black door, and perhaps a reminder to guard my heart from any stray thoughts. Before I departed, I knelt in the alcove before the Night Mother's coffin. In that silence, I renewed my oath. I dared not speak my misgivings aloud, but I hoped perhaps she could sense my obedience despite the turmoil. The old 5 tenets of our order drifted through my mind, relics of a stricter time perhaps. One in particular rang loudest: never kill an innocent. In ages past, that meant never spilling blood without sanction. But its literal words, they gnawed at me. Sorek was as innocent as they come. Yet here I was, preparing to put a knife in his throat. I closed my eyes and reminded myself of another tenet: never disobey or refuse to carry out an order. This contract had been ordered, sealed in blood. To refuse it, well, that would be betrayal and death. It seems that my path was set. Rising, I whispered a final "Hail, Sithis," though the words tasted bitter, and then I pulled my cowl low to hide that conflict on my face. Stepping through that black door, what is the music of life Silence, my brother. And with that, the door swung open. I vanished into the night, bound for Whiterun, with a singular purpose and a heavy heart. The deed had to be done. I only prayed to any gods listening that I would find the strength to see it through. The ride to Whiterun took me through the heart of Skyrim under a moonlit sky. By the time I reached the city's outskirts, Massa and Secunda hung low, bathing the plains in silver and rust-hued light. Whiterun sat atop its rocky hill, encircled by high wooden walls and watchtowers that glinted with torchlight. Even at this late hour, I could hear the distant murmurs of a few voices beyond the gate, and see the ember glow of braziers on the ramparts. I tethered my horse at a thicket off the road and approached on foot. A cold wind whispered across the tundra, carrying the scent of hay and wood smoke from the farms below the city. My heart thumped steadily as I slipped into the shadows of the great walls. Getting inside without alerting the guard required care. A solitary sentry stood at the main gate, lantern in hand, his breath fogging in the chill. I decided to avoid the gate entirely. Keeping to the darkness, I crept along the outer palisade until I found a spot where the stones of the foundation jutted out unevenly. With practiced agility, I climbed up and over the wall, dropping down into the narrow alley of the Plains district. My landing was soft, knees bent to cushion the impact. I remained still for a breath, just listening. The city was almost asleep. Nearby, a stray cat alarmed me, knocking over a wooden bucket. But the only alarm was for myself. Nothing, and no one else stirred. I pulled my hood further down. I began to ghost through Whiterun's streets. The lower market plaza was completely deserted. Shuttered stalls and closed shops lining the central square. The Bannered Mare Tavern still had a faint glow in its windows, and I heard a distant laughter and a few lute notes from within. But no one stepped outside. They all stayed in the warmth. I hugged the walls, moving from one patch of shadow to the next. A lone drunk stumbled out of a side door and vomited near the well, never even noticing the silent figure in the dark a few paces away. Such is the gift of the Brotherhood's training. Invisible, in plain sight. I navigated upwards toward the second tier of the city, the Wind District, where the Temple of Kinnereth stood near the great Gildergreen. On the way, I spotted 2 Whiterun guards making a lazy patrol up the main steps. I pressed myself into a recessed doorway as they passed mere yards from me. Their boots echoed on stone, and their mail shirts jingled softly. One muttered a complaint about the cold. The other grumbled about how he missed his warm bed and would rather at least be in the tavern with a jug of mead to himself. I held my breath until they moved on, and once clear, I swiftly ascended to that next level. In the Wind District, the Gildergreen's ancient branches reached toward the sky. In the moonlight, the sacred trees' leaves glimmered faintly, casting dappled shadows over the surrounding plaza. The Temple of Kinnereth lay beside it, a modest wooden structure with a symbol of the goddess etched above the door. All was quiet. Even the breeze seemed to hold still in this hallowed place. I took cover behind a stone pillar near Yovaska, the companion's great hall, which loomed dark and silent across the way. and from that vantage, I watched and I waited. Before long, that temple door began to creak open, and emerged a lone figure, carrying a small lantern that hallowed his form in gentle light. Even without seeing his face, I knew it. This was Sorek. He wore a simple robe belted at the waist, and under the hood his flaxen hair caught the glow. He moved with a weary grace, like a man after a long day's toil. That was my target, unmistakable. A kindly soul stepping out into a tranquil night, unaware of the predator stalking in the shadow. Sorek secured the door and began walking down the flagstone path, heading to presumably his home. I trailed at a safe distance, always in the gloom, just beyond the reach of his lantern's glow. The streets in this part of Whiterun were narrow, lined with homes whose windows were dark. The only sounds were the soft scuff of Sorek's boots and the occasional chirp of a night insect. I moved soundlessly, every footfall placed with the greatest amount of care. No mistakes now, not within the city walls. Too risky. As we passed a small house, I saw Sorek pause by a porch where an elderly woman sat coughing into a cloth. His gentle voice, low and concerned, carried through the still air. "Ida, you're still up? At this hour and in this cold? Here, let me help." I watched from the shadows as he produced a small vial from his satchel and pressed it into the old woman's wrinkled hands. She murmured gratitude and blessings in return. Sorek lingered a moment to rub her back until her coughing eased. Even in the midnight, his first instinct was to heal. Witnessing it nearly made me lose my nerve. My throat tightened and I had to blink away a sudden sting of what even might have been tears. This man was a living mercy. What was I about to remove from the world? I was about to be his death. Divines help me. He continued on, and I followed with my heavy conscience and a lump in my throat. We soon came to a secluded lane behind a row of houses, an area with high fences and deep shadows, perfect for an ambush. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I realized that the moment was upon me. I slipped my dagger from its sheath, holding it low and ready. The steel felt cold and heavy in my hand, as if resisting what I meant to do. Just a few paces ahead now, Sorek walked, unweary, the lantern lighting his path, but the darkness closing in behind him. Massa drifted behind a cloud, blanketing the alley in near total darkness. Only the faint glow from Sorek's lantern remained. I forced a slow, steady exhale to calm myself. Every contact is a test of nerve, but this one was a test of my soul. But there's still the job to do. Sithis watched on. I could feel it somehow, and so with that in mind I steeled myself, crept closer, silent as a ghostly wraith. When I was but an arm's length behind him, I struck. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as I lunged forward. I clamped one hand over Sorek's mouth, and I yanked him backward, while my dagger flashed in the dim light and slashed across his throat. the blade cut deep. Warm blood sprayed over my gloved hand, and I felt Sorek stiffen up. A muffled scream of pain and dying echoing out across my palm. His lantern fell and guttered out. The alley plunged into complete darkness, save for the cold glow of the moon above. He thrashed in my grip with a surprising and frantic strength, driven by the primal will to survive, the strength of a much younger man. Panicked. His heels scraped the stones, his fingers clawing desperately at my forearm. He managed to jab an elbow into my side, but my armor dulled the blow. Still, I gasped, more in anguish than pain. But out of everything, it was pity. I know that now as I look back. I realize what pity was. I choked out the words to him. Forgive me. My voice barely audible. Perhaps I wanted him to hear, but I didn't want Sithis to hear it. My own eyes burned with tears, even as I held him firm, keeping the steel pressed to his flesh to speed his end. And his struggles, they soon weakened. The fight drained out of him along with a stream of blood. I eased him down onto the cobbles, cradling his body as his legs gave way. A wet gurgling came from his throat. Always the same sound. That rattle of death. I removed my hand from his mouth and felt him tremble. In the faint light, I could just make out his face, etched with shock and heart-breaking sorrow. His lips moved, and I heard the faint rasp of a final question. A simple question. Why? My breath hitched. I didn't have an answer. Any answer I could have had would have sounded monstrous. Shall I just tell him that I was ordered to do so? Shall I tell him it was the Night Mother's summons, the will of Sithis? That would be no comfort. All I could whisper was, I'm sorry. My voice was trembling. I held his head in my lap as gently as if he were my own kin. What would they say back at the sanctuary if they could see me now? I murmured, May the gods guide you to Sovngarde, barely getting the words out past that lump in my throat. To my astonishment, I thought I saw the slightest hint of acceptance in his eyes. An old man whose time had finally come. Perhaps I'd spared him the perils of true old age, that slow wait, the pain, the longing. Maybe a quick death is more merciful. Who knows? Perhaps he took comfort somehow. Sorek shuddered once, a final exhale escaping his lips like a soft sigh. And then his body went still and heavy in my arms. That's when you know it. That's when you know they're gone for good. I knelt there for a moment, paralyzed, clutching that dead man who had been alive only moments ago. The reality of what I'd done descended on me like a weight. A sob built in my chest, but I pushed it down. I couldn't fall apart here. Not yet. With unsteady hands, I laid Sorek's body gently on the ground. His blood was everywhere, on my hands, my armor, pooling beneath him. Oh, it wouldn't stop. My stomach churned at the sight of it, threatening to heave, but I forced myself into action. With shaking fingers, I closed his eyes. The lid shut peacefully, as if he was merely sleeping. A crimson smear remained where the bloody glove brushed his cheek. In the dim light I noticed the pendant around his neck too, an amulet of Kinnereth, now soaked red. The healer died with the symbol of healing against his heart, a cruel irony of fate, if there ever was one. I stifled a hysterical little laugh that tried to rise, instead whispered a broken prayer to Arche, begging to God of burial to watch over this innocent soul. It was a hypocrite's prayer, from the very man who delivered this one to death, but in any case I hope it counted for something. Knowing I had to leave, I dragged Sorek's body into the deepest shadow by the wall and crossed his arms over his chest, some kind of symbol of repose. I didn't want a passerby to immediately stumble upon the horror I'd created. Still, I couldn't bear to depart without some token of respect. From my pouch, I withdrew a single gold septum, part of the payment for this contract, and gently I placed the coin in Sorek's limp hand, folding his fingers around it. In my Nord homeland, the dead are often given a coin to pay the ferryman who will carry them to the afterlife. Maybe it was a foolish sentiment, but I needed to believe that he'd be carried safely to whatever awaits beyond. That lone septum gleamed faintly amid the blood, a final kindness, and a symbol of the cruel transaction that had taken place. A life traded for gold, the ultimate price of innocence. My apologies, friend, I whispered one last time to the lifeless form at my feet, and then I turned, fleeing into the night, leaving Sorek's still body to the silence of that sleeping city. I fled Whiterun as quietly as I'd entered it. Over the walls and into the wild I went, leaving that city of light and warm hearths to eventually wake to its tragedy. The ride back to the sanctuary felt like a blur. The clop of my horse's hoofs and the bite of the cold pre-dawn air barely registered. My mind could only replay the scene in the alley on an endless loop. Each time I blinked, I saw Sorek's eyes dimming. I saw the trust and warmth in them fade into nothing. I saw that coin in his hand, shining with blood. Twice along the road I had to stop and stumble into the bushes, my stomach in knots and sobs racking my chest. When I finally reached our lair, the black door greeted me with its customary whisper. This time my voice crackled as I answered to silence my brother. Never had that answer felt more fitting. I slipped inside, greeted only by the dank stone and flickering torchlight of our hidden home. Most of the others were still asleep or away on their own contracts. I was grateful for that small mercy. I couldn't have faced their eyes at the moment. In the chamber of the sanctuary, I unbuckled and peeled off my blood-stiffened armor. The sight of Sorek's blood on my gauntlets and cuirass nearly sent me retching again. I scrubbed my hands and gear in a basin of water until my skin was raw and the water ran pink. The stains eventually faded from the leather, but I knew they would never truly fade from me. As I worked, Nazir, one of our senior brothers, emerged quietly from the shadow. He took one look at me, at my haunted eyes and stained attire. "It's done then, isn't it?" he asked softly. I managed to nod, not trusting myself to speak. Perhaps, seeing my state, Nazir simply rested a hand on my shoulder. Go and get some rest then. I'll make the report on your behalf, he said gently. I mumbled a word of thanks, retreated to my bed like a wounded animal. But rest would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that alley. The copper smell of blood thick in the air and Sorek's fading gaze locked upon mine. I lay there in the dark, forearm draped over my eyes, trembling like a leaf. Finally unable to bear the close air of the sanctuary, I threw on a cloak and slipped out a hidden exit into the forest beyond. Dawn was just cresting on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose gold. The gentle light of early morning, I was surrounded by the sigh of pines and distant birdsong. And I finally broke. I sank to my knees on that mossy ground and I wept quietly, but with a grief as profound as any I'd ever known. I pressed my face into my cloak to mumble the sobs even out here. Old habits, they die hard. Even in utter solitude, a dark brother is loath to make noise. And I wept for Sorek, for the cruel fate that had claimed him. I cried for the innocence lost, his, and perhaps my own as well, whatever I had left of it at this point. For truth, some part of me died with that healer on the cobblestones of Whiterun. When my tears were finally spent, I found myself completely exhausted. The deed was done. Nothing could undo it. All I could do now was decide how to live with it. My fingers drifted to a small object I'd unknowingly pocketed before fleeing Whiterun, Sorek's amulet of Kinnereth. I hadn't even realized I'd taken it until my hand closed it around my cloak. The pendant's once shining symbol of the goddess was tacky with dried blood at the edges. I held it up against the dawn's light, the stag wing emblem glinting. And in that moment, I swore a silent vow. I would remember this pain, and let it make me better, not worse. I would carry the memory with me, so that his death would not be just another tally in the ledger of my sins. Perhaps I cannot atone. Sithis, he knows no mercy, and the Night Mother cares only for blood. But I can honor the life I took by never forgetting that it cost me my humanity. And so there's your answer, brother. You always ask me, when you come out at night and see me staring at the fire. Now you know. In every flicker of flame I see the faces of those that I've killed. Most of all I see him, that healer whose light that I snuffed out. It's one thing to kill bandits, nobles. Some of them deserve it. Who's to say? But to remove the light from the world, it's something perhaps even the divines would not sanction. We of the Dark Brotherhood often tell ourselves that we're merely instruments of fate, that our victims' ends are woven by destiny, and we are just the knives cutting the threads. It's a convenient lie. That's the truth, one that helps us sleep at night. But on that moonlit night in Whiterun I learned the truth. When you kill a truly blameless person, a piece of you dies with them. In killing Sorek, I wounded my own soul. That is the paradox of our cruel trade. Sometimes the price of the kill is paid in the coin of guilt and grief. The price of innocence paid in blood by the victim, and in agony of the conscience by the one who spills it. Maybe one day it'll be your turn. I eventually returned inside and tried to carry on with my duties. But I'd not been the same man since. I doubt I'll ever be. Still, I remain bound to our brotherhood oath of necessity. I will kill again, when called upon, That is our way. This is the life that I've chosen. But I carry Sorek's amulet with me now, tucked beneath my armor, right over my heart. On the longest nights when sleep eludes me, I clutch that blood-stained charm and whisper a plea that perhaps the divines have mercy even for a cursed soul like mine. I don't expect an answer, by the way. I don't expect forgiveness. Not from the gods. Not from you. Certainly not for myself. In the end, I cannot let myself forget. We always whisper, "Hail Sithis," in pride after the completed contract. But that dawn, as I knelt with the trees and tears drying on my cheeks, I found myself whispering something different. "Sorek, I'm sorry," I breathed, voice trembling in the silence. May the divines carry his noble soul to the peace he so richly deserves, far beyond the reach of a wretched one like me. And may I learn to live with what I've done. This is my burden now, the price of the kill that I shall bear into my dying day. Stay safe out there, brother. Hail Sithis. It was a long, long time ago. I still remember, though, those words that the Riften guard had told me when I first came here. You could say the Ratway is the city under the city. Dark, dangerous, no place for decent folk. I didn't listen at the time. I suppose things like this have a habit of being learned the hard way. Oh, don't worry. I saw you, eyeing my burned whiskers and all these scars. It's normal. Everyone looks. You may as well sit down. Warm your paws by the fire. I may as well tell you what happened. Mind you, it's not a pretty tale. But as the night is cold and the moons are out, this one should hear how this Khajiit earned his fear of dark tunnels. You see, I've lived by shadow and shortcut for many years now, smuggling moon sugar and skooma. It's a bit of a stereotype, certainly not a noble trade, but neither's begging outside the city gates. And for most of us, it beats doing that. We do what we can to survive in a land that looks at Khajiit with narrow eyes. If we're already guilty, we may as well just commit the crime. Still, crawling on my belly under Riften for a bit of coin and powder was never the future I imagined for myself. On nights like that one, I questioned every choice that led me into the dark. It was only a week ago, under Riften's crooked streets, that I ventured into a mildewed tunnel. I was on business. I suppose this one could say that. The city above was alive with tavern music and haggling merchants, but down below it was all dripping silence and rot, and that never changes down here. Our kind have a saying, by the way. Darkness is an old friend. Yet that night the dark felt more like an enemy. My nose twitched at the stink of old sewage and the bitter tang of wet stone. Each step I took on the slick cobbles echoed, as if the tunnel were warning something of my approach. And the guards? Well, none of them or any stone-faced Nords for that matter would follow me below. In the guts of Riften, a Khajiit is just another shadow among the rats. Clutching my torch in one hand and a curved dagger in the other, I crept deeper and deeper. The brick walls sweated with algae, and brown water trickled under a metal grate to my left, likely headed to that city canal. I passed under archways of crumbling stone and ducked beneath hanging roots that had broken through the ceiling from the marshes above. That tunnel snaked on and on, twisting, sloping, at times narrowing to force me sideways between the damp walls. Twice I had to leap over jagged gaps where the stonework had fallen away. With each breath I tasted mold and the faint sweetness of moon sugar lingering in the damp air. Cold comforts, I suppose one could say. That sweet smell, though, it set my fur on end. It shouldn't have been so strong here, unless the cache had been disturbed. My ears flattened instinctively, catching the skitter of skeevers in the dark. The horrible things were everywhere down in the ratway. Suddenly, a big fat one darted across my path, its naked tail brushing against my ankle. I right nearly dropped my torch as I recoiled with a curse, heart lurching. The rat vanished into a crack in the wall with an indignant squeaking, leaving me a little shaken and breathing hard. I wasn't alone down there. Not truly. The ratway has eyes. Even if you can't see them, they certainly see you. At last, I reached the alcove where our contraband was supposed to be. I remember the exact spot. A loose brick wall panel concealing a hollow behind it. But my torchlight fell upon chaos. The wall panel lay smashed to pieces. The crates we'd hidden were torn open like tinder boxes. Shards of glass from skooma vials glittered on the ground amid drifts of powdery moon sugar. The fine crystals of moon sugar sparkled like hoarfrost in the torchlight, a king's ransom of illicit wealth, now just scattered in the dust. And then I saw the blood. Dark, dried smears of it painted the stone floor and splattered the lower walls. This one thinks it's not a good sign. Not at all. My heart pounded against my ribs as I observed the scene, and my mind raced to guess the culprit. Well, it can't be a city guard. Even a raid wouldn't result in this kind of carnage, and at least they'd still be there to clean up. And no thief, chasing a quick profit, would spill so much moon sugar and leave it behind. The air reeked of sweet skooma and coppery blood, an awful mix that turned my stomach. Claw marks gouged the walls and floor deep and ragged, as if something with talons had lashed out in fury. Only something immensely strong and could carve stone like that. A bear, perhaps. But what kind of bear wanders around in a sewer beneath the city? My mind whispered an answer that I did not want to accept. A troll. I crouched and picked up a dented iron dagger, realizing the jade inlay on its hilt. It was Jaskar's favorite blade. My old friend. Seeing it bent and smeared with blood, I felt my tail bristle. Whatever had happened here, my friends had not left peacefully. I fought back the dread and steeled myself. No bodies, only silence and signs of a brutal struggle. A low growl of worry escaped my throat. I had half the mind to turn to flee. Only a fool lingers when such violence has been done. But if Jaskar and Shira were alive, well, they might need my help. I could still hear Jaskar's parting joke a week past. Keep the mead warm for our return, yes. And Shira swatting his arm with a laugh. I refused to let those be the last words I heard from them. If not, their killer could still lurk nearby. I forced myself to breathe slowly and stay alert. Watch over me. I prayed to the twin moons above, though their light could not reach this deep. Stepping gingerly around the shattered stash, I noticed something else. There was a hole in the tunnel floor at the back of the alcove. It looked almost as if the ground had collapsed into an older cavern beneath the sewer. The edges were fresh, breakages of dirt and stone still crumbling. A foul draught wafted up from that black pit, carrying the stench of decay and something musky, bestial. I held my torch out over the hole and leaned in, peering down into the dark. From the darkness below came a wet, guttural snort. My ears perked, and I froze, peering harder. 2 yellow pinpoints of light swayed in the void, and then a third. My breath caught. 3 eyes. In an instant, a pale, hulking shape lunged up from the hole with terrifying speed. I stumbled back with a yowl as a massive hand, knotted with muscle and tipped with claws, clamped onto the ledge. The creature hauled itself into the tunnel, unfolding to a height nearly twice my own. The stench of rot and wet fur hit me as it heaved itself up. My torchlight fell upon its mottled gray-white flesh and tattered tufts of fur on its shoulders. Divines, it was a troll. Gaunt and ghostly pale from a life in darkness. And it looked hungry. I recalled a childhood tale of trolls devouring unwary travelers, cracking bones and feasting on marrow. At that moment, I feared those tales would become my own fate. The troll's 3 small eyes blinked against the light and let out an ear-splitting roar. Its breath was foul as it thundered its outage, spraying spittle. The sound slammed into me like a wave, and I felt stone vibrate beneath my boots. But before I could raise my dagger, it swung its long arm at me. I ducked, barely, and its claws whooshed above my head, raking deep grooves in the brick wall. If it can do that to the brick, imagine. A burst of ancient mortar rained down. I darted to the side, heart hammering, trying to keep out of its reach in the cramped space. With trembling paws, I brandished my torch at the beast, hoping the flame would keep it at bay. The troll snarled, hesitating as the firelight washed over its pallid face. I saw all three of its eyes now, beady black pits reflecting the flicker of the torch. For a heartbeat, it actually shrank back, weary. I'd heard whispers in taverns that trolls fear fire, and now I finally saw the truth of it. But then, it snorted and lunged through its fear, swiping a tree trunk arm toward me again. I slashed desperately at its forearm with my dagger as it came within reach. The steel cut into its tough hide, but the troll barely seemed to notice. I was forced to throw myself backward. Pain exploded across my back and stars danced in my vision. In that instance, I was sure that this black pit would be my grave. My shoulders hit the tunnel wall with a thud that knocked the breath from my lungs. The torch flew from my hand, clattering to the ground. And at that moment, time seemed to slow. The torch bounced once, twice, and then rolled directly into a puddle of spilled skooma seeping from a shattered vial. There was a whoosh, and suddenly a blossom of blue flame roared to life on the stone. The liquid ignited in an uncanny azure blaze that lit up the tunnel in a ghostly radiance. Both the troll and I recoiled in surprise. A feral screech tore from the beast's throat as it staggered back in the sudden flame, throwing up an arm as if it were blinded. The fire danced between us in an uneven pool, burning fiercely where the skooma had soaked into debris and wood. I felt the heat of it on my face and caught a whiff of the strange sweet smell of moon sugar burning. What a waste. It was a desperate, wild stroke of luck, but I wasn't about to waste that. I slid along the curving wall, putting the wavering blue flames between me and the beast. My mind raced. The beast was still shrieking at the fire, but I knew that advantage would not last for long. Already the blue blaze was guttering low and the puddle of skooma burned off. I had to act quick. My eyes darted around the debris and ruin. There, a wooden support beam stood where the tunnel ceiling arched lowest, maybe 10 paces behind me. It was old and half rotted, installed when these sewers were first dug. If that beam came down, the entire ceiling might collapse. It could bury this monster for good, if I could lure it there. I snatched up a half-spilled sack of moon sugar from the wreckage at my feet. The fine crystalline powder glittered in my shaking hands. With my dagger, I slashed open the sack wider and flung a trail of the precious sugar across the floor as I backed toward the support beam. A costly fuse, I thought grimly, watching the white powder scatter in a line. The liquids used to refine skooma from moon sugar are highly flammable, and I prayed the raw sugar would burn hot enough to do the trick. Behind the dwindling blue flames, the troll had ceased its screaming and fixed its hungry eyes upon me again. It saw its prey trying to flee, and that primitive, predatory urge overrode its fear. "Come on then," I snarled, baring my own teeth in defiance. My voice rang down the tunnel. I waved my free hand and flicked my tail, taunting the creature. With a snort, the troll charged, its heavy fists pounding on the stone floor as it barreled forward. It bounded through the fading azure fire with a roar. I turned and sprinted the last few steps toward the beam. The troll was thundering after me, a furious blur of pale flesh and claw. At the last possible instant, I dropped low and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the troll's swiping arm. The hulking beast couldn't stop its own momentum, and it smashed shoulder first into the wooden beam with a splintering crack. I heard the timber creak, a sharp report like a bone breaking. Dust and grit rained from the ceiling as the tunnel trembled. Dazed, the troll shook its lumpy head, already turning toward me for another attack. But I was ready. I struck a spark with my steel dagger against the chunk of fallen flint rock, igniting the line of moon sugar I had poured out. And there it went. The powder caught fire at once, a racing line of white flame snaking across the floor toward the troll's feet. In a heartbeat it reached the spilled piles of moon sugar and broken skooma flasks clustered around the damaged support beam. There was a blinding flash, and a boom. An explosion of blue-white fire engulfed the tunnel ahead. The last thing I glimpsed was the troll reeling as the blast hit it full on, its roar turning into a gurgling, chilling scream. And then the world itself seemed to crash down around us as the ceiling gave way. The blast threw me off my feet. I hit the ground hard and lay there dazed, ears ringing as the world tilted back and forth. A rain of stone and dirt cascaded from above. I curled into a ball and pressed my hands over my head as the tunnel itself roared and rumbled around me. For that terrifying moment, I thought the entire city of Riften was falling down upon me. The ground bucked and settled as chunks of masonry thudded down. And then, as quickly as it began, the collapse subsided into a dusty, eerie quiet. Coughing, I pushed myself up on my elbows. The air was choked with powdery dust and the acrid fumes of the burnt moon sugar. I spat grit and wiped my sleeve across my face, leaving a smear of soot on my fur. My torch was gone. The darkness closed in, broken only by a few flickers of residual flame clinging to scattered debris. I fumbled until my paws found a piece of smoldering wood from the shattered beam and held it up as a makeshift torch. Its orange glow was weak, but strong enough to reveal the devastation I had wrought. Where the support beam had stood was now a pile of collapsed timber and rubble. A whole section of the tunnel ceiling had given way, massive blocks of stone, splintered wood, clods of earth clogging the passage. And beneath one of the largest slabs jutted a pale, clawed arm, still lifeless. Every part of me ached. My left shoulder throbbed where I'd collided with the wall earlier, and warm blood cascaded down from a cut above my brow. But I was alive. That's the important thing. Alive when I surely should not be. I gave a shaky laugh that turned into another cough. The deed was done. The beast was dead. And the secret tunnels of Riften had one less horror lurking in the shadows. Yet my relief was short-lived. The collapse had sealed off the way I'd come. The route back towards the city was now an impassable wall of rock. I clambered up the mound of wreckage, trying to shift timbers and stones, but a fresh cascade of dirt sent me stumbling back, coughing. I was trapped on the far side of the cave-in, in a section of tunnel I didn't recognize. Panic fluttered in my chest as I realized I might have just traded a quick death by troll for a slow one underground. I refused to accept that fate. Steeling myself, I shuffled forward into the dust-choked corridor, searching for any way out, any gap or weak spot that I could exploit. And before long, I felt a faint draft cooling the sweat on my face. Hope, it surged within me. I followed the tiny current of air, stumbling over rubble in the dark, until finally I found its source. A small grate high on the tunnel wall, half hidden behind dangling roots. Moonlight, soft and silver, seeping through the iron lattice. Oh, what a sight to behold in such a sorry state. Blessed moonlight, a sign from Joan and Jode. I could hear the water trickling beyond it. This grate likely opened out to the lake, or a canal outside the city walls. Only one way to find out. My fingers trembled with exhaustion as I climbed a stack of fallen stones and gripped the iron grate. It was old and rusted, but firmly set in the stone. Gritting my teeth, I rammed my shoulder against it. Once, twice, and on the third agonizing try, the corroded hinges snapped with a shriek. The gate burst outward, and a rush of cool night air flooded in. I hauled myself up through the opening, scraping my knees on the rough stone, and tumbled out into an open space. I landed on a muddy patch of ground beside the dark water. I was outside, just beyond Riften's walls by the looks of it. Above, the sky was clear and sprinkled with stars. Both moons hung low and bright, their reflections shimmering on a lake surface nearby. I lay there on my back for a long moment, taking in gulps of fresh, clean air. You always take it for granted until it's gone. Each breath stung my lungs after the dust and smoke of the tunnels, but I relished that burn. Somewhere, beyond the walls, I heard the distant bark of a dog and the faint clamor of a drunk spilling out of a tavern. Life carrying on, blissfully unaware of the nightmare below them, the nightmare I just crawled out of. This one was free. Rolling to my feet with a wince, I became aware of the sorry state I was in. My fur and leathers were caked with grey dust and streaked with blood. I peered back at the sewer outlet I'd crawled out from. Faint smoke was seeping out into the night, carrying with it the bitter smell of charred moon sugar. This was all that remained of my stash. My fortune, my precious skooma. All gone. I thought of Jeskar's easy laugh and Shira's bright eyes. Now gone, too. A heaviness settled in my chest. It's still there, you know. No coin will ever be able to lift it. And so I gave a weary flick of my tail and turned away, limping at the bank toward the distant lights of the city. In my mouth, the taste of smoke and loss was bitter. Behind me, beneath Riften, blue embers burned in the dark, devouring what remained of any profit. Maybe the divines, or the moons, or whatever powers be, had finally taken their due. But I live to tell the tale. Unfortunately, the tale is all I have left. So now you know. That's how I ended up this singed, battered, and a great deal poorer. The beast below is dead, and I'll be a wealthier cat in reputation, if not in septums for having slain it, if anyone ever believes my story. When morning comes, I may just take whatever coin I have left and leave this cursed city behind. After all, I don't think they'd miss me. But I'd be lying if I said I'd do it again. So next time you hear a tale of easy riches in the deep dark, remember what happened to me. Some prices are too high, even for moon sugar. Well, get some rest now. Perhaps I'll be gone tomorrow. Perhaps I'll still be here. You'll have to wait until then to find out, friend. But this one is tired. Still, I'm so tired. Thank you for listening, my friend. May the moons light your path on the long road home. Sit down. I need you to listen. And not just listen, but believe me. This isn't the first time you've asked me why I don't do smuggling anymore, and why I wake up in the night, drenched in sweat, reaching for a sword that's no longer there. Well, by the 9, I wish it was all just a terrible dream. But I swear every word is true. I suppose it's a confession. Maybe even a warning. But you must keep this between us. It all began in solitude, beneath the arches of that great stone city, down on those misty docks. Our crew, we took a contract. We thought it was going to make us rich. Simple delivery, they said. Just a piece of cargo that had to be taken to a buyer in Morthal. The pay was generous, too. More gold than any of us had seen from a single job. And in that line of work, gold always talks. We were too hungry for coin, I suppose, to question the strange conditions. Travel only by night, through the fog-choked swamps of Jarlmarch. no main roads, and no witnesses. But above all, we were given one rule: never open the package. When they loaded the cargo into our boat, 4 of us strained to lift it. It was a long, wooden crate, man-sized, bound in iron bands and sealed with red wax. You know what it is. It was a coffin. The wood was old and dark, and a sickly, sweet smell seeped out from it. Incense, perhaps, but it's the kind of smell that's used to mask something much fouler. We exchanged a few uneasy glances at the crate, thumped onto the deck of our flatboat. It actually thumped, as if something inside shifted of its own accord. But we remembered the rule: never open the package. Torban, our helmsman and de facto leader, forced a laugh to cut the tension. The river currents. Nothing more, he grunted. And none of us pressed the matter. After all, we were professionals. Criminals, sure, but professional criminals. Smugglers with reputation. Still, as we cast off from the Solitude docks under the moonlight, I caught myself looking back at the distant glow of the lighthouse, half of us wishing that we'd turned around. I had a bad feeling, an instinct I wanted to trust. But gold, it has a way of drowning out all caution. Before we left, one of our crew, Darson, had nicked a trinket from the Temple of the Divines as a side venture. An amulet on a silver chain, swiped from the shrine of Archay when the priest wasn't looking. He joked that it might fetch a few septims from a collector. I shook my head at his risk-taking. Stealing from people, fair enough, but stealing from the Divines, well, that's a quick way to get a curse on yourself. Little did I know that ill-gotten amulet would play its own role, and eventually end up saving our lives. But I'll get to that, one thing at a time. So, there we were, 5 souls on a creaking, flat-bottomed boat, pushing off into the icy waters of the Karth River. I took one last look at Solitude's towering rock arch fading behind us in the dark. The moon was a thin sliver, and a damp fog clung to the air. The usual night sounds of the harbor fell away as we drifted into the open marsh. It felt as though the world itself was holding its breath. And so we rowed in shifts through the labyrinth of black water and reedy islands. Hjalmarsh's marsh is treacherous, half-drowned trees twisting up like skeletal hands, pale mist clinging to the surface. Now and then the moon broke through the clouds, but mostly we had only our lantern, its glow barely piercing the fog. The air was cloying, heavy with salt brine and the rot of wet peat, and underneath it, a metallic sweetness that set my teeth on edge. It came from the coffin. Even through the swamp's stink, we could smell that perfume leaking out, sweet and foul, all at once. Anya's eyes were on those poisonous blossoms, her face drawn. I leaned over to pluck one of the pretty purple bells, curious, but Anya caught my wrist. "Don't," she whispered. "Death bells bloom where something has died. Leave it be." I let the flowers slip from my fingers into the dark water, a chill creeping into me from her words. More than once I thought I saw a figure lurking among those twisted trees, a hunched shadow watching us from the fog. Each time, it was just an illusion of moonlight on gnarled branches. The mind plays tricks in such places. Our nerves were stretched taut. Sometime past midnight, a chorus of marsh frogs fell silent all at once. And in that sudden hush, we heard it. A faint thump from inside the coffin. We froze, oars poised above the water. A soft scratching had followed like nails on wood. And then nothing. Nobody spoke. We just stared at that long crate as our boat drifted. Finally, Torben cleared his throat. "Just the boat settling, I suppose," he muttered. But I heard the waver in his voice. None of us believed it. But none of us dared voice what we were all thinking. Oh, the marshes of Hjalmarch. They were rumored to harbor vampires, or perhaps even worse. But we'd always laughed such tales off. But now, rowing through that gloom, with a coffin thumping from within, the old legends felt all too real. We rowed onward, faster now, a cold dread creeping into our hearts. No one mentioned the sound, but in the lantern light I saw fear on every face. It felt as if something unseen was trailing us in that misty dark. We didn't reach Morthal in one night. When the eastern sky began to lighten, we pulled our boat into a hidden clump of reeds and beached it on a rare patch of firm ground. Daylight or not, the mist remained thick, concealing us. Exhausted, we collapsed on damp bedrolls. But real sleep would not come. Every creak of wood or whisper of wind set us on edge. I could have sworn I heard faint thumps from that coffin, even as I drifted in and out of my uneasy dreams. At dusk, we resumed our journey, hearts heavy with dread. The second night in the marsh was even more oppressively quiet than the first. A low fog slithered through the trees as we pushed off again, darkness closing in around us. We were maybe a few hours from Morthal, at least by Torben's reckoning, but we kept our voices low, and our eyes always on that chained coffin. Under a moonless sky, with only starlight and our lantern, the marsh felt endless. But then, without warning, the crate gave a violent jolt. A thunderous bang rang out, and it made the whole boat shudder. Anya yelped, nearly dropping her oar. We all whipped our heads around in time to see the red wax seal split along the lid. Torben hissed, "Stop the boat." We let our oars rest, and the boat drifted. My pulse pounded in my ears as we all watched the coffin. And another sound came, a deliberate scratching of claws, dragging alongside the lid. Darson was muttering prayers under his breath. I heard the rasp of steel as Anya drew her dagger. She caught my eye. "Divines, it's trying to get out," she whispered, voice quaking. Torben edged toward the crate, one hand on the lid. "It'll hold," he whispered, though I could see his fingers trembling too. But as if in answer, A heavy blow slammed from within, rattling the lid and nearly toppling Torban. We all flinched. That was enough for Eric, our youngest crewman. "To oblivion with this," he cried, snatching up a boarding axe. "We have to see what's inside. Better to kill it now than deliver it." "Leave it," I snapped, though fear made my voice crack too. But old Eric, he ignored me. Another boom from inside the coffin erased any further argument. Torben nodded grimly. "All right," he said. "Just a crack. And be ready." Eric wedged his axe blade under the lid where the seal had broken. With a wrenching creak, he pried it open. The wax seal tore, and a breath of foul, perfumed air hissed out, washing a miasma over all of us. I gagged at the sweet, rot stench as the lid slid aside. We crowded around, weapons drawn, and looked. What I saw turned my stomach to water. A corpse lay within. At least, it looked like a corpse. It was a man's body, dry and shrunken, skin like grey parchment stretched over bones. He wore the remnants of fine clothing from an era long past, rotting velvet and tarnished silver trimmings. Strands of long white hair clung to the leathery scalp, and the lips were shrunken, pulled back enough to reveal the hint of canine teeth, even in seeming slumber. His arms were crossed over his chest, hands clutching the hilt of an ornate dagger whose point rested atop his heart. Strange symbols glowed faintly on the dagger's blade and along the coffin's inner lid. Whoever had sealed this coffin hadn't relied on mere nails and wax. No, there was magic at work here too. Old magic. For a moment, we all froze. Not one of us dared to move, until Anya whispered out, Is it dead?" Well, it certainly looked dead. But then I noticed the eyes. Though sunken and half-lidded, they were ever so slightly open, and within them glimmered a dull, red light. Not the empty gaze of a pale-eyed corpse. A chill rippled through me. Confirmation. It's a vampire," I breathed, barely finding my voice. Darson recoiled, nearly upsetting the boat. "Close it back up. Close it," he gasped. "Arkay's mercy sealed the damned thing away." Before anyone could act, Eric leaned in, perhaps thinking to stake it through the heart, or rip the dagger from its chest. His hand barely brushed the creature's velvet cloak when those glowing eyes snapped open. In an instant, a clawed grey hand shot up and seized Eric's wrist. Oh, poor Eric. I remember how he screamed. That sound, a choked wail stricken with terror. Chaos erupted in the blink of an eye. The withered figure moved faster than thought. One moment it was lying in the coffin. The next it was on its feet, towering over us on the boat. Eric struggled in its grip, but the creature yanked him close and sank its fangs into his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere across the deck. And poor Eric, he gave that gurgling cry. You could hear the blood in his throat. In seconds, our youngest crewmate, his whole life ahead of him, was dead his body dropping into the dark water with a splash and vanishing into the marsh, never to be seen again. Torben bellowed in fury and lunged with his sword, aiming for the creature's back. The vampire whirled with uncanny speed and caught the blade in its clawed hand. I heard the sizzle of its flesh against the silver inlay on the steel, but it didn't flinch. With a contemptuous swipe, it knocked Torben aside like a rag doll. He slammed into the gunwale and went overboard with a crash of water. I saw no sign of him resurfacing. The second one of our crew, gone. Anya drove her dagger into the thing's side, a desperate strike, aimed at where its heart should be. The blade sank in, but the vampire barely seemed to notice. It backhanded her viciously, claws raking across her face. She cried out and tumbled over the edge of the boat, managing to catch the railing with one hand. She hung there, half submerged, sputtering and struggling to pull herself back in. I snatched up a wooden oar and swung with every ounce of strength. It shattered across the vampire's shoulders, actually staggering it for a heartbeat. But the creature's burning eyes then snapped to me, full of ancient malice and hatred. With a snarl, it pounced. I raised the broken oar haft just in time as the monster slammed me onto my back on the deck. I grappled desperately, using the splintered wood to hold its snapping fangs at bay. Its breath was a cold cloud of death right in my face, and its strength was overwhelming. My arms shook as those fangs inched closer to my throat. I could see my own terrified reflection in its crimson eyes. Divines, I may have only heartbeats left to live. The vampire was going to kill me. Suddenly, a flash of silver smashed into the vampire's heads from the side. Anya had pulled herself up, and in a final burst of courage, grabbed the amulet of RK from Darson's pack. Clutching it in her fist, she struck the creature across the face with the holy symbol. A blinding white light flared where the amulet hit, as if a miniature sun had ignited. The vampire shrieked and recoiled, smoke rising from the seared imprint of the amulet on its gaunt cheek. I felt the weight on me lift as it stumbled back, hissing in agony. Seizing the moment, I scrambled to my feet. "Anya, now!" I shouted. I grabbed a length of heavy chain we kept for cargo, and together we threw it around the flailing beast. It snarled and thrashed, but Anya pressed the amulet against its chest, right over its heart. Another burst of divine light burned the creature, and out with it a horrific, blood-curdling wail. Under that holy assault, its strength faltered. We heaved the vampire, tangled in chains, back into its coffin. It took every bit of will and muscle to have to shove it down into there, but we got it. Darson, who had been cowering at the stern, finally rushed forward with a hammer and nails, as Anya kept the amulet jammed against the vampire's chest. Finally, we threw the lid over, and Darson and I banged the coffin lid shut and nailed it first. And then all at once, quiet. The night went deathly quiet again. We three survivors slumped there in the boat, drenched in blood and cold sweat, gasping for breath. Poor Anya, she was sobbing, so softly, still clutching Arcade's amulet, as if it was it alone that was keeping her alive. Darson stared at the coffin, expecting the beast to burst out again at any second, but the iron-bound lid held firm, and after a few muffled thuds from inside, the thing fell silent. Even the swamp deemed to be holding its breath with us. After a long heavy silence, did the distant croak of a frog and the buzz of the night insects slowly resume, the world finally exhaling. Finally, the terror slowly passed. We were all left in grief and shock. As for myself, I was numb, sitting there, staring at the blood spattered on my hands. Some of it was mine, most of it was not. As for Eric and Torban, they were gone. Almost half of our crew dead in minutes, their bodies lost to the black lagoon. We pulled Anya back into the boat and hastily wrapped a strip of cloth around the claw wounds gouged in her face. Darson sat hunched at the bow, whispering prayers through chattering teeth. Dawn was breaking by the time we regained our wits. A pale light crept through the fog as we set off again, guiding our boat towards Morthal with what little strength we had left. The coffin lay chained and nailed shut at our feet, ominously still. I kept a firm grip on a sword and the broken oar just in case. Anya refused to let go of Arkay's amulet, and I'll admit, I felt a lot safer for it. By the next night, we reached the edge of Morthal's marshes. The faint lights of the town glimmered through the mist ahead. We dared not bring our grisly cargo to the public docks. Instead, we beached our boat on a desolate bank outside town and waited. Sure enough, not long past midnight, a small skiff emerged through the fog. It was our buyer. He had come cloaked and hooded. We knew who he was as soon as we saw him. Without a word, the hooded figure came ashore. Something about the way that he stood, it made my skin crawl. It was a predatory stillness, like a wolf observing its prey. We knew better not to ask questions. We stayed silent. Together we dragged the heavy coffin, still wrapped in chains, onto the buyer's skiff. The figure's face stayed hidden in the shadows of a cowl, but I felt its eyes linger on the blood that spattered on the wood and the wounds and weary faces of the three of us. They produced a weighty coin chest and placed it in my trembling hands. Payment, as promised. For a heartbeat I considered hurling that chest into the marsh and walking away from it forever. Coin be damned. All that gold, that dirty, dirty gold. It felt like a mockery. A chest of coin, in exchange for the lives of our dear friends. But in the end, I'm simply human. I just clenched my jaw and set it down at my feet. Anya broke the silence, her voice raw with anger and grief. It woke up. That thing in the coffin. It killed our friends. The hooded buyer paused in a low, rasping voice and replied, "Yet you still delivered it. How fortunate for you." There was no apology, no shock, only a cold amusement. I realized then this person had never cared if we lived or died, so long as their precious cargo arrived. And with that, the hooded figure turned back to their skiff and pushed off, towing the chained coffin away into that darkness We stood on the bank and watched until the mists swallowed them whole. At last, we were alone, there with our silence and our blood-soaked reward. I looked down at the chest of gold glinting in the moonlight, more wealth than I'd ever dreamed of, but tainted by horror. Darson let out a shuddering sob and whispered another prayer. Anya turned and limped away from the marsh, unable to even glance at the money or the ripples on the dark water where the skiff had been. I shut the lid of the chest with a trembling hand. "Let's go," I murmured. We had paid far too high a price for this gold, but we took it all the same. Supporting Anya as she walked, and with Darson silently trailing behind, I left that cursed marsh in silence. The clink of ill-gotten coins in our pack was the only sound as we headed toward the faint lights of Morthal, every step laden with sorrow. And so here I am, in a quiet corner of the winking skeever, telling you this tale with a shaking hand around my cup of mead. We made it back to Solitude a few days later on foot. Weary and heartsick, I donated a good portion of our payment at the Temple of Divines, begging for Arcade's forgiveness for whatever evil we had disturbed or brought into Hjalmarch. Anya left Skyrim entirely, saying she'd try her luck somewhere far away from these monsters. I never saw her again. Darson abandoned smuggling and joined the city guard, staring death in the eyes as a way of changing a man. And the city guard, at least it's a stable career. As for me, I haven't slept through a night since. Every time I close my eyes, I see a coffin in the fog and a pair of red eyes staring out from the dark. And I still hear it. Thump, 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 echoing in my dreams. Those quiet hours before dawn. I wonder if that buyer truly kept the monster chained, or if somewhere out there in the misty hollows of Hjalmarch, an ancient vampire prowls free again. Never again. No, I'll never agree to carry cargo when I don't know the contents. No amount of gold in Tamriel could tempt me after what we went through. And mark my words, listen to me. If a stranger offers you a king's ransom for a midnight delivery through a foggy swamp, you'd damned well ask what's in the box. If they don't tell you, send them on their way. Take the risk if you want, but you might find yourself like us. Rich in coin, sure, but laden with nightmares that no amount of gold can cure. I've told you everything, hoping that putting it to words might lift the weight from my soul. Maybe now my tale is shared, I'll finally sleep a bit easier. But the gods, they are unkind, and these horrors persist. At least now you'll understand why I spend nights walking instead of sleeping, haunted by the memory of that cursed coffin and the evil that we let loose. Pray you never find yourself compelled to open something best left sealed. Some things, once buried, are meant to stay that way. Good night, my friend. Rest well. Riften. It crouches on the eastern end of Lake Honrick, like a predator in the misty dawn. Wooden piers creak over dark water, and the smell of fish, mildew, and stale mead clings to every soaked beam. Everyone in Riften knows who truly pulls the strings. And to survive here, you've got to bow to Maven's rules, or be broken by them. I learned that truth pretty early. But hunger, it has a way of silencing caution. My tail swished anxiously behind me as I slipped through Riften's marketplace at twilight. A drizzle had dampened the square, and lanterns struggled to push back the encroaching fog. Perfect cover. Ears pricked forward, I listened to the murmur of the merchants closing up their stalls and shuffling steps of the evening crowd. My empty stomach clenched. Just a coin or two, I promised myself. Enough for a decent meal. Maybe even a bed at the inn. I padded between stalls, keeping to the shadows. Nords didn't trust my kind. But in Riften, suspicion was simply the norm for everybody. Many poor souls here were thieves themselves, whether guild or freelance, lurking in alleys and along the canal catwalks to prey on the unwary. Tonight, I intended to be the predator, not the prey. I spotted a fat coin pouch dangling from the belt of a tall man in a dark cloak, browsing a jewelry stand. He carried himself with an ease of arrogance, too relaxed. Maybe a mercenary, or a well-heeled traveler. Either way, that purse was invitingly full. I took a quick glance around to make sure no guards were watching. The jewelry vendor was distracted, haggling with another customer over a bauble. The cloaked man's attention drifted as he examined a silver necklace, and my whiskers twitched with anticipation. In one fluid motion, silent as a shadow, I slunk forward and deftly sliced the strings of his coin purse with a claw. The heavy pouch dropped into my waiting palm. A quick cut and snatch. Almost too easy. By the time he noticed the tug, I would be lost in that settling fog. That's what I thought. But that night, I made a mistake. I picked the wrong pocket. Got you, you little sneak. A voice like gravel snarled at me. A powerful hand seized my wrist before I could slip away, and my heart leaped into my throat. The man spun around with alarming speed, yanking me closer. His hood fell back. It revealed a scarred, gnawed face and pale, cold eyes. He grinned without warmth. I twisted, panic surging, but his grip was like an iron chain. In broad daylight, in Maven Blackbriar's city, you dare it, he hissed, hauling me half across the jewelry stall. The vendor recoiled with a startled cry as the Nord slammed me against a wooden post. A few nearby shoppers hurried away, suddenly very interested in anything other than our struggle. Such scenes, they were not uncommon in Riften. It was often wiser to mind one's own business. Pain flared across my back. I bared my teeth. No harm meant, I stammered. In my fright, my voice shook, and my mind raced. Who was this brute? Not a city guard. He didn't have a uniform, just a travel-stained leather cuirass reinforced with steel plates. A sellsword, perhaps. I tried to yank free, but damn it, he was strong. He only tightened his grip, crushing my wrist until my fingers went numb and I dropped the dagger.
His eyes flicked to my hand and then to my face. A glint of realization crossed them as he took in my Khajiit features and ragged cloak. "Well, what do we have here?" he muttered. With his free hand he reached into his cloak and produced a short steel blade, which he brought to hover menacingly an inch above my throat. Do you know what the Blackbriars do to little gutter thieves like you?" he whispered, breath hot with the scent of ale. My stomach turned to ice. Of all the people in the city to target, I had to rob an agent of the Blackbriar family. How could I have been so stupid? The symbol engraved on his gauntlet, a Blackbriar heart, left no doubt. Maven Blackbriar's reputation was as dark as midnight. If this man worked for her, my life was dangling by a thread. "Please," I rasped, raising my free hand in surrender. The tip of his knife pricked the fur under my chin. "I meant no insult. I'm just so hungry." A pathetic excuse, but it really was the truth. He sneered. "Then you should have kept your paws to yourself, you damn cat." His blade pressed a fraction harder, enough to draw a bead of blood, and I winced. Around us, the market square emptied rapidly as sensible folk made themselves scarce. A few guards loitering by the gate cast glances, but they did nothing. Either they hadn't noticed, or they didn't care. You see, in Riften, the guards often turned a blind eye when Maven's people handled business. Desperate, I blurted out, "Perhaps we can make a deal." My voice came out thin and shaky. I have skills. Quick hands. That's why you caught me, yes? I can steal things, retrieve things for you. It wasn't prideful, but begging for mercy rarely worked on men like this. A job, though. If he thought I could be useful, he might spare me. The Nord's brow slightly lifted. He eased the knife a hair's breadth from my throat. "Quick hands, hmm?" He looked me up and down, weighing the idea, and after a moment he released my wrist. My arm throbbed where he had gripped it. I remained pinned between his solid bulk and the post, but a spark of hope flared in my chest. "Maybe you can be use of us," he said slowly. His knife remained poised, though. "Our kind of work, it can always use a clever thief." And then he leaned in, lowering his voice to a deadly hiss. "But make no mistake, you're already a dead man walking. Do this task I give you, and I might let you keep your miserable life. Fail, or run, and you will beg for death with what I will do to you." I swallowed hard, ears flat against my skull. "Understood," I croaked. The blade at my throat had a convincingly sharp argument. Who could resist? The Blackbriar agent nodded. "Good." He finally withdrew the knife and straightened up, though he kept a firm grip on the scruff of my cloak. "There's a certain ledger that has gone missing. Records belonging to someone who thinks they don't have to pay Maven her due. We need that ledger back. And you, little dirty sneak, you are going to steal it for us." I blinked, adrenaline still pounding in my ears. A ledger? A bunch of paper bound between leather? Not what I expected. "Whose ledger? Where is it?" I asked carefully. He replied, "An Argonian dock worker's been running skooma under Maven's nose. Damn addicts.
He's doing it out of the warehouse on the waterfront. The fool thinks he can siphon coin from Blackbriar shipments. He keeps a ledger of his deals, routes, clients, payments. We want it, and we want it tonight. My stomach twisted. Skooma smuggling. The Argonian in question must either be very bold or very ignorant of Riften's pecking order. Probably both. I ventured a reply. And if I do this, we're even. The Nord bared his teeth in something like a smile. Do it, and you'll get to walk away alive. Simple as that. There may even be some coin in it for you. Consider it payment for services. After all, cats have to eat too. Go buy yourself a jug of milk. He released my cloak and stepped back, though his icy gaze never left me. Listen, if you even think about double-crossing us, he tapped the flat of his knife against my cheek. I'll turn you into a pelt. Do you understand? I understand, I said quickly, ears burning with fear and humiliation. So much for an easy score. One moment of bad luck, and now I was indentured to the Blackbriars, forced to do a job likely more dangerous than the one that got me into this mess in the first place. The agent cast a look around. A few curious eyes still lingered nearby. To them, it appeared we were simply having a spirited conversation. He raised his voice, and for the benefit, said, "The Blackbriars don't tolerate thieves in our city. Next time, remember that." With a final shove that sent me stumbling to my knees, he snatched up his reclaimed coin purse and stalked off into the foggy evening, as if nothing had happened. I stayed crouched on the cobbles, rubbing my bruised throat and trying to collect myself. The market square was nearly empty now. A stray dog trotted past, nosing at the scraps left by vendors. Somewhere in the distance, the last light of sundown glinted on Riften's wooden gables. I drew a shaky breath. I had no illusions about my situation. If I failed to get that ledger, or attempted to flee, the Blackbriar's reach would find me, whether by this thug's hand or another's. And if I succeeded, maybe they would let me go. Or perhaps they'd decide a dead thief is the best way to keep a secret. Either way, my only path was forward. I gathered my fallen dagger and sheath, and then slipped away into the growing darkness to prepare. The warehouse by the docks would be quiet by midnight. I would need every ounce of stealth and cunning I possessed to survive what would come next. I slipped down into Riften's canal underbelly and pried open an iron grate leading to the ratway. At once, I was enveloped in gloom. The tunnel beyond was nearly pitch black, smelling of decay and stagnant water. Only the desperate or the dangerous dared roam these passages. In the distance I heard the scurry of skeevers and the echo of dripping water. Keeping one hand on the slimy wall for guidance, I navigated the twisting corridors by memory and touch. Once or twice I glimpsed the movement in the murk, a ragged beggar huddled in an alcove, a pair of eyes watching from a side tunnel. But no one challenged me. Before long, I arrived at a heavy wooden door set into a mossy stone arch, exactly where I knew it would be. This was the back door to the waterfront's warehouse cellar. Of course, it was locked, but a simple iron lock was hardly an obstacle. I fished out my lockpicks and a tension wrench. My nerves steadied with the familiar task. After a few moments of delicate pressure, A soft click echoed in the silence. So satisfying. I eased the door open and slipped through into the smuggler's den. Dim lantern light flickered in the storage cellar, illuminating crates and barrels stacked haphazardly. I crept into the shadows behind a column, listening. Above me, I could just make out muffled voices and footsteps on the warehouse floor. At least 2 or 3 people were upstairs. With luck, I could retrieve the ledger without drawing their attention down here. That was the moment that I suddenly heard the scrape of a hatch from the ceiling of the cellar. Light pooled as the square trapdoor swung downward. I pressed myself flat behind the column as 2 figures descended the ladder into the cellar. One was an Argonian, in a well-tailored leather coat, clearly the leader, and the other, a lanky Breton man with a lantern. I watched silently while they crossed the rickety shelving unit on the far wall. The Argonian hissed. "Over here," and together they heaved the shelf aside, revealing a strongbox hidden behind it. My ears perked forward. That must be where the ledger is kept. The Breton produced a key and unlocked the strongbox, withdrawing a thick, bound book. And he handed the ledger to the Argonian respectfully. The Argonian flipped through a few pages, his scaly lips curling into a satisfied smile. "Good," I heard him say. "Everything is here. We'll move this to a safer place before the Blackbriars catch wind." He thrust the ledger back at the Breton. "Stash it in the tunnel vault. I'll fetch a satchel for it." The Breton nodded obediently as the Argonian climbed back up the ladder and disappeared through the hatch. He remained behind, tucking the ledger under one arm and bracing himself to shove the heavy shelf back over the wall niche. This was it. This was my chance. I slipped out from my hiding spot like a silent wraith. The Breton had barely begun to drag the shelf when I struck. In one swift motion, I clamped my hand over his mouth from behind and slammed the pommel of my dagger against the side of his head. He let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the stone floor without so much as a scream, knocked senseless. The ledger tumbled from his grasp. I snatched it up, a thrill of triumph fluttering in my chest. This part, at least, had gone according to plan. But my problems, they were far from over. Above I heard shouts. The Argonian must have discovered his unconscious underling and the missing book almost immediately. A chorus of angry hisses and clattering footsteps sounded from the warehouse as more of his henchmen swarmed to investigate. Light flared behind me as a lantern was thrust through the now open cellar door. Heart pounding, I sprinted down a narrow side tunnel, clutching the ledger tight against my chest. Rough voices echoed behind me, barking curses as they gave chase. They would search the warehouse first, I hoped, maybe thinking I was still hiding somewhere among the crates, but I couldn't count on that for too long. My feet flew over the damp stone path. I darted past the sleeping beggar I'd seen earlier. The old woman awoke with a start as I vaulted over her and kept running. Around a bend I went, deeper into the tangled guts of Riften's underbelly. Somewhere behind, the Argonians' crew fanned out, their lantern beams dancing on the tunnel walls as they hunted me down. Up ahead, I glimpsed a ladder leading upward, presumably toward the graveyard outside the city. For a split second I considered climbing to the surface and making a break for it. But then I reconsidered. Bursting out into the open now would likely get me caught by the guards or cornered in a dead end. No. My best hope was to stay underground
and outmaneuver my pursuers. I did not head for the surface just yet. Instead, I veered down another side passage that sloped deeper, toward an old cistern chamber beneath the city. If I recalled correctly, that cistern was a dead-end room, nowhere further to run, but it was spacious, with multiple entrances. Perhaps I could hide, or even better, let my enemies stumble into each other. My only chance to survive might be to turn the hunter and hunted against one another. I slipped through a crumbling archway into the cistern and pressed myself into a shadowed alcove behind some empty barrels. The large circular chamber was dimly lit by faint rays of moonlight filtering in through the cracks in the ceiling. A ring of sluggish, ankle-deep water filled the center, and the air was thick with the smell of rot. I drew my dagger and waited, every muscle tensed. Moments later, echoing footsteps announced the arrival of my Argonian pursuers. A lantern's glow danced on the chamber's wet stone walls as 3 figures entered from the tunnel I'd come through. I recognized the Argonian leader at once, tall and dark-scaled, a wicked dagger in each clawed hand. Flanking him were 2 of his henchmen, a burly red guard with a woodcutter's axe, and a second Argonian carrying the lantern. "He's here somewhere," the Argonian leader hissed, eyes sweeping the chamber. "Find him. He can't have gone far." The red guard and the other Argonian began to spread out along the cistern's edges, their boots splashing in the shallow water. They peered behind columns and crates, weapons at the ready. I held my breath and pressed further back into the alcove, trying to become one with that darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs. If they found me, I knew I stood no chance in combat against 3 of them. But suddenly, a new sound echoed from an opposite tunnel. Heavy boot steps and the cling of metal armor. Another group was approaching the cistern from the direction of the canal on the other side. My pursuers froze, and I saw the Argonians' frills twitch in surprise. We all listened. A deep male voice came out from that far tunnel, dripping with smug authority. Well, it looks like I'm not the only one down here tonight." A second later, a familiar scarred Nord stepped into view, sword at the ready. Silar, the Blackbriar agent. He had come, and he was not alone. Close behind him lurked a single accomplice, a burly man holding a loaded crossbow. They must have entered the ratway from another access and followed the commotion. The Argonian bared his fangs in a snarl, gesturing sharply for his men to regroup. And in moments, the smugglers and the Blackbriar thugs faced each other across the cistern pool, weapons gleaming in that faint light. And caught between them all, unseen, was me. Silar's cold eyes flicked over the Argonian and his henchman. He smirked. "This isn't your territory, lizard. Why don't you hand over Maven's ledger before someone gets hurt?" The Argonian hissed back in equal measure, leveling his daggers. "Blackbriar dogs in my den. You're a long way from the meadery. Come and take it if you can, Nord." For a brief moment, silence hung in the stale air, and then Silar lunged forward, blade arcing toward the Argonian's neck. The cistern was a scene of chaos. The crossbowman fired a bolt with a resounding twang. It struck the Redguard henchman in the ribs, puncturing through his leather cuirass. The big man gasped and toppled into the murky water without so much as a cry, the lantern light dancing crazily as he fell. At the same time, Silar's sword clashed against the Argonian's twin daggers with a shower of sparks. They strained, face to face, that old Nord brute's strength against that Argonian agility. I shrank further into my alcove as the battle raged mere yards from my hiding spot. Steel rang on steel. The Argonian lieutenant with the lantern dropped it and drew a short sword, rushing to the aid of his master. Silar's crossbowman tossed aside his spent bow and met the charging Argonian with the blade of his own. The two of them crashed against a pillar, locked in a deadly dance of thrusts and parries. Silar barked a furious laugh as he forced the Argonian leader back a step. "You should have stayed in the shadows where you belong," he snarled at him, hammering blows at the Argonian's defenses. The Argonian said nothing, teeth bared in effort as he met Silar's strikes with his daggers. He fought with lithe, lethal grace, but Silar's onslaught, it was relentless. The Nord brought his sword down in a heavy chop that the Argonian only narrowly deflected, the blade grazing his side. The Argonian hissed in pain. I saw dark, green-tinged blood stain on his tunic. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the remaining henchman's duel surging closer to my hiding place. The Blackbriar thug slammed the smaller Argonian against the wall, but the smuggler recovered with a vicious slash across the thug's thigh. The man bellowed and retaliated with a kick, sending the Argonian sprawling near the steps. My gaze darted back to the central fight just in time to see the Argonian leader make his desperate counterattack. He feinted with one dagger, then raked the others across Silar's left arm. Finding a chink in his armor, Silar cursed as blood spattered the water at their feet. Enraged, he drove his shoulder forward and bashed the Argonian in the chest with his heavy pauldron, knocking the wind from him. The lizard staggered with a wheeze, and Silar followed with a ruthless pommel strike to the side of his skull. Down to one knee, the Argonian crumpled, dazed. "Not so cocky now, are you?" Silar growled, raising his sword for a finishing blow. But before he could bring it down, a wet thunk interrupted. A crossbow bolt whistled out of the darkness and buried itself in Silar's upper back. He froze, eyes widening in shock. The Argonian lieutenant had retrieved his fallen lantern and, incredibly, managed to reload a crossbow during the fray. Now he stood at the edge of the pool, bleeding from multiple wounds, but grinning as Silar toppled forward with the bolt lodged deep between his shoulder blades. The Blackbriar agent hit the ground with a splash, his sword clattering from his hand. He gasped, pawing weakly at the bolt. Across the cistern, the thug cried out, "Silar!" and abandoned his fight with the Argonian henchman to rush to his boss's side. Seeing his chance, the Argonian leader, shaken but alive, staggered back to his feet. Green blood trickled down the side of his face, and he clutched his bleeding side, but his golden eyes blazed with a fierce resolve. With a roar, he hurled one of his daggers across the cistern. The spinning blade embedded itself hilt deep in the crossbowman's throat, cutting off the man's shout. The thug gurgled and collapsed beside Silar's fallen form. For a heartbeat, the only sounds were Silar's ragged, wheezing breaths and the drip of water from the chamber walls. The Argonian leader limped forward, retrieving his thrown dagger from the dying crossbowman with a jerk. Silar rolled onto his side, coughing wetly, his eyes dimming with pain, locked onto the Argonian standing over him. The Argonian tilted his head, perhaps considering a final strike. But instead, he simply watched as Scylla Blackbriar shuddered and spat blood, the deadly bolt still protruding from his back. This isn't over, Scylla rasped, voice barely audible. With a last effort he reached for his knife at his belt, but his strength failed. Maven's fearsome enforcer sank face first into the filthy water, dead. The Argonian let out a long breath, swaying on his feet. Of all those who had entered the cistern, he alone remained. He glanced around at the bodies of a friend and foe alike, strewn in the flickering lantern light. Victory. It came at a steep cost. He was gravely wounded, and utterly alone. He staggered to the edge of the cistern, pressing a three-fingered hand to the gash in his side. I watched from the shadows as he coughed, trying to catch his breath. And in that moment, I actually felt a pang of pity for the Argonian. But I wasn't foolish enough to reveal myself. He was still armed, and I still had the very ledger that had caused all this trouble in the first place. At length, the Argonian cast one last hateful look at Scylla's lifeless corpse, and then lurched away down one of the dark tunnels, leaving that scene of slaughter behind. His ragged footfalls faded into the silence, and once they were gone, I was truly alone. I realized then that I was trembling. Somehow, against all odds, I was still alive, crouched, unseen amid the wreckage of two criminal forces that had destroyed one another. Clutching the stolen ledger tight to my chest, I knew I had to get out of Riften, before anyone else found me, that is, guard or otherwise. Without further delay, I slipped away down a side passage, disappearing into the labyrinth of the Ratway, before reinforcements or authorities could arrive. Dawn was cresting over Lake Honrick as I slipped out of Riften. The city was already buzzing with rumors of a bloody clash in the Ratway overnight. Whispers that the Blackbriars and some rival gang had slaughtered each other beneath the streets. Neither faction ended up with the prize they sought. And me, I walked away alive, and a good deal richer. Scylla's own coin purse, the very one that I tried to cut from his belt in the market. I managed to pick it off his corpse. It now jangled at my hip, filled with gold. But I also carried the ledger that had caused all this bloodshed, tucked safely in my satchel. Perhaps I'll send it anonymously to the Jarl, or a guard captain as a final jest, or simply keep it as insurance against the Blackbriars. Either way, my part in this deadly drama is over. I followed a winding forest road eastward, putting Riften's walls steps behind me. My bruises ached with each step, but the pain was tempered by the crisp morning air and the simple joy of being alive. Over the last day, I had been caught between a powerful crime family and a cunning smuggler, and by wit and luck, I played them against each other. In Riften's underworld, that was the only way to survive. Now, with the sun rising at my back, I was free. No strings attached, no dagger at my throat. I didn't look back at Riften. Let the Blackbriars and what remained of the Argonian's crew scour the shadows for their missing ledger, and curse the Nameless Khajiit that slipped through their fingers. I would be long gone. The coins in my pouch clinked softly with each stride, and the open road beckoned. In Skyrim's cold, grey world, coin and freedom were as close to victory as one can hope for. And so, with a final flick of my tail, I vanished into the golden light of dawn. Just another shadow, fading from the streets of Riften.
You know, I still smell that blood sometimes. Even now, years later. It's that scent that clings to my memory like damp fog in the mountains. And you ask me why I no longer laugh like I used to. Things have changed. Sit down. I'll tell you all about it. That night so long ago. That night, the shadows in the Reach nearly swallowed us whole. We were 5 souls in that Khajiit caravan, winding through the Reach at dusk. We were naive back then. Our wagon creaked under the weight of silks, moon sugar and salted meat, trundling along the narrow mountain road. The Reach's sky burned orange as the last day bled out behind the crags, and in the distance I could see the jagged silhouette of the grand city of Markarth carved out of that ancient stone, though we were still a hard day's journey away from that. We planned to push on for a few more hours before camp, hoping to find a safer stretch of road. Little did we know, there were no safe roads. It was a lost promise. Our leader, an older Khajiit with tufted grey fur named Rakajin, sat at the front holding the reins. His mate, a quiet merchant named Zari, rummaged through the crates behind him, taking stock of wares even as daylight faded. Beside the wagon on one flank walked Do Rakir, myself, scanning the cliffs above with weary gold eyes. On the other side padded along Mervar, a younger guard, humming softly to calm his nerves. Bringing up the rear was Darkir, lantern in hand to light the way behind us. We all wore the dust of the road on our fur and the fatigue of many miles in our bones, but no one wanted to show it. Life on the roads, just the way it is. The fog is coming in, I murmured, noting the pale wisps coiling between the gnarled pines. My tail flicked with unease. It wasn't like me to be skittish at those times, but I remember something in the air set my whiskers on edge. Maybe it was the Reacher's infamous gloom playing tricks. Rakajin glanced back at me, eyes narrowed against the wind. We'll find a clearing soon. Don't worry so much, he called quietly. These roads grow dangerous after dark. He was a cautious leader. Many seasons on Skyrim's roads had taught him caution, especially here, where Reachmen, rebels, and bandits prowled. Mervar's humming died down, the unspoken tension in Rakajin's tone. Darkia, however, gave a rasping chuckle from the rear. The orange lamplight danced across his spotted face as he swung the lantern slowly back and forth. Dangerous any hour if you ask this one. But there's a wider bend in the road just ahead. Good sightliness. Perhaps this one thinks it a decent place to stop for the night, yes? The suggestion seemed reasonable enough. It even sounded prudent. Rakajin nodded and clicked his tongue at the horses to press on a little further. I remember feeling a small amount of relief. Anything to get away from these sheer cliff walls that were hemming us in. But little did I realize, Darkia was guiding us right into the perfect choke point. The moment we rounded that bend, dusk unraveled into a nightmare. One instant I was squinting through the gloom, and the next a streaking shadow caught my eye. A hiss of an arrow. It embedded in Mervar's throat before any of us could speak. Oh, I remember the sound he made. Not quite a scream, more of a rattle. The poor youth. He crumpled wordlessly into the dust after that. That silent humming, gone forever. Chaos then erupted. Horses reared and screamed as more arrows rained down from those darkening cliffs above us. One of the mares took a shaft in the flank and collapsed, wrenching the wagon to a halt. "Ambush!" I roared, though by this time it was horribly obvious and need not be said. I darted to the side of the wagon and pressed against the wooden frame, heart pounding in my ears. My sword was already in my hand, moonlight gleaming on its curved steel. A cacophony of shrill whoops and war cries echoed between the rocks. I risked a glance upward. Figures moved on the ledges, lithe shapes with painted torsos and antlers silhouetted against the dying light. Oh, horrifying. The Forsworn. We had heard whispers in Markarth that the Forsworn never leave survivors. Gods, those stories were coming to life right around us. Beside me, Rakajin cursed and tugged at Zari's arm, pulling her down behind the cover of a wheel. An arrow thudded into the crate of silks, inches from the old merchant's cheek. She was trembling, the poor thing, eyes wide in terror and tail between her legs. I snarled under my breath, adrenaline igniting my blood. My ears flattened instinctively as I scanned for our attackers. Another arrow whistled past my cheek. Too close. We couldn't stay pinned like skeevers in a trap. We were either going to die, or we were going to fight. Perhaps both. With a guttural yowl, I sprang from cover. Using the wagon as partial shelter from the archers, 2 bandits rushed at the front of the wagon, swords drawn. They were not Reach natives by the look of them, just regular highwaymen, emboldened by their forsworn allies. I intercepted the first, parrying his wild slash. Steel clanged against steel. The impact jarred my wounded arm. I realized with a distant sort of surprise that an arrow had grazed me at some point. Must not have felt it in the adrenaline. But I could feel that warm blood now, trickling down under my sleeve. Teeth bared, I countered with a furious swipe of my blade. I felt it bite into the man's side between his mismatched armor plates. He gasped and stumbled back, and I pressed the advantage, slashing across his chest. He went down, collapsing in a heap. My tail lashed violently behind me as I turned to face the second attacker. But this one hesitated, having seen his friend fall. He circled towards me, hoping to draw me out from the wagon's cover so the archers could have a clear shot. Clever, but I didn't take the bait. Instead, I crouched lower and growled, feigning left. He lunged, swinging a rusted axe downward. Oh, those horrible forsworn weapons. I dodged to the right with Khajiit agility, hearing the axe head crunch into the dirt, and before he could recover, I raked my claws across his face and followed with a stab of my sword into his gut. The man gurgled and folded, and I yanked my blade free with a wet schlick. For a heartbeat, I thought we might just survive it all. But as I looked around, that hope, it withered. More shapes were rushing down from the rocks. 4, 5, divines, maybe more of them. Their outlines flickering in the lantern light and eerie glow of the twin moons rising. Too many. Khajiit was struggling to notch an arrow to his own bow with shaking hands, trying to cover the terrified Zari. I saw a forsworn woman leap onto the fallen horse's corpse and lose a shriek of rage, her eyes wild beneath a headdress of goat horns. In her hands she held a jagged spear, and she was mere yards from our leader. I turned to Khajiit and shouted, "Khajiit, behind you!" I sprinted toward him, but I knew I wouldn't reach him in time. The forsworn woman was already lunging off the horse towards Khajiit, spear aimed at the back as he knelt by Zari. Then, at last, the moment, a flicker of steel intercepted the thrust, Darkir's scimitar. I hadn't even seen him move in, but there he was, knocking aside the forsworn spear. For an instant, relief washed over me. Our rear guard had come to aid. Darkir bared his teeth at the horned woman and slashed at her viciously, forcing her back a step from Khajiit. "Get down, all of you," Darkir snarled. "Drop your weapons. Surrender." His voice boomed louder than I'd ever heard, but with an odd urgency. Why was he... Another arrow struck the ground near my feet, and I darted back behind the wagon, corner chest heaving. Surrender? Why was he saying that? The word rang in my skull. We were outnumbered and one guard down, yes. But surrender to the Forsworn? Well, that was certain death. Stories said they left no one alive. Surely they weren't just rumors. After all, they attacked us out of nowhere. Why would Darkir suggest it now? Something was not right. I risked a glance towards him. He stood near Khajiit and Zari, sword still raised defensively. The forsworn woman with the horns had withdrawn slightly, circling like a saber cat sizing up its pitiful prey. Around us, the rain of arrows had ceased. The archers were holding fire, probably to avoid hitting their own as more assailants closed in. A tense lull settled in, broken only by the whimpers of the injured horse and the crackle of a dropped torch burning in the road. "Throw down your steel, friends," Darkir shouted over the din, though his tone almost sounded like a command. "We are beaten. Better to live as prisoners than die as heroes, yes." I stared at him, blood pounding in my ears. That tone, it was as if he was trying to convince us, or convince the attackers. My eyes flicked to the lantern he still clutched. Incredibly, in that moment of half-life, I saw his thumb move deliberately across the shutter, opening and closing it in quick succession. A brief, double blink of light. Recognition hit me like a kick to the gut. The lantern signal. I'd seen it moments before the first arrow flew. Darkir had swung the lantern in an odd way back on the road, hadn't he? 2 swings, side to side, and then 1 up. That wasn't normal. That wasn't random. It was a signal. And here he was, doing it again. Cold understanding flooded into my bones, even as my body burned with pain and exertion. Darkir wasn't saving us at all. He was directing them. One of our own had betrayed us. Betrayal is a strange and bitter potion, don't you think? In the space of a single breath, I felt my entire world tilt on its axis. Darkir, with whom I had shared road and fire for months, he'd sold us all out. For what? Gold. Favor with these savages. I didn't have any answers, only a boiling mix of fury and pain swelling in my chest. The faces of my fallen kin flashed through my mind, Mervar gurgling on blood, his hopeful songs forever silenced. Zari's terrified expression, Khajiit grimacing in pain as he tried to shield his beloved. All of it, orchestrated by the very guard we trusted at our backs. My claws flexed, ding into the wood of the wagon beside me. I forced myself to breathe, slowly, deeply. If I lost myself to rage now, we were truly finished. We needed cunning, not just blind fury. Darkir turned towards me, meeting my gaze across the few paces between us. Dorakir, he called, a voice almost gentle now. Drop your sword. I promise, you will not be harmed if you yield. His eyes had an intensity that might have seemed like concern for someone who didn't know better. But to me it was the final confirmation, a silent plea that I comply with this charade. Around us, the attackers waited, tense, arrows notched, but not yet released. The forsworn woman panted with exertion, still glaring from a short distance, uncertain why we had paused. They expected us to surrender at their turncoat's behest. But slowly, I raised my hands, still holding my bloodied sword. My tail dropped, and I splayed my ears in a show of weariness. As you say, brother, I muttered, just loud enough for Darkir to hear. The sneer that flickered at the edges of his mouth was subtle, but I caught it. The bastard thought he'd won. I let my sword slip from my grasp. The steel clattered onto the stones at my feet. Khajiit shot me a bewildered look. He hadn't yet grasped the treachery. Rakir, what? He began, but I quickly flashed him a warning glance and a minute shake of my head. Thankfully, the old Khajiit held his tongue, cradling Zari protectively. Darkir exhaled, a sigh of what sounded like relief, and he stepped forward, closing the distance between us. The lantern was set aside on the ground now, and he extended his free hand towards me while keeping his scimitar in the other. The pose looked almost brotherly, a guard reaching to guide his comrade from a reckless last stand. Good, he murmured. You've made the wise choice. Methinks none of us needed to die tonight. His lie was smooth and dripping with false sympathy. Up close I could smell the sweat in his fur, see a tremor of his whiskers. If he thought I might yet lash out, he gave no sign of fear, so confident he was in our capitulation. I lowered my ears and shoulders, feigning defeat. But inside my heart was pounding. My right hand hung empty at my side, inches from my belt. My claws slid silently from their sheaths at my fingertips, and I felt a calm clarity wash over me, a cold resolve, sharper than any blade. Darkir's hand touched my forearm, as if to urge me down to my knees. "We'll tie them up," he called back to the waiting attackers, not taking his eyes on me. "Make it quick." Now, with an ear-splitting snarl, ripped straight from the depths of my soul, I exploded into action. My left hand shot up, knocking aside Darkir's scimitar arm as my right hand, claws outstretched, slashed across his throat. Oh, you know the sensation. Like hot water going into your hand, I felt that hot blood spray across my own face and chest. Darkir's eyes flew wide in shock. He didn't expect that. He staggered, throat rattling, as his life poured out from between his fingers. But I did not let him fall just yet. With a furious howl, I seized him by the front of his armor and pivoted, using his faltering body as a shield, just as the twang of bowstrings sounded from the cliffs. A volley of arrows jolted into Darkir's back with sickening thumps. Missiles meant for me, now finding their traitorous mark. He jerked and screamed in my grasp, letting out a wet, choking sound. I shoved his body forward, finally letting him collapse into the dirt, and he stared up at me, lips moving soundlessly. I don't know if he was cursing my name or begging for mercy in those last moments. At the time I didn't care. I bared my fangs down at him. "You'll harm my family no more," I growled, voice raw, unforgiving. Pandemonium broke loose. The ambushers shouted in surprise and fury. I dove into a roll, snatching up my fallen sword from the road. An arrow whisked past my shoulder, another clanged off the wagon's iron rim. "For the Reach," came a cry from the horned, forsworn woman as she charged at me, spear leveled in bloodlust. I met her charge head-on. Our bodies collided, her spear grazing my ribs as I twisted. Pain lanced through me, but I clenched my jaw and raked my claws across her eyes. She screamed a high, feral sound, and I drove my sword through her heart in one swift motion. Her cry died to a gurgle as she slumped down. The remaining attackers wavered. In the wavering torchlight and swirling fog, they had just seen in their inside man brutally dispatched, and their finest fighter impaled. What remained of them? 2, maybe 3 pathetic, frightened silhouettes on the rocks, faltered. Khajiit, bless him, he seized the moment. He'd finally gotten his bow strung. From behind the wagon, the old Khajiit let an arrow fly, and I heard a distant grunt of pain. "Begone, you savages!" Our leader snarled into the dark with more courage than his years should allow. "You'll find only death here now, and death will find you." Perhaps they believed him, or perhaps the chaos was simply too much for their shaken resolve. One by one, the remaining fighters melted back into the boulders and gloom of their caves. Their footfalls and curses soon faded, leaving only the crackle of our stranded torch and the labored panting of the surviving horse. I stood there in the road, chest heaving, vision swimming with exhaustion. My blood dripped from my wounds. Darkir's blood dripped from my claws. For a long moment, we all just sat there in silence. None of us knew what to say. I listened to the wind sighing through the pines and stared at the body of the traitor sprawled face up on the ground. But there was no triumph in me, no satisfaction in this victory, only a hollow ache and the distant ringing of adrenaline slowly wearing off. "Brakia," Zari's voice came softly. I turned to see her peeking from around the wagon, tears cutting channels through the dust on her cheeks. Rakajin leaned beside her, an arrow lodged in his shoulder, and his face drawn tight in pain. But they were alive. We were alive. I nodded to them, wiping Darkir's blood from my eyes with a shaking hand. "It's over," I rasped. The words echoed in the sudden stillness. We didn't sleep that night, fearful that the attackers might return with greater numbers. We huddled around a small, well-hidden fire in the lee of a wagon and tended to our wounds. Every snapping twig in the dark drew my claws and set my heart racing anew. But no second assault came. Maybe the bandits had really had enough. Or perhaps the gods had simply spared us further trial. By the time the first grey light of dawn crept over the hills, we were alive. But we were changed. In the cold morning mist, we gathered the bodies of Mervar and Darkir. My hand shook as I pulled a tattered blanket over Mervar's youthful face. He'd been so full of song, just hours before. Now his eyes just stared up, glassily at nothing. Zari sobbed quietly, closing the lids of our fallen friends and murmuring a prayer to the two moons to guide his soul. Rakajin placed a paw on her shoulder, his own eyes now wet with grief. Darkir's corpse lay a few paces away where I'd left it. None of us spoke as we approached the traitor's remains. There was an arrow still lodged deeply in his spine, and his blood had pooled black in the dirt. I felt nothing when I looked at him. This was a Khajiit with whom I had laughed and shared dried fish under the same stars. But now I could barely recall what that laughter sounded like. In his place, I could only hear that final, rattling gasp, the echo of that lantern's betraying blink. Rakajin knelt stiffly. His wound pained him, and silence pulled arrows from Darkir's body. I expected him to curse our traitorous guard, or spit, or utter some bitter farewell. But alas, the old Khajiit, he only sighed. I could see his ears drooping down and his tail limp. All he whispered as he looked at those dead eyes was, "The path goes on." Then, almost as an afterthought, "May your spirit find its way, Darkir. Even the lost deserve mercy in the end." We covered both our dead with cans of stones by the roadside, a makeshift grave in the shadow of the mountains. It was all that we could do. Mervar's can we adorned with his small lyre, the very one he would strum on calm evenings, now splintered from the fray. Darkia's grave. We left it plain and unmarked. Before we departed, I rifled through what remained of Darkia's satchel, needing some explanation. In a hidden pocket I found a heavy pouch of coins, more gold than a simple guard could save in years. Dirty money. Blood money. I clenched it in my fist, until my claws pierced my own palm. In the end, I left the accursed gold atop his grave. Let the crows have it if they fancied. No payment would undo the damage done. And as the sun broke through the dissipating fog, we hitched our surviving mare to the less damaged wagon. We'd lost some goods in the skirmish, but much of it was still salvageable. Khajiit and Zari were determined to press on, leave all this behind us, their duty to the rest of the caravan route and to the memory of those who fell. And so that's what we did. We pressed on. I took my post atop the front of the wagon, reins in one hand, sword never far from the other. My eyes were rimmed red, not just from fatigue, but sorrow. But all the while I refused to close them. Every rustle in the brush, every distant silhouette on a ridge put me on edge. The others spoke in hushed tones behind me, soft sobs and whispered prayers for the departed. But I didn't join in. It was not the time. And besides, I had no words left, only vigilance. That morning a part of me turned to steel. I scanned the road ahead and behind without rest, silent and watchful. Where once I might have laughed with Mervar about reaching Markarth by midday, or hummed a tune to lighten the mood, now I just listened, tense as a drawn bowstring. We survived the ambush in the Reach, but it changed all of us. Most of all, me. Betrayal's wound does not bleed on the skin, but it cuts far deeper. I've never forgotten the lesson of that night, nor the price we paid, both in blood and trust. But still, we carry on. The sun rose the next day, it always does, completely indifferent to the sorrow of the living creatures beneath it. And we, the living, gathered our resolve and carried on beneath its light. As we rumbled onward toward Markarth's gates with heavy hearts, I remained at my vigil on the lead wagon, silent but alive. My eyes stayed fixed ahead, ever alert for the next threat hiding in the fog. And behind me, Khajiit softly repeated an old farewell. May your roads lead you to warm sands. In that moment, I bowed silently. As long as I drew breath, I would see his road and mine safely through whatever perils the Reach and any other cursed place could conjure up for us. All of this might have scared me, but I'm not broken yet. And as the twin moons finally faded into the dawn sky, I knew I'd never again take lightly the duty of keeping watch over my own. And so, my friend, when you wonder why this Khajiit smile is a little slower to surface, or why I keep one hand always near the blade, even in friendly camps, well, now you know what I've been through. The road can be cruel. Its cruelties have left their mark on me. I tell you this tale not to darken your heart. I just want you to understand. On the night of that ambush, I lost more than just friends. I lost the naive part of myself that believed all fellow travelers could be trusted. And believe me, you'll never get that part back. Warm sands to you, friend. warm sands.